agenda ahead of us today, so if folks could make their way to their places, that'd be great.
How you doing?
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Monday, September 12th. We have a long agenda ahead of us today, so I'll dispense with my morning homilies. I'll just turn to Executive Director Burden and see if there are any announcements.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, we do have quite a full agenda item, several items with multiple dozens of advisory body comments. So I would suggest that we delay no further and get started unless there are questions.
I don't see any hands. Welcome Karen Braby to the table. So we'll get started with C3. I'll hand the gavel quickly to our Vice Chair, Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for being so efficient. We are on council meeting and process efficiencies, agenda item C3. Good test for the council members. We've got quite a number of advisory body reports. So without further delay, I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director Burden to start us off on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Quick overview here. So you may all recall that at our April 2022 meeting, which seems like not too long ago, you all tasked staff with developing a white paper on the matter of council efficiencies and the effectiveness of council decision-making. This came about partially due to the COVID situation and what we had learned going through that period of our world. And the lessons that we learned there indicated that we are capable as a body of doing things quite a bit differently than we've done in the past. And we asked ourselves whether there were things that we could learn from that experience and apply them to how we do business moving forward. So following the April 2022 meeting, we formulated an internal working group. And the purpose was to identify areas where improvements in council process or decision-making could occur and to identify ways in which improvements could be made in those areas. The result of that is contained in agenda item C3, attachment 1, which is the result of that internal working group. I'll summarize that here in a moment. But within that paper are several themes that staff identified as potentially benefiting from some attention by the council and others. There are several ideas in that white paper that could be investigated in greater detail. I would note that this white paper is meant to spur a discussion among this body and among our advisory bodies, and that it is not intended to be all-encompassing. It's a starting point. So the council task for this agenda item is to consider the staff white paper on efficiencies and effectiveness, as well as any advisory body comments, identify areas for further investigation and analysis by staff. Our plan then would be to bring back additional white papers that investigate these items that you're interested in pursuing further in greater detail. We would do so in at least a couple of additional steps. One would be at the March or April meeting, most likely April, given our YAG at the moment, and then a second time at the June meeting. And if there are reasons to go beyond that and continue to work on this beyond June, we can schedule that at that time. Let's see, so moving over and summarizing quickly the staff paper that we developed here over the coming months. Just to orient you to that paper, we do have several categorical themes. However, where I would first orient you as to what we defined internally as, quote, improving council decision-making. And to us, what we decided was that that meant any change in information quality, information flow, public input, or council procedure, which leads to an enhanced ability for the council to make optimal decisions concerning West Coast fisheries. And there are several objectives that we identified in support of that definition. So one, a strategic approach to council initiatives and priorities, which brings workload demands in line with available resources. Another objective could be a reduction in high rates of advisory body turnover due to burnout or other factors. A third could be improvement in the timing and flow of information, which enables greater consideration of potential policy implications. A fourth could be greater articulation of policy considerations and analyses by council or agency staff, advisory body members, or others. And another objective could be enhanced representation and participation of stakeholders in ways that capture the true diversity of West Coast fisheries interests. Moving through the paper from there, we do have several categories I would orient you to. The first being some lessons learned from operating during the COVID pandemic. And there's some reflection there with some summary bullet points that may be helpful. We then have a category that looks at council and advisory body meetings. We spend quite a bit of time in the paper talking about the quote unquote hybrid format. And there are several ways to go about that, which are outlined in that section of the paper. One is what we refer to as the simultaneous hybrid meeting format. Another one is what we refer to as the sequential remote and in-person meeting format. Another is what we have called the alternating remote and in-person meeting format. And there are some summary bullet points there as well that are helpful for summarizing that category. We then move into council decision-making, and there are a few different sections here. One is strategic planning. One is the quality, length, and timeliness of agency and advisor reports. And there are some summary bullets there which may be helpful. Then the paper moves into a category we title Information Flow and Council Operations. And there are some summary bullets there. And some other considerations that several of you and our advisors and others have sent to me and others on staff during the development of this paper. And we've summarized those into essentially 3 different topic areas that you will see there. And then the paper finishes up with some wrap up, and there are some specific suggestions that we've outlined as we reflected and did our internal analyses. They're intended to start discussion. You may like all of these, you may like none of them. The point is to begin the discussion here, offer up some thoughts that we think are worthy of potentially investigating further. So to wrap up, what we'd be looking for you, just to put it in brass tacks, is about a half dozen ideas. If you're interested in exploring this further, a half dozen ideas that you would hand to staff, and we would come back at least 2 more meetings, one in the spring, one in June, with some deeper reflection upon those, at which point you may act on those, or we may decide that we would schedule another meeting to investigate these things further. But that is what we have outlined as a process forward. Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm happy to pause there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Merrick. Any questions for our Executive Director on the opening remarks on this item? And I'm not seeing any, so I think we'll move immediately then into our reports. And we do have a list, excuse me while I bring that up here, of management body and or management team and AB reports. We will start with the SSC report. I have Dan Holland down for that. Dan, are you online?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be reading agenda item C3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Council Meeting and Process Efficiencies. The SSC received a presentation from John DeVore, Council staff, on the Council Efficiencies and Effectiveness White Paper. The SSC appreciates the efforts and thoughtfulness from Council staff in developing this document. The SSC discussed the contents of the white paper and the SSC's experience with virtual meetings in general. The SSC supports having the option to read statements to the council virtually, which allows subject matter experts to read statements and other SSC members to be present to answer questions. The SSC supports having some of its regular meetings be entirely virtual. Continued use of virtual meetings for SSC subcommittee meetings and workshops and other reviews also has advantages, although in-person meetings may be preferable in many cases. For in-person meetings, the SSC supports enabling hybrid, virtual and in-person at the same time, meetings with most SSE members meeting in person, with the option for other members to participate virtually if they are unable to travel. Presentations to SSC and public comment could also be virtual. Future iterations of the white paper could include an estimate of the financial trade-offs between in-person and hybrid virtual meetings. The white paper mentions additional costs for equipment and potential staff time for virtual meetings, but these to some degree would be offset by reduced travel costs. The SSC discussion recognized both the benefits and costs of in-person and virtual meetings. In-person meetings allow for easier, more meaningful interactions between participants. The SSC notes the transition to virtual only for its meetings was relatively easy, in part because of the good relationships between members that had been built during prior in-person meetings. Some SSC members noted that focused participation and coordination between the council and advisory bodies was better during in-person meetings. Side conversations are an example of meaningful, useful interaction that occurs in person. However, such interactions may have some downside because they reduce transparency and could exclude non-participants from discussions that may affect decision-making. Virtual meetings allow for greater participation and permit greater inclusivity since participants need not travel to meetings. The SSC notes that the way virtual meetings or hybrid meetings are conducted affects their effectiveness. The future work on a white paper could include some investigation of best practices for conducting these meetings. The SSC is concerned that producing an SSC report and an additional summary for reading to the council could reduce the precision and quality of information presented to the council and increase workload. The SSC discussed the idea of meeting prior to rather than concurrent with the council meetings. The SSC notes that the other councils do this. However, if this is an option that is pursued, it'll affect the timelines for the council staff, science centers, and others presenting work to the SSC, as this would need to be available for review well before the briefing book deadline. That concludes the SSC report. I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for the SSC on their report? A few seconds here to think about it. And I'm not seeing any hands, Dan, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Next, we'll move on to the GMT report. The GMT report will be followed up by the GAP report. So for the GMT, I've got James Phillips. Welcome, James.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you, and for the record, I have not had the pleasure to meet. My name is James Phillips from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I am the GMT California Recreational Representative who's been filling in for Ms. Caroline McKnight as she's been out. I will be reading for you the GMT management report on council meeting and process efficiencies. The Groundfish management team appreciates the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff expending the time and effort to contemplate potential improvements to efficiencies and effectiveness in the council process. The GMT supports a more formal, comprehensive strategic planning exercise that could address the scope of topics the council considers, how to prioritize and schedule decisions and topics, and evaluation of the format and timing of council meetings. The GMT has been informed that other regional councils have gone through similar processes where an outside consultant was hired to evaluate council operations and make recommendations. We believe this approach could be valuable, but any exercise that is undertaken should take a bottom-up approach and involve representation from each advisory body, management team, council members, and council staff. The GMT agrees with the assessment that the scope and volume of what the council takes up has substantially increased since the council's creation. The GMC foresees an increasing workload in the council's future as the fishing industry, coastal communities, and fisheries adjust to climate change, socioeconomic changes, and growing populations. In addition to improving council operational efficiency, the council also faces a substantial workload and may find a solution by minimizing the number of agenda items, particularly groundfish, that the council takes up concurrently and/or adding resources like additional staff and subject matter experts. Memberships of the advisory bodies could be expanded to help with workload, preferably with differing expertise that already exists. Things like social scientists, statisticians, modelers, database managers, equality and equity justice representatives are just some general thoughts. The council should also explore adding capacity by partnering with colleges and fellowship programs, hiring paid internships, AmeriCorps workers, additional outside contractors, or additional council staff to help create work products relevant to the council. This can help with the stress and burnout of advisory body members, council staff, which can lead to errors as identified in the council's report. The GMT recommends the council facilitate hybrid meetings for all advisory bodies and council meetings moving forward. And again, the GMT appreciates the council looking into the overall process and where efficiencies can be gained. Team members are willing to participate in the process moving forward. Attachment 1 of this report contains a summary of GMT discussions that we had, which may be useful in this process into the future. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions on the GMT report? Looking around the room, I see none, so thank you very much. And we will move on to the GAP report. Merritt McCray is here. And just a note, after the GAP report, we'll move to the STT report. Merritt, good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer, Council. I'm Merritt McCray. I'm the Southern California Charter Rep on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item C3A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Council Meeting and Process Efficiency. The Groundfish Advisory Panel, GAP, reviewed the documents under this agenda item and offers the following comments and recommendations. At its best, the Council is a good example of how deliberative stakeholder processes should work, churning through complex issues and reaching informed decisions based on science, guided by stakeholders and the public. That said, efforts to improve efficiency and streamline the Council process are always welcome. The GAP supports the strategic planning exercise outlined in the white paper. Emerging from COVID, and with many major new issues on or soon to be on the Council's workload, it's an opportune time to review and revise strategic planning at the Council. The GAP discussed the trade-offs between in-person and virtual meetings, as well as hybrid options. Excuse me. Virtual meetings may allow for greater participation and greater diversity of stakeholder input because people who would not otherwise attend can provide input. At the same time, a virtual option may diminish attendance over time, especially the focused and active participation required of advisory body members. In-person meetings allow for relationship building and critical opportunities to work through issues outside of the meeting itself. Ultimately, we decided that the ability to provide virtual testimony to the Council is a valuable addition, but that in-person meetings are critical to the continued smooth functioning of the GAP. While the GAP feels strongly about regular in-person meetings, virtual prep meetings, as the GAP and other advisory bodies conducted in advance of the September meeting, offer process efficiencies at low cost. Finally, recognizing that each council is different and that processes have emerged from the unique fisheries, stakeholders, and geographic context of each, it may still be valuable for this process to explore what lessons might be gleaned from other councils in terms of advisory body and council meeting timing, report reading versus summarization, topic-specific meetings, and other topics. And that concludes our GAP report. Thank you very much, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions? Frank Lockhart.
Thanks, Merritt. And second to the last paragraph, you mentioned, virtual option may diminish attendance over time. Is this something that the GAP has already seen, or is this just a fear for the future?
Vice Chair Hassemer, Frank, I'd like to mention that we have seen not only a lack of a diminishment of actual attendance in those virtual meetings, or with the virtual option, people opt out of coming in person last meeting. But our people tend to be distracted. A lot of things on their plate, right? So we have people running their boats while attending the GAP meeting. And I feel that although it allows them to get more done, at the same time, it also diminishes their attention to whatever subjects are at hand.
Thank you. Further questions for Merritt on the GAP report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you, Merritt.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the STT report. That will be followed by the SAS report. For the STT report, we have Grace Easterbrook. Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Grace Easterbrook. I'm the STT alternate for California while Candace Morgenstern is out on maternity leave. This is agenda item C3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, Salmon Technical Team Report on Council Meeting and Process Efficiencies. The Salmon Technical Team reviewed the Council Efficiencies and Effectiveness White Paper at our September 7th meeting and support efforts to improve efficiencies where possible. We appreciate Council staff's efforts in developing this report and offer the following comments for Council consideration. To the extent possible, the STT strongly encourages full in-person participation of salmon advisory bodies during the March and April Council meetings. This format leads to more effective communication both within the STT and among representatives of the SAS. It is also conducive to increased efficiency in the development of our work assignments. The value of meeting in person for these meetings cannot be overstated, especially when it comes to maintaining existing relationships and forging new ones. For routine salmon-related agenda items that occur throughout the remainder of the year, the STT sees value in exploring options for partial or fully remote participation. Having participated in the hybrid advisory body meetings during the March and April 2022 council meetings, the STT agrees with the pros and cons to this approach as outlined in the white paper. While offering a hybrid option does increase accessibility both to advisory body members who otherwise would not be able to attend in person and to members of the public, it can create an imbalance between in-person and virtual participants, where virtual participants contribute and take away less. We recognize that some participants are not ready to attend in person with ongoing health concerns over COVID-19, so allowances should be made for concerned parties to attend virtually. Finding a way to balance these pros and cons will be important if offering hybrid advisory body meetings continues to be a council priority. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Grace. Questions on the STT report? Mark Gorelnick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, and thank you, Grace, for the report. I'd like to ask you, there was a marked change in public participation when we were required really to go to virtual meetings. How do you see managing stakeholder participation, which was often informal during in-person meetings? How do you see us accomplishing that in a virtual or hybrid format for future AB meetings?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Grelnick. For virtual, I mean, hopefully there would be some allowances for people to call in. I don't know. I am not able to answer this question further.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the STT report? Not seeing any hands, so thank you, Grace. We'll move on to the SAS report that will be followed by the EWG report. For the SAS, we have Megan Waters. Megan?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I will summarize the SAS report this morning in the interest of time. For agenda item C3A, the SAS is interested in improving efficiency, but not at the effect of responsiveness. Specifically, the SAS is echoing the report that the STT just provided, and we strongly are committed to in-person meetings for March and April, and also where other salmon agenda items are presented at the council. So it could be changes to the salmon fishery management plan, changes to catch area, bycatch monitoring, reduction actions, or anything that would require a lengthy discussion or interaction with other advisory bodies. We think that it is imperative that the SAS meets in person. We are in favor of virtual meetings for other short discussion topics like we had this previous month. We find that the virtual meetings for one day are effective in bringing the SAS together and increasing participation. However, we have not found that hybrid meetings are really effective for the SAS. The presence of an in-person alternate is preferable to a mixed hybrid option. The hybrid meetings in March and April were challenging technically and procedurally in terms of ensuring effective participation between those members that were in person and those that were participating remotely. Remote participants didn't have the full context of discussions and weren't able to easily ask questions. So for those reasons, the SAS is strongly in favor of in-person meetings, particularly for March and April. In the interest of time, I'll conclude the summation of the SAS report there and take any questions from the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. Questions on the SAS report? Yes, Chair Gorelnik.
Thanks, Megan. And I should probably have asked you this question rather than Grace, but I think your report largely addresses it. Just to summarize, your feeling is that the March and April meetings in particular should be fully in person? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Megan. I'm looking at your paragraph 2, I guess it is. Last sentence, you mentioned that council staff are challenged when 2 advisory bodies to which a single staff member is assigned meet at the same time remotely. And then you say most often occurs in March and April when both SAS and the STT are meeting concurrently. Can you explain what challenges specifically you've witnessed council staff experiencing? Is it technological? Is it just coordinating the meeting itself, or maybe you can elaborate on the challenges?
Yeah, thank you. I think part of it is technological, just in the necessity either to be in both meetings on 2 different devices or to be jumping back and forth between 2 different virtual meeting rooms, as opposed to in person. Usually we'd have adjacent meeting rooms and it would be a little bit more easily to physically jump back and forth or combine discussions if needed. With the virtual meetings, it's been, if you needed to get a hold of somebody, it was a little bit more, I think some of the challenges were just challenges that we all have with these virtual meetings of, am I unmuted? Am I in the right room? Am I in the right room in the right time zone? And so having those maybe managing multiple devices, one for each meeting room, and to some extent, council staff became tech support for some of the advisory body or technical body members. So I think those are the things that we're trying to address with that sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Further questions for the SAS? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the Ecosystem Work Group report. That will be followed by the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. So for the EWG, Tommy Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, Dr. Tommy Moore, I will be reading Agenda Item C3A, Supplemental EWG Report 1. The EWG thanks Dr. Kit Dahl for presenting the staff white paper on council efficiencies and effectiveness to the EWG on August 29th, 2022. The EWG was impressed with the thought that went into the paper and agrees with the general tone and suggestions of the paper. Our experience with EWG meetings has been that remote meetings have been beneficial for increasing public attendance and engagement from the council's advisory bodies and for supporting work-life balance for EWG members. But in-person meetings can allow for faster and more effective team building for EWG members. If the council continues discussing ecosystem agenda items at its March and September meetings, we recommend an EWG schedule of advanced briefing sessions on ecosystem agenda items for all advisory body members and the public prior to the March and September council meetings, one in-person EWG meeting per year prior to or in conjunction with the March council meeting, one multi-day remote meeting prior to or in conjunction with the September council meeting, opportunities for half-day remote meetings between major council meetings for the EWG to organize its work and share progress with the public as needed. The EWG supports the suggestion found in the report's takeaways on page 6, particularly the need for more thorough strategic planning exercise around efficiencies and effectiveness of council decision-making. We also support the suggestion that a strategic planning exercise carefully consider whether 5 in-person council meetings are needed per year, whether we need to stick to roughly the same traditional meeting times into the future. We defer to the suggestions of fishery-specific advisory bodies and the best timing for this exercise, since it will need to be carefully scheduled to accommodate fishing season and fishery-related annual and biennial decision-making. As mentioned above, the EWG is most familiar with the timing of the March and September council meetings, and we note that the September meeting timing creates a variety of scheduling conflicts with Labor Day, the start of the school year, and major religious holidays. We also recommend that a strategic planning exercise consider whether there could be changes to the council process that would improve the flexibility and nimbleness of council and NIMP's decision-making in support of adaptation to climate change. The EWG discussed examples from other fishery management councils of more efficient decision-making associated with harvest setting and exempted fishing permit development. The EWG reminds the council that they recently completed a scenario planning exercise around adapting fish stocks and fisheries to climate change and refer the council to the results of the workshop associated with the Climate and Communities Initiative, which included many suggestions for improving council decision-making flexibility and nimbleness. Many of these recommendations were summarized in the EWG's April 2022 report to the council on unfinished tasks from the CCI, agenda item H3A, supplemental EWG report 1, which we plan to update for the future workload planning agenda item at this meeting. The EWG discussed a variety of ideas that could be considered during a strategic planning exercise on making council and advisory body in-person meeting time more efficient and effective. Support the suggestion at the bottom of page 5 that that agenda planning be conducted in online sessions following each council meeting. The future workload and agenda planning discussions usually happen after council members and participants are already tired and before agencies and the public have had a chance to think out future calendars for their agenda items of interest. In-person meetings could be more efficient if the council were to hold advanced online briefing sessions for those items that must be considered by multiple advisory bodies or for highly detailed briefings. Setting advanced briefing book submission deadlines at the beginning of each calendar year would improve advisory body planning and coordination. Consider time limits for staff and advisory body presentations. Council could receive comments on non-agenda items during advanced online sessions. As much as possible, more detailed briefing documents should be submitted to the advanced briefing book. It is the EWG's experience that in-person briefing presentations are valuable in supplementing briefing documents, but they cannot fully replace the benefits of providing information to decision makers and the public in advance. Council staff should analyze the use of the quick response letter process during the pandemic and non-pandemic periods. Has it been used more or less frequently in recent years? What are the risks and benefits of relying on that process? And council should ask itself if more decisions could be frameworked for automatic implementation. For example, could the council develop more if-then triggers for common decision types so that agency actions could be based on those triggers? Finally, the EWG recognizes that balancing council meeting efficiency and effectiveness against meeting openness, public access, and transparency is challenging. We discussed the balance needed between deep engagement between participants versus the ability to include participants who might not be able to engage in in-person meetings. And we weighed the hectic in-person council meetings filled with multiple meeting conflicts against the online meetings that seem to last for weeks at a time. Ultimately, the council will need to consider whether the council needs to use in-person floor time to review the range of informational items submitted to council, Whether the council is taking decisions that it does not need to make, for example, decisions that may be outside of the MSA requirements. Whether the council is making decisions at the appropriate level of frequency and detail. For example, in-season management decisions that could be instead guided by longer timescale advanced policy directives from the council to implementing agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the ecosystem work group report for Dr. Moore? Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Tommy, for the report. Just a quick question on workload. What we could not do as a council is always an ongoing question. Did the team have any specific ideas about topics that the council could not take on? That's relative to the very end of your report. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Karen. We had some discussion, but we didn't get into specifics. I think it was a review of decisions and work being done to see if there's things that could be parsed out. So it was more of a general concept than anything in specific that we had in mind.
Okay, thank you. Further questions on the report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you, Tommy. We will move on to the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. That will be followed up by the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. So for the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, I've got Gway Korshner online. Gway?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, for the record, my name is Gway Kirchner, and I am reading Agenda Item C3A, Supplemental EAS Report 1. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel reviewed the council meeting and process efficiencies white paper as prepared by Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. The EAS felt the white paper did a good job of capturing the value of in-person meetings, in particular the merit of nonverbal communication, informal conversations at the margins of the meetings, and the value of building relationships that create solidarity in the council process. Some on the EAS noted that a large portion of the problem solving at the advisory body meetings takes place in the social hour and that this is a key part of the process. For all these reasons, meetings in which more complex discussions will take place are more effectively done in person because participants who aren't in the room cannot functionally represent their interests. The EAS recommends that advisory bodies meet in person at least occasionally, and that any advisory body meetings in which highly controversial subjects will be discussed be an in-person meeting. As noted in the white paper, broad deployment of hybrid or only virtual meetings raises technical complications. Ensuring adequate sound quality with multiple people in one room at the same time and others joining remotely requires investment in technology, entailing substantial financial and human resources. And even then, the technology may not always be reliable. Overall, the EAS agrees that in a hybrid meeting, people who are not present in the room cannot fully participate in the meeting. For this reason, the EAS has concerns that holding hybrid or only virtual meetings creates equity issues. In hybrid or online meetings, the quality of the microphone used can impact the perceived value of the testimony. Also noted was that having only online meetings can shift the demographics of participants, as those less tech savvy may be unable or unwilling to participate. In many university settings, hybrid classes are discouraged for the reasons mentioned above. Even so, special circumstances may warrant the limited use of hybrid meetings, for example, to hear remote presentations or to include specific individuals who are unable to travel. Sometimes a participant may only be able to attend virtually, and this may be less iniquitous than no participation at all in that particular circumstance. The EAS discussed measures to boost inclusivity, including live streaming in-person advisory meetings and providing public listening stations for live streamed meetings. This could allow people in rural areas who may have limited internet connectivity at home to follow advisory body and council deliberations. Similarly, if the council decides to rethink the frequency, duration, and format of its meetings, it should consider holding some sessions in rural areas. The EAS has the sense that the amount of public comment has changed when the council shifted to online meetings. Although it initially increased, it seemed to have steadily declined in 2021. Now that the council is back to in-person meetings with remote public comment option, will public comment be stifled or facilitated? With respect to information flow, under the current process, the public advisory bodies and council staff struggle with deadlines for submission of materials and putting all that material online. The EAS wonders whether a different schedule for submitting reports and analyses would be more efficient for receiving and distributing information. The existing process results in a lot of reports being completed just in time for dissemination, but often not in time for council members or other advisors or the public to adequately review and absorb the information. In general, the EAS applauds the council's efforts to identify areas that could be improved to increase efficiencies and recommends the council continue to explore how the process and meeting schedule might change in the future to be more nimble, effective, and efficient.
Thank you, Gway. Any questions on the EAS report? And I don't see any hands in this room, Gway, so thank you very much for that report. We will move on to the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report, followed by the HMS Advisory Subpanel. So for the management team, Amber Rhodes. Welcome, Amber.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm reading the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. I'm the National Marine Fisheries Service rep to the team. The team reviewed the council meeting and process efficiencies staff report and discussed the concepts identified for further examination and consideration by the council. In this report, we highlight a few aspects of the staff report related to the team's concerns and experiences and recommend additional considerations and processes that were not specifically mentioned in the staff report, along with some ideas for strategic planning. The team is grappling with several concerns outlined in the staff report, particularly burnout, member turnover, workload increase. We appreciate the staff's work to acknowledge and find potential solutions to these issues. The team recommends prioritizing concepts in the staff report as near-term endeavors, ideas to be informed with experimentation, and topics focused on council format and information flow that would benefit from a longer-term strategic planning approach. The team considered items in the near-term category as accessible in the short term. They add flexibility for increased collaboration and optimization of the meeting process. While some components may need modification, the team sees value in working to implement these concepts soon. These concepts are 2.1.1.2, remote participation of some participants upon approval of the executive director and/or chair based upon clear criteria. 2.1.3, remote presenter to in-person advisory body meetings, and 2.1.4, remote public listening comment to in-person advisory body meetings. The next category is informed through experimentation. Implementation of these concepts may take additional resources to be applicable to full council meetings. Determining protocols for these formats could benefit from further testing on a subset of advisory bodies or with different types of equipment. We included concepts 2.1.1.1, remote participation open to anyone at any time, and 2.1.2, hybrid meeting where some advisory bodies are virtual while others are in person, but meeting during the council meeting week. In the longer term strategic category, we place concepts that would require substantial consideration and brainstorming to implement effectively. Those include 2.2, is the council interested in staggering the council and advisory bodies to a greater degree? 2.3, could topic-specific council meetings help with council effectiveness? And 2.4, how could council timelines and deadlines be constructed as to better ensure adequate and timely flow of information to help council deliberation and policy? The team also recommends consideration of some additional elements that were not explicitly mentioned in the staff report. The staff report discusses changes in the way workload planning is achieved within the council process. The team sees value in also considering prioritization of workload under individual FMPs, where council and advisory body subject matter experts can evaluate alternative workload plans. Topic-focused council meetings may be a vehicle for such an approach. Advisory body members should be included in a strategic planning process as they can provide unique and influential perspectives shaped by different experiences or preferences and from varied meeting formats. This could prove beneficial to council evaluation of diverse approaches. Lastly, strategic planning could also benefit from outreach to other councils that have experience with some of the different formats the Pacific Council may be interested in evaluating. Making this sort of information available to advisory bodies may help spur interest in experimentation with different approaches. And that concludes the team report.
Thank you, Amber. Questions on the management team report? Frank Lockhart.
Thanks, Amber. Just a clarification question on sort of towards the bottom of page 1, item 2.1.2. Does this mean that the advisory bodies, whether or not they were virtual or in person, they would all meet during the council week? Or just the in-person and the virtual?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Mr. Lockhart. This concept was pulled right from the staff report, okay. And our understanding of it was as you described.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions on the management team report? Not seeing any hands, so thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the highly migratory species advisory subpanel. That will be followed by the Habitat Committee report. So for the HMSAS report, we've got Mike Conroy. Welcome, Mike.
Yeah, it's good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be summarizing the report that we submitted under this agenda item. The AS received an update from Dr. Kitdahl regarding the staff white paper on council efficiencies and effectiveness. This resulted in a spirited conversation about a number of topics raised in the white paper and topics outside of the white paper. We do offer one editorial suggestion, where on page 5, the discussion surrounds how and why the scope of council considerations has vastly increased. We suggest replacing the word exploiting with the word utilizing. The overarching sentiment within the HMSAS was that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We firmly believe an in-person component to the advisory bodies meetings is imperative, especially in conjunction with a council meeting. As technology improves, however, there may be increased opportunities for meaningful virtual participation for those unable to physically attend the meeting. I will note that we held a virtual meeting before this meeting on August 31st to get brief introductions on some of the topics we were going to address while in Boise. One limiting factor to that meeting was the inability to review all of the documents that are now currently in front of us. If the council wishes to consider topic-specific meetings, we provide some rationale as to why we believe we need HMS presence on at least 3 of the meetings. Is that kind of, it goes in line with the international RFMO meeting processes. We support a strategic plan exercise, but we believe that such an exercise would benefit from AB participation. We provide 2 examples on ways that we think that our effectiveness can be improved, enabling you to make your decisions. Perhaps the sit sums could be presented in a way that asks questions of the ABs rather than listing what the action is. There is a perception, right or wrong, that by the time an item is on the council floor, decisions have already been made, or at least there is a feeling of where a decision is headed. We understand that discussions between council members are necessary to streamline the council process, but should those conversations benefit from AB expertise, that expertise should be sought. Perhaps fishery-specific pre-meetings could be held where the ABs, et cetera, could hear the council's tentative position, and our comments could address those questions raised. Perhaps another option would be that the ABs are invited to comment on proposed motions after they are made. We note that the New England Fishery Management Council provides for public comment opportunities, possibly after motions have been made. So we threw a link in there for that. We discussed a number of other things, but figured as this moves forward, we will have more time to engage at that time. And that concludes my summary. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? Scanning the room, I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Mike. We will move on to the Habitat Committee report that will be followed by Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team. For the Habitat Committee, we have Corey Green. Corey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm reading agenda item C3.A, Supplemental Habitat Committee report on council meeting and process efficiencies. The Habitat Committee reviewed the Council Efficiencies and Effectiveness White Paper. In general, the Habitat Committee believes that evaluating council processes to improve efficiencies and effectiveness is warranted given the implementation of alternative measures during the COVID-19 pandemic. With regards to meeting operations, the HC recognizes the value of in-person meetings for addressing difficult topics, member participation, and improved communication. We do, however, believe other options could be explored, such as hybrid meetings and a mix of in-person and virtual meetings. Benefits to virtual or hybrid meetings include increased participation from those otherwise not likely to attend. Some participants may attend certain advisory body meetings spread throughout the council meeting period, but might not be able to travel and stay for the entire meeting. Travel is limited for some people due to work or family obligations, and others are still unable to travel or attend group meetings due to health considerations. Over the past 2 years, the council has conducted virtual meetings. It would be worth evaluating data on attendance and participation over the past 2 years versus data from prior to the pandemic period to see if there were changes in the number and diversity of people participating. Virtual or hybrid meetings include challenges that would need to be resolved. Virtual meetings require all participants to have a certain degree of technical hardware available to them that may limit public participation. Hybrid meetings require specialized technical infrastructure to be effective, and the council would need to make sure that technical hardware and support is provided for all advisory committees. Finally, the benefits of personal interactions from in-person meetings should not be understated. Some combination of in-person, remote, and hybrid meetings may be a viable option. Regardless of the meeting format, availability of committee members to participate or contribute to council processes and how this affects quality of work and council decision-making should be considered in this analysis. The concept of reducing the requirement of reading reports completely into the record could free up time on the council floor and is not always necessary. However, report presentations would still need to contain enough information to provide the appropriate rationale for recommendations to allow meaningful deliberation by the council. Although the AHC believes this exercise could improve council effectiveness, it may also increase the time pressure at council meetings and workload for meeting participants. The AHC recommends that the council consider hiring an independent consultant to lead the effort that could gather much of the information while the council is not in session. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? And Corey, I'm not seeing any hands around the table, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report that will be followed by the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. For the management team, Trung Nguyen, we have you up for the report. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Trung Nguyen. I will be reading the supplemental CPS MT report on agenda item C3. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the council meeting and process efficiency staff report and discussed the ideas that apply to the format and timeline of council advisory bodies and reports they create. The CPSMT greatly appreciated the opportunity to return to in-person meetings in June and for our upcoming work meeting in late September. Not all were able to attend the June meeting, unfortunately. So a hybrid capability is something that the team sees beneficial and recommends this be explored for all in-person advisory body meetings. Virtual meetings will remain a preferred method in instances where in-person meetings are not necessary. Thus, planning will be necessary to determine which meeting format is best for any given meeting for the CPSMT. The exploration of changing the timing of advisory body meetings may have positive benefits by enabling the submission of reports in a more timely manner. However, the team discussion also noted that this may not always work due to the nature of some agenda items and may be more appropriate on a case-by-case basis. The idea of convening a separate council session following each meeting just for future council meeting agenda and workload planning may lead to more substantive planning discussions. The team is also curious how that would affect advisory body deliberation and the timing of report submissions if it were enacted. Additional considerations for 2.3.1 include the identification of how different advisory bodies would be able to share information while avoiding mission creep, especially across the wide variety of topics under the council's purview. Overall, the team thinks a strategic planning exercise such as that proposed in 1.1 has value for the future of council work, and recommends it be undertaken.
All right. Thank you, Trung. Any questions on the management team report? And I don't see any hands here, so thank you very much, Trung. We will move on to the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. That will be followed by the Enforcement Consultants Report. For the CPSAS, I have Mark Fina online. Oh, I believe Jesse will be giving that report.
Good morning, council members. You'll have to apologize. Mark's having some technical issues this morning, so I'll read the CPSAS report into the record. The CPSAS convened on September 1st to discuss the staff white paper on council process effectiveness and efficiencies. The CPSAS appreciates staff efforts in developing this white paper and believes the list of issues and their consideration in the paper are an appropriate foundation for considering process changes to address effectiveness and efficiencies in the council process. The subpanel supports the use of a mix of in-person and remote meetings, provided care is given to balancing the use of different formats. Use of in-person meetings is very beneficial for issues that require in-depth discussion and consideration. Remote meetings provide greater opportunity to comment on more issues that are relevant, but less central to CPS management by allowing the subpanel to comment on issues at meetings that it does not attend in person, or to allow the subpanel to provide reports on less CPS-centric topics. This in turn will give greater opportunity to use in-person time more effectively on more demanding issues. Scheduling these meetings prior to the council's in-person meeting week may also provide more time for the council members and stakeholders to read reports. The subpanel also recommends that the council give specific consideration to topical meetings, item 2.3. The use of topical meetings may allow the council to effectively address time-sensitive issues, as well as give more focused consideration to a few issues in a topic area with less pressure to move on to the broader range of topics that are typical to council agendas.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. And finally, on the advisory body reports, the enforcement consultants, and we have Lieutenant Leah Lingo giving that report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am Leela Lingo, and I'll be reading Agenda Item C3A, Supplemental EC Report 1. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the material associated with agenda item C3, council meeting and process efficiencies, and have the following comments. If the current format of 5 council meetings a year is continued, the EC's preference would be to meet in person in conjunction with the council meetings. This allows the EC to fully participate in the council process, as well as having discussions with other council participants regarding the topics being considered. The EC is not able to effectively execute its duty to provide advice to the council concerning the feasibility of proposed management measures from an enforcement standpoint when meeting virtually. Meeting in person also facilitates better coordination amongst EC members regarding enforcement of various West Coast fisheries. A possible solution discussed by the EC to reduce associated costs of in-person meetings would be to have the majority of the EC present for the first half of the council meetings to facilitate discussion and council responses and allow EC members other than the chair and the vice chair to depart prior to the end of the meeting. The EC chair and vice chair would remain to provide statements and be available for questions and discussion. The EC would also like to note that the EC members from NOAA, OLE, and the Coast Guard provide funding for their attendance at council meetings through their own respective budgets. Overall, the EC sees a benefit to a hybrid model that would allow both in-person and virtual participation by EC members, especially during the initial EC meeting prior to the start of each council meeting. The EC has observed benefits to the virtual meetings. The virtual meetings allow for other representatives from the enforcement organizations, including EC designees, to participate in the council and become familiar with the process, as well as provide expertise in enforcement aspects of a particular fishery the regular EC representative might not be as familiar with. The EC is supportive of improving council processes and efficiencies where possible, while taking into consideration associated cost and effectiveness. The EC looks forward to participating in the discussions as the council makes future considerations. And that concludes my statement. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions on the enforcement consultant's report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you. That concludes the advisory body report. And will take us to public comment, and we'll take one moment to get our screen up here. There it is. We have 7 signups. So we will start with Glenn Spain. Glenn will be followed by Michelle Conrad. Glenn, are you out there?
I hope I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great. Good morning, Chairman, council members, and staff. I'm speaking today on the topic of future meeting formats in response to the staff's effectiveness white paper. But I want to note that I'm speaking today not on behalf of PCFFA nor on behalf of any advisory committee, but rather as an individual participant in the council process. The white paper discusses and well discusses whether or not future council and its advisory committee meetings should be in person. This discussion, however, ignores another much needed bottom line objective that council meetings should be held in formats that protect the health and safety of their participants and of public health generally during a still ongoing pandemic. And I want to be clear about this. The COVID-19 pandemic is far from over. All the medical experts from the Center for Disease Control down to local health departments tell us that this virus is one of the most highly infectious and easily transmitted viruses ever discovered, and that no vaccine can be 100% effective. And all medical transmission models predict another spike this winter as people come indoors, yet masking and social distancing mandates have all but been abandoned, not by medical experts, but by politicians. To give you some science-based facts and numbers, this meeting is being held physically in Boise, Idaho. According to the Center for Disease Control website, as of yesterday, Boise, Idaho had a 15% positivity rate on all tests reported to public health authorities. This means in a random crowd of 100 people at any given public meeting in Boise today, on average, there would be 15 active COVID virus spreaders, most of them unaware that they are infectious. And public health officials also believe that these positivity test numbers are undercounting actual infections because of the widespread use of so many home tests that are not reported. Idaho, by the way, is one of the least vaccinated populations in the U.S. According to the CDC, only 40.5% of all Boise County, Idaho residents have been vaccinated with at least one full dose. And Boise, Idaho is now listed as medium risk for viral transmissions right now, just barely down from the high risk classification it had previously for many weeks. The fact is that more than 1 million people have died, Americans have died from COVID, and with about 500 still dying every day. That is at a low point. As that increases in the future, as we go into the winter, it'll be even scarier. But for me, the problem of the chances of having long COVID, including permanent health problems from COVID, are now about 1 in 5, or in my age group and risk group, 1 in 4. Millions of people in America are suffering from long COVID right now, and they're just now hitting the public health system, many suffering permanent damage. And the new variants of COVID out there can reinfect you even if vaccinated multiple times, doing more damage each time. I take this public health issue very personally. Not only am I in a high-risk category myself, but in our extended family, my wife and I have lost 3 close relatives to COVID death, and 6 others are suffering long COVID with probably permanent neurological damage. I'm also a caregiver for close family members who, for other medical reasons, are immune system compromised. Any COVID infection I might bring in from attending an in-person meeting would be a death sentence for them. I am personally under doctor's orders not to attend in-person meetings for that very reason. Please do not mandate in-person meetings and risk the spread of COVID throughout the West Coast fishing industry. Instead, provide hybrid meeting options, just like every other government decision-making body does today. Even federal court cases are now tried by Zoom. We have 2 years of experience with hybrid and online meetings. Let's use those meeting tools to protect ourselves and protect public health from COVID transmission. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any questions for Glenn on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Glenn, for sharing those thoughts. I'm very sorry for your losses. That sounds like this has been especially tough for you and your family. As provided in the briefing book, there is some information about COVID-19 and what the council is trying to do, including having rapid tests here on site. And, to your point, and the expertise out there, it's certainly not 100% effective in preventing all transmission, but it is, where we're at, and we really appreciate your input. And it certainly is an ongoing conversation for this council. And I think you highlight another reason why we're having this conversation today, which is to think about how we do remote and hybrid meetings so that we can be supportive of people in a wide range of circumstances. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much, Glenn. We'll move on to Michelle Conrad. Michelle will be followed by David Kashida. Welcome, Michelle, a very familiar face to many of us here at the council.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer and council members. I am Michelle Conrad, and I'm testifying today on council meeting and process efficiencies on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. We sincerely appreciate the efforts of Executive Director Burden and council staff to identify and organize process issues and the thoughtful approaches described in the white paper on efficiencies and effectiveness. We agree that form and structure are integral to achieving a highly efficient and effective process, and that they greatly influence the quality and content of the council's deliberation and decision-making. We recommend that the council move forward with efforts to further identify and prioritize problems as generally outlined in the white paper and continue to develop and implement solutions. We recognize that addressing complex process and governance issues takes time and careful execution. To ensure it is inclusive with comprehensive engagement from advisors and the public is critical to the success of this effort. And therefore, we support a pace that facilitates meaningful engagement as described by the proposed timeline in the paper. We provide some thoughts and recommendations in our letter for context and consideration as the council moves forward. I won't go into a lot of detail here, but we'll just highlight our recommendations, which seem to dovetail well with the advisory body reports you just received. Number one, maximize transparency in and public access to council and advisory body deliberation and public inclusion in decision-making. Number two, facilitate greater understanding of analyses, trade-offs, and recommendations by ensuring management team and advisory body reports are timely. Number three, consider how the council process fits into the broader fishery management system and strive to achieve efficiency and effectiveness overall. Four, provide clear definition and guidance relative to expectations for a strategic planning exercise. Five, consider how the process and meeting schedule may need to be more fluid to adapt to changing climate and ocean conditions. Six, provide clarity on the scope and priority of marine planning issues. And seven, look to other councils for ideas and best practices and consider requesting governance assistance from NOAA or the Department of Commerce. Again, we appreciate the hard work that went into developing the white paper and appreciate the council's consideration of how to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions for Michelle on her testimony? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much again. Good to see you here.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Next, we will move to David Kushida. David will be followed by Jeff Chester. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members and staff. I had a lot of really good stuff to say, but the advisory bodies basically covered everything, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. And I do want to thank all the advisory bodies for the work and support all the reports. I'd also like to thank the council for all their work on the white paper for this agenda item. I only want to add the opportunity to view and listen to the council meetings via the webinar and have a chance to publicly comment virtually is a great tool for those of us who can't attend. So that's it. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you. Questions for David? And I don't see any, so thanks very much. Jeff Chester will be followed by Lori Steele. So Jeff, you are online now.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana. Just wanted to thank the council for all of its work on the Efficiencies white paper. This is definitely going to, I think, improve the council process as well as I think adapt as the ongoing COVID pandemic evolves. We had just a couple brief comments, just echoing some of the advisory bodies. In particular, wanted to just emphasize the importance of the hybrid option to allow public participation. We would also request that in addition to hybrid option for council meetings is available, at least so the public can listen in to and provide public comment at all the advisory bodies meetings, including those that are held in person. Although, of course, we do recognize the importance of in-person, and that's certainly preferable when possible. The hybrid option is critical for ensuring participation and equity among stakeholders. We also wanted to on efficiencies document, and also ask for the ability to have more clear deadlines for submission of both public comments and advisory body documents. I think, as noted in the EAS report, there were a couple cases where both public comments and advisory body documents were not available to the public or to the council until right before the action was taken on the floor. So just encourage the council to consider ways to ensure that that all the advisory body documents are widely available and the public comment is posted promptly, and make sure that the deadlines are there to accommodate that. So thank you very much for all your work again, and we will look forward to seeing you in person again soon. Take care.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? And I don't see any hands here, so again, thank you, Jeff. We will move on to Lori Steele. Lori will be followed by Teresa Labriola. Lori, are you connected with us?
I am connected. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some input on this issue. For the record, I'm Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. But as many of you are already aware, in my previous life, I spent 18 years as an analyst and a management team chairman for the New England Fishery Management Council staff. And as part of the council staff in New England, I participated in a multi-year strategic planning process for the New England and Mid-Atlantic Councils and the NIMS Greater Atlantic region. That process was fondly known as the Tiger Team process. I was a member of the Tiger Team, and I was part of the group responsible for presenting Tiger Team recommendations to the council and NIMS and helping to facilitate the implementation of these recommendations among the various staffs. So this is an issue in some ways that is very near and dear to my heart. I really appreciate the staff white paper on this issue and the thoughts offered by the executive director and the staff in the white paper. I see the issues of maximizing public participation and the need for the council process to be more efficient as two separate issues. Public participation and providing a virtual or hybrid option is not what's leading to inefficiencies in our council process. Public participation is a cornerstone of our fisheries management process, and it needs to be maintained and maximized. Towards that end, I generally support the gap statement regarding virtual testimony. I definitely appreciate the addition of the ability to provide virtual testimony to a council meeting. I do think we may have jumped the gun too quickly with moving to in-person advisory body meetings at this time, given that we're clearly still struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic. After 2.5 years of learning how to operate in a virtual world, it's unfortunate and somewhat ironic that several of us got shut out of the AB meetings this time around because of COVID-19. At the very least, continuing a live stream of the advisory body meetings would be a helpful addition to enhancing public participation and stakeholder engagement. Regarding the more complex and important issue of council process and its efficiencies, I testified about this issue sometime over the last couple of years, and I continue to believe that it is past time for this council, its staff, the West Coast region, the science centers, and the states to engage in a strategic planning process to improve council decision-making and support our federal fisheries management process. With my testimony today, I am submitting, and probably at this point resubmitting, the summary documents from the Tiger Team process we went through in the Greater Atlantic region. While I acknowledge and appreciate that things are different in every region across our country, and that the council culture is different in every region, and we are certainly living in a new and different world following the pandemic, there are, in fact, a lot of common themes and similarities across regions, and there's a lot to be learned from the process in other regions. I'm going to read just a couple sentences from the Tiger Team report, and I think a lot of this will sound familiar to you and resonate with you. The New England Fisheries Tiger Team was chartered to provide a venue for cross-organizational staff members to develop best practices and recommendations that can be implemented to improve the efficiency, collaboration, and effectiveness of the FMP process. The process for developing and amending fishery management plans is complex and multifaceted. Each of the organizations represented on the Tiger team has several layers of responsibility for developing and implementing new fishery management plans, amendments, or other management actions. The Tiger team's scope is focused specifically on improving the process of developing FMP actions. The team's objectives are to identify major challenges in the process, highlight best practices, and make recommendations for process improvement. The desired outcomes from the Tiger team included a more efficient process to ensure documents are completed and implemented on time, lower frustrations among staff and increase staff morale and retention, a stronger sense of collaboration across the organizations and within NIMS, and a commitment and accountability from key players across the board. The takeaways from the Tiger team included realistic timelines need to be established and communicated, and buy-in must be made upfront by all parties. To realize our desired objectives, it is critical that we commit to the agreed upon process and follow through on our agreements. If we can formalize milestones, diversions from the process should be the exception, not the norm. And a key to our success is to focus on collective objectives and to overcome territoriality. We are all in this together. So here in the West Coast region, I strongly believe that the council process and everyone involved could benefit from a playbook that lays out the process, timelines, roles, responsibilities, and expectations. We need to go back to the basics in terms of strategic planning. We need to lay out the process in a way everyone agrees on. That way we can identify the pinch points, gray areas, and places where things get held up. With respect to the development of management actions, I think we'll find that here in this region, we may be doing a lot of overanalyzing beyond what is actually required by laws like the Magnuson Act, NEPA, and ESA. I think this is one of the most significant factors contributing to council inefficiencies. This is something that we could consider if we go back to ground zero and evaluate the way we navigate the process and the complex myriad of laws under which we operate. It's important to remind ourselves that the council is a decision-making body responsible for managing our fisheries. The council itself is not charged with managing staff resources and workload issues. I've been attending council meetings regularly in one or another region since 1996, and I feel strongly there should be little or no time spent discussing or working to prioritize staff workload issues on the council floor. Discussing staff workload issues and debating work associated with management actions is something we never did in 18 years that I worked for the New England Council. We spent our council floor time developing the actions and making the decisions necessary to support the management of our fisheries. The distribution and prioritization of staff workload and resources should be determined outside the council process, in between council meetings, by an executive committee or a council leadership team. I think the council would benefit greatly from a leadership team or an executive committee with membership, including the council chairman, vice chairman, executive director, deputy director, NIMS regional administrator, and perhaps 2 or 3 at-large council members elected by their peers. I continue to maintain that active participation in the council process by the NIMS regional administrator is critical. And it's something that I feel has been lacking in this region, at least in the 7 years I've been involved with this process. The council's executive director and council staff need support from a consistent leadership team to think strategically and address some issues that may not be appropriate or necessary for the entire council to spend time on. Frankly, the buck stops at the regional administrator when it comes to the West Coast region's participation in and support of the council process, and I feel strongly that the regional administrator should be personally involved in this process. There are a number of additional details that I could talk about, and I heard a lot of great ideas suggested in some of the advisory body reports. But I will just end now and summarize my comments by encouraging all of the council members to please take a look at the Tiger Team report and the recommendations. I think there are a lot of things that will really resonate with you. And again, I appreciate the council staff efforts to get this discussion going. And I'd like to express my personal interest in having a follow-up conversation with the council's executive director about this issue. So I do encourage the council, its staff, the West Coast region, the science centers, and the West Coast states to commit to participating in a strategic planning process and dedicating staff and resources to working with an independent facilitator to develop a playbook for council decision-making that clearly identifies roles, responsibilities, timelines, and expectations for each party participating in this process. This approach is not going to fix everything, and it's not going to happen quickly, but it's a good way to start to enact changes in the culture of this region. I think we could all benefit from from a common rule book. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions for Lori on her comments? Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Lori, for those comments. I look forward to reading the Tiger Team report. And just briefly here, you mentioned at the beginning, but I either missed it or would like more clarification of who was actually on the Tiger Team and what was sort of the scope of that exercise. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks for the question. This was something that that the council essentially charged the region to develop and work on. The members of the Tiger Team included a couple of staff members from the regional office, from the Science Center, and from the council staff. And we worked with an independent facilitator. The Tiger Team process, it took over 2 years of meetings where we literally would come into the meetings and just hash things out from ground zero. We started by just laying out the council process, the management process, what happens from the time that a management action is initiated all the way to the time that the regulations for that management action are implemented. And once we all sort of laid out the process and agreed this is the process, we were able to then identify what I call pinch points in the process, or places where things got hung up or things got slowed down. And through the course of meeting over a series of a couple of years, we identified best practices and recommendations to improve the process, which we then each took back with us to our respective staffs and essentially had to sell the recommendations to the staff. So that would have been the regional office staff, the science center staffs, and the council staff, to basically get agreement from all of the staffs and participants that we're going to change the process, and we're going to all support that change. So it was not an easy process. I will tell you that. It was painful at times. But it was, I think, incredibly beneficial for those of us who were involved with it. And ultimately, it did create changes to the operating agreement that's signed by the council and the regional office and the science center. And it created a rule book or a list, a book of best practices that we all agreed on and could move forward with, so that, as I mentioned in my testimony, so that when something happens that is not consistent with what's laid out in the rule book, it becomes the exception and not the norm. So I think it created a lot of accountability and a clear set of common expectations in terms of how the process is going to work. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Further questions? Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Lori, you mentioned you had submitted that report. Is that available to us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moore. I did submit it just this morning when I signed up for oral testimony. So it should be now available. And I am happy to email it to Chris and Sandra if necessary so they can distribute it to all of you.
Okay, thank you. And I saw Kelly Ames giving us the thumbs up that we have that report.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Not seeing any hands, so thanks very much, Lori. Move to Teresa Labriola, and Teresa will be followed by Jamie Diamond. Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Teresa Labriola. I represent Wild Oceans for some of you who are new to the table and I haven't seen in many years. We're a small nonprofit founded by recreational fishermen nearly 50 years ago who have an enduring concern about the conservation of marine fish. Thank you so much for preparing this document on council meeting and process efficiencies. I've been participating in fishery management meetings for not as long as Lori, but in the Atlantic and the Pacific and Hawaii for over a decade. And there are so many ways that council carries out their prescribed duties. And I really commend you for engaging in this discussion and trying to improve participation and effectiveness. Listening to the advisory bodies, I hear a lot of ideas and support and really appreciate their willingness to think about this proactively and about facilitating not only team member participation and advisory body participation, but public participation in the process. And when you go to the council website, the splash page says a transparent public process. And that's the part that I want to focus on from a member of the public. I represent a small nonprofit. I'm not on an advisory body, so I come here to represent my constituency and to try to participate in the council meeting, the advisory body meetings, the management team meetings. I often track 3 issues at a time, sometimes 4: highly migratory species, coastal pelagic species, ecosystems, and then administrative items. And just if you try to do that in a day, you're often in 4 to 5 meetings at a time while the council is on the floor. And when you're thinking about this, just as a member of the public, it's nearly impossible to participate effectively in the council process when all of the meetings happen at the same time. So to improve that part of the public participation process, I'm very interested in the council discussing hosting some meetings remotely as well as prior to council meetings. I think there's some real advantages to hosting meetings prior, including allowing people to participate in multiple meetings. Providing reports in advance of meetings when appropriate has the great benefit of allowing the council and members of the public time to digest reports that people put a lot of effort and time into. And I know there have been many times over the course of the years where you've probably heard me bellyache about reports that come out right before an agenda item's on the floor, and it's oftentimes a difficult one, like hard caps on drift gill net fleet, and the report comes out and I'm reading it and I'm trying to figure out the recommendations of a management team and make some coherent public comments. So I think there is an opportunity, especially when they're I think the report said when there's difficult discussions, we could hold them in person simultaneous with the council meeting. But I think those are almost the ones that are more important to hold ahead of time, when you could have those discussions and then come back with a report that is thoughtful and give people time to actually digest that report. I really appreciated the highly migratory species management team for their short-term recommendations of including remote public listening and comment at advisory body meetings. Again, as a member of the public, my travel here is not subsidized, and remote opportunities increase the abilities of members of the public like myself to participate. It's not just me. I often work to try to bring recreational fishermen to the process, and it's very difficult to get people to come to in-person meetings, and they often do, and they'll come out in droves when it's something very important and when it's a critical decision. But allowing for remote participation and public comment is a way to engage people as the process continues, and also to educate members of the public and hopefully inspire new participants in the future. I listened to, and just in closing, I listened to Glenn's comments this morning, and one thing I felt, maybe a little personal story, is I'm not sure when it's important now to come to an in-person meeting. And just for the council, when you do this, to give some way to reassure people, if you're coming remotely, your participation is still considered, and we're listening to you. So some way to engage with people and reaffirm them that you're listened to, even if you are remote, and it's okay to attend remotely, I think is something very important. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions for Teresa? Frank Lockhart.
Just on your very last point, does that mean that right now there's people that think that remote participation, their input is downgraded?
I'm not sure what other people think, but I know that I felt pressure that Boise's close. I can come and give my public comment in person. I had that feeling that it's probably going to be given a little more thought, a little more attention than if I do that remotely.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? And I see no hands, so thank you very much, Teresa. And we have Jamie Diamond. Welcome and good morning, Jamie.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Gorelnik, Vice Chair Hassemer, Council, and staff. I am Jamie Diamond, owner of Stardust Sport Fishing in Santa Barbara, California. I also sit on the board of directors for the Sport Fishing Association of California. To be honest, I feel you could have had an entire council meeting just on this. I think we all feel that. I appreciate the intent of the director's white paper. I believe in the last 5 years especially, it has become apparent the process is broken, and many here, including many of you sitting up there, have acknowledged this. We need a pause button, and I might say we also need a reset button. The idea of deconstructing the process and rebuilding isn't that crazy when things have gotten this far off track. When this process was created, fisheries looked, behaved, and were managed very differently. I could use the example of being forced to write an email today using T9 text, where you had to hit the 7 3 times to get to the R. That's how this feels sometimes. Council efficiency, effectiveness, and success is constrained by the process. And while you have tried to work within those constraints, there's no flexibility available to you. We're seeing this more and more frequently from all sectors. As for now, a few things would be incredibly helpful as a stakeholder in this process. For example, meetings, workshops, work groups, et cetera, that aren't during this normal council meeting week are very difficult to access or even know about unless you know someone who tips you off. This is an issue the council could easily remedy and would satisfy some of the EEJ priorities, having all AB non-council meetings placed on the homepage with the access links. For example, if SSC meetings that meet before, just being able to know when those are happening. The council has everybody's email address that is signed up for public comment. You have a database of people who are interested and want to participate, and emailing those types of things out with an opt-out option if people don't want to get those. But that's an easy way to get information out there for those types of meetings. Information quality, AKA the dreaded phrase, best available science. When this phrase is said, it is almost always followed by knowing looks that the ball was dropped and someone will be suffering for it. I believe many here recognize you, the council and staff, are not getting the quality of information needed to get a true picture of fisheries health, growth, or concerns, not due to malicious intent, but by fiscal, time, and personnel constraints. Let's fix this. I believe the collaborative tuna sampling SAC has done for the last 8 years, the copper sampling we just started, are examples of industry's willingness to work together so making those decisions can be done with truly best available information. Information flow. You need more staff and you need more money. Easier said than done. Staffing shortages are affecting every business and organization across the country. However, the stakes are just too high here. Assessment loads are being limited by available humans, and therefore we're forced to limit the type and quantity of stock assessments, which in turn has and will continue to force different fisheries into management crisis that could have otherwise been avoided. At this meeting, I've heard folks eager to provide input, but almost as many who are skeptical that real change is possible. I applaud the willingness to take an introspective look at the council process and hope this is just the start of a long, thoughtful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? And I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much. That concludes our public comment. Before we proceed with council discussion, we're going to take a short break. Remember, the theme of the moment is efficiency, so 10 minutes, be back here. One minute warning, 1 minute, counting down. All right, I think we're ready to convene here. Everybody's present. Before we start with our council discussion and council action, I just want to take a moment to extend some thanks to Executive Director Burden and his staff, all the management teams, the advisory bodies, and all the members of the public that put so much thought and consideration into this topic. It's a very much different topic than specs or assessments or management measures or EFH, but the discussion is critical to being effective in all those other processes. So again, thank you to all of those for putting thought into this and bringing recommendations forward to us. With that, I'm going to turn first to Executive Director Burden and ask if he just wants to summarize what he is looking for in this discussion and give you a little time to think about your comments and things. So Merrick, please.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman Hassemer, and thank you, council members. I've heard a lot of good feedback from advisory bodies and from public comment, as the Vice Chairman has indicated. And as he has also indicated, this is a atypical agenda item, so it's, I think, helpful to reflect a bit on what it is we're looking to do here. So as outlined in the situation summary and in our staff paper, we have a process that we've proposed, and this would be step one of what I'm envisioning would be at least 3 meetings where we would take this up. Potentially more, depending on what it is we want to get into. And what we'd be looking for here from you all is identifying, maybe up to a half dozen topics that you would like staff to dig into in more detail. And we would plan to come back to you with more information regarding those topics, probably at the April meeting, looking at our calendar, and the June meeting, looking at our calendar. There are a couple of ways to think about the topics in front of us. And one of the things that I think is important is that there is one topic that is essentially high-level strategic considerations. As staff, I think we would be uncomfortable pursuing thoughts on those. And so what we would be looking for there is to establish, perhaps something like a special meeting. I think the term is committee of the whole, non-decision-making meeting of the council to discuss strategy, or some subset of the council to discuss strategy and strategic approaches to our work and our objectives here. If it comes to more sort of tactical and operational questions, I would say that those would be appropriate for the council staff to take a step back from our vantage point and putting these meetings together, and to flesh out in more detail and further consideration those considerations, whatever they may be and whatever it is you're interested in pursuing. So I hope that helps to provide some guidance in what it is we're looking for. So one is we're looking for some topics that you would like to pursue further. We have a proposed process that would go at least 3 meetings, this one being the first. And if you are interested in a more strategic, comprehensive view of what it is we're doing, that would be a slightly different process. I guess what I would propose is that we as staff take a step back and identify, a plan for that sort of thing and bring it back to you at another meeting so that we can decide how to proceed there. Hopefully that helps, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm happy to take questions about what it is we're looking for.
All right. Thank you, Merrick. Any questions for Merrick, or look for a hand to start the discussion on this topic? Karen Braby.
This is a question for the executive director on the concept that we have been hearing relative to hiring an outside consultant to do some strategic planning, either on substance or process. And I'm not clear on whether there are funding sources available for that in the council budget or outside of the council budget that you can think of that we might be able to put towards that.
Go ahead, Merrick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you for the question, Ms. Braby. We are in the middle of starting to envision our 2023 budget. And so I would encourage us all to think of that question in that context. And as we pin down our 2023 budget, whether we would have funding and whether we want to dedicate funding to this sort of thing. And what I would suggest we think about then is, if I understood your question correctly, it would be a facilitator and someone of that nature that would help us come together and have a strategic discussion in an effective manner. That's the kind of, when I've done this sort of thing before, that's the kind of role that I envision. Those types of people, if they're good, they're not very cheap. So I would say there potentially are funds available, but it would be important for us to make that part of our 2023 budget discussion.
Thank you. Further discussion, comments? Oh, Virgil Morris, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One of the items that I heard a couple of times, and I think I didn't see it in the situation summary or in the white paper, is the use of hybrid, which we heard an awful lot of, being able to do that. But we heard a couple of folks say that they would prefer that alternates be appointed so that we had real faces there versus having to try to do this stuff virtually or online. I didn't see any discussion in the white paper of that particular concept. So I would just suggest that, given it was mentioned a couple of times in some of the testimony and presents an interesting thought, it may be that certain of these groups require that and others don't. But I did hear that hybrid was preferred, that we have that available at least to our all of our boards and committees to deal with. And certainly that is well laid out here, noting some of the limitations that we may have from a staff standpoint and technical. Last note, I will just comment that in the 3 years I've been on the council, it's the first time I've ever heard every advisory board or technical committee speak at the same time on the same subject. And so the diversity of how those groups operate was represented well. There's a very strong continuum there, but there's also all of those different needs that each of those groups have that I think we need to account for as we move forward in this. And I was pleased to see the diversity in the thinking among those groups that was presented as we listened to all of their reports. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
So, not unusual, Executive Director. I really don't know what you said, but so if on what to comment, so if I jumped in the deep end of the pool, go ahead and throw me a cement block. You know, I appreciate all the public comment and the committees, subcommittees, and whatnot, and I really believe that, you know, this public process is a great public process, and this council is a great council for trying to include everybody they can. And in fact, some of us have put our money where our mouth is and used the MREP program to recruit new players into the game. But so let me start out with a couple things. I mean, all meetings of the council aren't equal because they have different importance. You have salmon process in the spring, and you have, and all hotels aren't equal. We go to hotels that have 25-foot ceilings from my SAS days, and like an 871 Jimmy air conditioning firing off, and we can't even hear ourselves when we're there in person, let alone with microphones and whatnot. And we are also competing against, I'm a port commissioner, so we're competing with, when people think about how easy this is, because I think about our staff. You know, and now we look like we're getting ready for a Mick Jagger concert, you know, with all the stuff we have to carry, or all the stuff, you know, they have to carry around. And but when you're competing against a city council room or a WDFW testifying room or a port room, they're already set up. They're already have been IT'd to death. The money is minimal to set those up versus, you know, what Chris and others and what you're trying to do in every, if you go virtual in every room, every subcommittee there is. And so I'm wondering with expense, because years ago, you know, this council decided that they were going to try to visit each one of the regions that they have that has something to do with the fish we manage. And I think that's a good deal. So, I mean, are we gonna go to the expense, or are we going to at some point in time think, well, one meeting location is what we have to do to, because I look at the salmon process, that's what I know most about. And I'm sorry to get in the weeds, but it's not uncommon that our salmon staffs are working till 2 a.m. And it's not uncommon in those 14 days that something flies out the side of the engine block, that where the salmon people of that state have to get together at 11 o'clock at night to try to be ready and prepared for being on the floor at 8 a.m. Now, are we going to have somebody follow a micro with a, you know, that kind of thing with a microphone? I mean, how far are we going to take this? Because that's not we're not, you know, it's not a secret process. It's just what the process is to get a product out in the time that requires, you know, NOAA's notice and all the requirements that we have to do. And so I just caution people to what nth degree we will take this, and how much. I mean, we can throw enough money at it, and you can solve anything with a lot of money. But do we have that money to make sure that the road we go down is the road that people are anticipating, that I've heard testify? Because like I said, coming from the port public process and whatnot, you know, is it's a little easier and a lot different, because we're not going on the road. We're in one location all the time. And so I just wanted to, you know, throw this out here for people to think about here in this room, and people that are listening online, is, you know, we try our very best to make it open and transparent. I've been in a lot of processes that, you know, and I, you know, I have always said that this one is the most open and fairness. And as far, and I did, you know, I did take a little exception to one of the testimony. I don't care where you're from. I don't care where you're testifying from. I listen to every single testimony, is whether you're here or in Jamaica. It doesn't matter to me. It's all important. It's all important for this process. So for somebody to say just because they're not here, we don't listen, I think that's disingenuous to all the people that have sit here and spent all the years in doing what we're doing to, you know, to make sure that our West Coast has a fishery, but also meets the conservation needs. So we have a fishery for now and in the future. So anyway, you know, I will almost quit there, but, you know, are we going to have 13 Chris's or Craigs in each subcommittee room for when we have a breakdown, an ID breakdown, you know? And I know, God forbid, we had that similar action thing in our port, and we lost our internet connection. So therefore, the way ours set up, you lose your internet connection, you lose everything. But we made the spirit of the public meetings, because we had public there at our meetings personally. But virtual part got knocked out, and next thing we know, we have 3 public requests, and those aren't cheap when they come in and want 65 years of documentation. And in Washington, it's free, and you got to do it, even if they don't show up and collect what they requested. So I'm sorry if I got in the weeds, Director, and broke the spirit of what you, Executive Director, of what you wanted. But I think it's important that we think about those things, because we're not playing on a same level field as a city hall, a meeting room in Washington, D.C., or because we're moving. We're on a road show. And like I said, we already got one room that kind of looks like we're waiting for Mick Jagger to come on stage. And what does that do to our staff? Because, we put an extra burden on them just to do this stuff also. So anyway, thank you. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Butch. Merrick would like to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Smith. Just in response, I think you raised some, without saying it, you raised some really important points, which is why we're suggesting that first identify what it is you would be interested in exploring more, and then we can get into that more deeply. And as an example, we did hear a lot of testimony and statements about the hybrid meeting format. It's not just a technology question, right? And so we have the way that we run our meetings, and we have the council meeting, and it's very structured, and people talk into a mic. And so that's one set of technology is used to do that. And then you go to our advisory bodies, and it's a very different, more free-flowing discussion. Having people pushing mics, it's just not going to work, right? So that's why we've been exploring different types of technologies. And thinking through all of that, as well as the human resource component and the financial component, the technology component, it gets complicated very quickly. So this is why we're saying, let's dig into something more if you're interested in it. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Heather had her hand up. I just want to make sure. I thought there was a hand here, Frank, and then Karen. So Heather, first, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and thank you, Merrick, for what you said. That's part of what I wanted to talk about too, and specifically related to your guidance to offer some ideas or around a half a dozen topics to dive into. But I heard what I think we all heard was a real interest in a discussion, a focused look at the trade-offs around virtual and in-person meetings. And I jotted down some notes that are exactly what you're saying. This I think, this one topic could take a lot of time. I mean, it's in terms of participation by the different management teams, they had very different ideas of how that might look. The EC provided some good input on how an idea they had for how it might work for EC, and maybe that's a model that could be used for other management teams. So finding a balance there, and that's broad because of the different ways the management teams work, and the SAS and the STT clearly said, provided guidance, they need to be in person during March and April when those big salmon meetings are here. But it's also the need for technical tools and staff to make it work well. And so I think that's probably one of the key topics, depending on where the council wants to go, is maybe just one to focus in on, because I also did notice the HMS MT offered an idea where the council could look at this in phases almost. So near-term ideas, more of the ideas that would be informed by experimentation, and then other topics later down the road. And maybe that's where a more strategic planning type process could go. I thought there were also Lori Steele's public comment. I I heard a resource there and some experience that, and her offer to help, and at least maybe an initial conversation. I thought that was really valuable. I also heard from Jamie Diamond's public comment, maybe a low-hanging fruit idea, and this idea that it's very difficult to track the different meetings that are going on leading up to a council meeting. And I know there is a council calendar. So one thing I thought was maybe just making that more prominent, adding things like the advanced briefing book deadline on there. That was another recommendation from one of the advisory bodies. And so I thought those might be real easy places to start. But really just going back to my initial point is that the meeting format, in person, hybrid, finding a way to make that work, I think is a effort. It could be a very big effort, but worth our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Frank Lockhart, and then Karen Braby had her hand up. So Frank, please go ahead.
I think Karen actually had her hand up before me, so I don't know if it matters, but I'll go. Okay, I'll go ahead. Thank you.
You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This issue, the pandemic, has spurred discussions in a wide variety of organizations, including NOAA, and in particular in the West Coast region. We've had a lot of discussions with not just within the management entities, but also Science Center, OLE, and General Counsel. And we strongly support the council looking into these issues going forward and trying to explore options on how we might improve our methods and processes. It is fortuitous, perhaps with great planning by the executive director, that the EEJ item occurred at the same meeting. And I'm more conscious of that some of the important things that came out of that discussion play in on this. We still have to allow for appropriate communities to be represented in the process. So this is important beyond just efficiency. Like I said, we're supportive of kind of moving forward with some sort of strategic planning process. There's a lot of good thoughts that came out in this meeting, so we're open on kind of what exactly that means. But we also think that having a hybrid format for the plenary session continues to be important. So people should be able to continue to participate virtually. And we heard some compelling reasons why under public comment today. So, and I think beyond that, I think there's a lot of things that have been mentioned here. And so exploring all of these various ideas and concerns, I think, are going to continue, or we need further discussion. That's why we need to look into the strategic planning process. In particular, there's been a lot of good discussion by the advisory bodies and others participating via the public process of looking at improvements to the advisory body process itself, and that there seems to be some room for looking at that in more specifically. Both Butch's idea about concerns, if you have a 25-foot ceiling with a loud air conditioner, that means you have to plan for that a little bit more, and it's more resources. At the same time, having the advisory body process is important, and people want to participate in that. And so I think that warrants some serious discussion. And then finally, Lori's testimony highlighted this, but even before that, the white paper talked about looking at other councils and what they're doing. We think that's going to be important as well. So have some other thoughts potentially, but I think I'll stop there kind of at that broad level overview. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A couple of just encouraging, underscoring thoughts. COVID happened. We're responding to COVID, but what it's done is really revealed or emphasized issues that we had prior to COVID, and it's kind of forcing us to reckon with those uncomfortable, problems in the council process. And with that, I want to say the council process is amazing. And I am so grateful to be part of such an incredible team of people who are doing so much work to make this happen. I mean, it is remarkable. And so it's only with improvement in mind, not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, that I think this paper was written and we're all here. But I just wanted to say that for all of us, that it really is tremendous what happens 5 times a year. I think that for me, COVID helped me appreciate relationships. It also helped me embrace remote technologies in a way that I wasn't eager to do. And I want to shout out to somebody sitting behind me, Lynn Mattis, for her tireless efforts to bring people into public process in the state of Oregon and meet people where they are and really find ways to make it possible for them to participate. And that, plus COVID and our ongoing health issues, really makes me want to just say we don't have a choice of excluding remote participation. That has passed, but we can really clearly set the expectation that we value in person and that there are times when we need that, and make accommodation where we have to. I want to be here in person. I love being here in person and interacting with everybody. But if I couldn't be here, I don't want to not be able to participate. And in fact, I participated in 2 meetings online prior to me arriving in Boise, and I was grateful for that opportunity. So I think we have to do it. White paper that Heather recommended on how we make that happen without putting the burden on staff. We have a great little device that's a microphone and a speaker. It's been working great in delegation. It's not expensive. It's not hard to run. Maybe our expectation of having the push button mics and that needs to be evaluated. And so I really support that white paper to explore how we can accommodate remote without this kind of bar. The other thing that I'm really excited about is thinking about an external look at our process and an external look at our kind of programmatic or substantive work issues, by FMP. What does this FMP need, whether it's swordfish management or other topics within FMPs that need some outside thought, that's difficult to do in this kind of formal setting. I think that the strategic look at our business process, I think that's what Lori Steele testified to. I haven't read the Tiger report. I'm not familiar with it. I'd like to read more about it and understand if that's kind of meeting what I'm envisioning it. But I think that exploration of business operations strategy is critical. So I'd really like that to be one of the white papers and look for outside help on that. And I'm going to stop because everybody has more to say, but funding capacity is an issue, but I think we just have to do it. We have to find a way to take that time and the breather to re-envision how we can be better. And we can't do it here.
Thank you, Karen. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think what I've heard, particularly from the advisory bodies here today, is that no one size fits all in terms of how we plan, and we need to let the circumstances be our guide. Pretty clearly, the salmon groups are insistent that they be in person, but then, as Karen mentioned, if they aren't able to be, it's nice for them to have a mechanism to be able to participate if they aren't able to physically come at the last minute. So I think those circumstances have actually worked quite well. Several of the salmon stakeholders have mentioned that when they've wound up in a hybrid situation that they didn't intend to, they felt it still worked and they were able to engage. So I feel like there are some positive examples out there. I want to reference the council calendar. I know Heather brought it up. I agree. I would love to see that more prominent. I used to watch that like a hawk. And one thing that I have noted over the years is the increase in the number of total meetings. Now that we've moved to a virtual platform in many cases, there have been some great advancements in this regard where we can all see some presentations in advance of council meetings. I know we've done that several times on very technical groundfish items where we all watch a presentation a day or so before we depart, or we listen to a habitat committee meeting or a marine planning committee meeting where there are presentations. That's incredibly effective. However, my concern is that we also can't meet every day of the year. We can't be working year round. We need to contain the volume in some effective way. And so while it's nice to have the flexibility of having both in-person and virtual meetings, I think we need to be cognizant about how big we expand the box and how many days we are adding to the calendar, because particularly for those of us from other agencies and industry, it starts to, I mean, there are limits to our capacity, I think is really what it amounts to. I want to also note a couple of, I think, positive developments that I've seen with regard to this flexibility that's so important, where we match the schedule and the process to the circumstances. I recall in at least a few instances lately where we have a number of signups. The council chair, in association with the executive director, made the executive decision to limit the amount of speaker time because of the number of signups, where we've reduced the speaking time from, I think, 10 minutes for a group to 6 and then 5 to 3. I appreciate that you're using discretion with that. I think none of us want to stifle our public comment or our input. But I just want to acknowledge, I think, the good work that you've done in determining when those cases are appropriate. Before I forget it, and before any of us forget it, I want to remark that the EC report brought up a really important point about their role. I have missed their presence. I know my staff have missed their presence. I know the industry has missed their presence, and being able to send state agency staff out to the room with industry to discuss a technicality, a regulatory provision, kind of just on the fly in the hallway, is a really critical need in order for us to get many of our recommendations right. So that's one I think item I really appreciated them raising in their report, that maybe that there's an easy solution to, I guess I'd say. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Look around the room for more hands. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good comments so far. I just would like to make just a general comment, I guess. You know, we're a busy body. We do a lot of work, and we run out of room a lot of times in our agendas. And I really agree with Karin's thoughts there that it's very tough to take the time out, even when we make an agenda item, to discuss this type of stuff when all of the other agenda items are surrounding it. There's a lot of business, a lot of negotiation, a lot of things like that that are taking place. And when you're talking about this particular topic, it almost needs its dedicated space to talk about it in a separate time where we can focus. And I agree with that. However, we also, the other part of this, I think, is that we've heard a lot of talk about the expanded use of virtual, and we've taken advantage of that in a big way. I think our bandwidth has increased to be able to do this, but we have a lot of meetings now that we didn't used to have, at least in my recollection. And it isn't just isolated to the council family. It's our regular lives and businesses and things that we participate in. And time to do all that, at least in my calendar, is shrinking every day. So we need to be cognizant that although we might have the ability to stretch these things out, we might not have the calendar room to accommodate them very well. I think the other thing that's lost here, and I think to me, it's probably one of the most important parts. We work together because we always call ourselves family. Well, we are. And that's because we meet in person. That's because we know each other. That's because we have dinner together and lunch together. And we don't just do business. We trust and know each other. And that's such an important component. And I don't think we should make it easy to not be in person. I don't think it should, as far as public comment, yes, that can help a bunch, but we still should encourage people to attend when they can. And we shouldn't make it easy to blow it off and be virtual, because I think one of the things that was said, and I can't recall exactly when, but it was the people that knew each other, the family that was here before COVID and had the benefit of making these relationships and knowing each other eased our ability to do the virtual, and we could get through that. The people that really suffered were the people that came onto the process who maybe didn't have that benefit. And I think it was a steep learning curve, and it wasn't an equal opportunity situation, so to speak. So while I appreciate the fact that we can do virtual, it shouldn't be our first choice. I mean, we should be making every effort to be in person. So that's my thought. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chairman. I have a million thoughts running around in my head. I want my comments to be constructive and help advance our thinking here. I guess I would start by saying that I think it's really healthy for us to periodically look in the mirror and examine our process and what we're doing and look for ways to improve it. So I think this is a really healthy thing for us to do as an organization. I also wanted to just thank the advisory bodies and technical teams and the public for their comments here this morning. I know they have, I think as Marcy said, no one size fits all, and I think that certainly borne out by the comments from the different ABs and some of the recommendations that they have. And so I think we need to be mindful about that there are different ways to make those advisory bodies efficient and effective. And so we need to be thinking about that as we move forward. I think the thing that maybe out of all the comments made today, maybe the one that caused me the greatest concerns were those from Jamie Dimond about how strong she was in expressing that she thinks our process is broken, and that I think her words were that far off track, and that's really concerning to hear from somebody who has been in as involved in our process as she has been. And I'm intending to talk with her more about that offline. Because in part because I have a different perspective, I think we have a really solid organization with a great track record. And that is not to say that there aren't things that we shouldn't and can improve upon. I think we need to be thoughtful, about how broad of a review of this process that we're going to undertake. And I think, as several have acknowledged that, this could get really big and take a lot of time, and whether or not there's any tangible results at the end of it is hard to say. I think there are I think we ought to be thinking about this in terms of some relatively short-term things that we can do and actions that we can take. And then there are some longer-term things that are associated with a deeper dive, if you will, everything from building a strategic plan to looking at our meetings and how they're timed and all of that and how our different FMPs work. I think Karen mentioned that. That's a much bigger process, and it's going to take a lot more time and resources. I'm not going to necessarily weigh in on whether I think that's a good idea or not. I have been part of several comprehensive process reviews of organizations that I've been a part of. Pacific Salmon Commission is one where we spent $50,000 doing a real and hiring consultants and looking at our process. And to be honest, at the end of the day, I don't think we changed a thing. I'm not saying that is what would result or will result from this review, because I think there are some things that we can do to improve our process. So I think I'm hoping that we can first look at those things that we have learned or gained some additional knowledge about as we've attempted to continue a solid council process during the time of the pandemic. And there are some things out of all the horrible things that were a part of the pandemic and the things that we had to do as an organization to keep this body moving forward. There were some important things that I think we learned that we can use in the future. Those tools, the general tool about virtual meetings, when you use them, how you use them, how we can increase public participation, how we can make our advisory bodies more effective and efficient, I think are the places that I would like to start on first and that I would kind of put into my short-term category. And then have a further dialogue and deliberation about where we want to go from there. How in terms of looking at our process, and are we going to engage in something that completely tears it down and builds it back, like a zero-based budget process? Those of you who've been involved in that know what I'm talking about, because that's, as I said, a much bigger project to take on. So again, I'm supportive of this solid taking a look in the mirror. I'm supportive of trying to learn from things that we've experienced here, particularly in the last couple of years. But I hope we parse it out into pieces that we can, that are called bite-sized pieces that we can take on so that we do have something tangible in terms of making improvements to our process when we're done. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Further comments? Krista Svensson, then Chair Gorelnik, then Corey Ridings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Or Vice Chair, excuse me. I'm really appreciative of hearing from all of our advisory bodies. And I think it's really positive that we do have convergence on the need to really take a hard look at this. And I am also equally impressed with the divergence on how we got there. I think we have learned a lot through COVID about technology. I can be a bit of a Luddite, and online meetings certainly were not something I really wanted to be involved with. But there is merit to them, and I certainly spend a lot of time in front of the computer, both here and away from here. I'm really appreciative of Marcy's comments in terms of really creep in terms of the number of meetings and the potential for that. I think it is really challenging when we're here for a week and have back-to-back meetings and can't make every presentation. But for a number of our stakeholders, if you're out on a boat, it's extremely difficult to even take a week off, much less multiple weeks to make meetings that seem to be stretching increasingly further into the future. So I think there's a time and a place for it. I certainly am appreciative of some of the heavier lift content where we really have needed outside meetings that everybody can attend, but just the awareness around that I think is important. I am very supportive of the recommendations from the HMS management team in terms of prioritizing short, mid-range, and long. I think there are a number of topics that came up throughout all of the reports and public comment for ideas that could fall into those categories. And I think depending on how we want to approach the process, it could be very beneficial to bring in somebody from outside, so long as we really are committed to implementing and making those changes. Because as Mr. Anderson mentioned, sometimes you go into a process and you do the work and you pay for a lot of work and then you don't actually do anything with it. And that would be a shame based upon how much interest is here. And then the one other piece I just wanted to touch on was the idea by the HMSAS, actually two ideas. One, in terms of really thinking about how we're scheduling meetings. We heard from Butch on salmon. HMS specifically called out the international component because so much of what they do is governed by that. I know Groundfish has specific meetings where they really need the attention. And as we work through it, sorting out how to manage those expectations, I think will be important. And lastly, just that idea of structuring possibly some questions in situational summaries to get people thinking before the meeting and to give them time before the meeting to go out and really engage with the stakeholders that they represent, I think would be helpful for a number of advisory bodies. So thank you.
Thank you, Krista. I've got Chair Gorelnik and then Corey Ridings in the queue. So Chair Gorelnik, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Like Phil, there's just a lot of different thoughts in my head, a lot of different directions. One thing that was raised in the white paper that we've not really discussed is the timeliness of materials for briefing books. Some advised bodies have mentioned that they could get some of their work done more efficiently if they had those reports more timely. But that I think is a longer term issue. But that is something that we should probably try to keep on our radar because even we as a council would be more efficient if we got all of our reports, sufficiently in advance, either of the meeting or of the agenda item, in order for us to consider. Clearly, on our agenda for this topic is going to be virtual versus hybrid versus in-person meetings. COVID has changed things, and it's opened our eyes to new possibilities in terms of conducting meetings. But I think what I've heard, at least from the advisory bodies, in general, is that they want to meet in person when there are substantive issues to discuss. And I don't think there's any dissension amongst the advisory bodies dealing with FMPs. Virgil raised the issue of alternates. illnesses are not new with COVID-19. We've had folks who have had to miss meetings before because of illness. And the solution up until COVID-19 has been you can have an alternate. And I think we need to keep that on the table. Now, there is a constraint in the COPs that alternates need to be requested sufficiently in advance. I think historically, the executive director has been pretty accommodating there. And I think that if we can continue to be accommodating, that is one way to deal with an acute issue, an acute health issue someone may have. It could be COVID-19, it could be anything. That doesn't necessarily deal with the issue of folks with long-term health concerns that want to participate in the process and are not able to attend in person. And I don't know how we satisfactorily address that, but like Butch, I've been involved in the salmon process for a long time. I don't think the issues that we have there are unique to that advisory body or to that process, where things are very dynamic during the meeting. You have a number of stakeholders who participate in the advisory body discussions, and those can't be scheduled in advance and put on an agenda because circumstances change during the course of the meeting. We get new guidance from NIMS at the meeting. And so that may necessitate additional discussions, or there are discussions between, at least in salmon, between state delegations. So I don't see an alternative to in-person for those sort of things. I think there are some meetings, for example, where an FMP isn't being revised, or we're not dealing with a season setting where there's sort of a peripheral issue. We want input from the advisory body. Yeah, those could easily be done virtually. But hybrid is a problem. And I think we've been using the term hybrid a bit imprecisely. I think the way council staff has been using the term hybrid means within a given body, some are in person and some are remote, as opposed to a management team being completely remote versus the council being completely in person. It's the hybrid circumstance within a body, within a meeting, that raises significant technical challenges. So I'm glad to see this process going forward. And I think that we've got more to discuss. And one other comment I'll make, and this sort of mirrors another thing Phil said, is if you have any experience with other councils, you will appreciate how well we operate here. And that is due in no small part, obviously, to the work of staff, but also to the fact that we have met in person, we meet in person with advisory bodies, and the fact that we know each other, both as council members and with the advisory bodies and management teams, I think adds to the constructiveness and provides an efficiency in our process.
Thank you, Chair Gurelnik. Corey Ridings, and then Joe Oatman. Corey, please.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just going to add a couple things here quickly in the spirit of efficiency. Our chair got to this a little briefly, but I definitely support thinking about having advisory bodies and management teams meeting in advance of the council meetings where they can. Having the reports in earlier, I think, is something that would be great to the extent that we can do that and make that happen. It gives the council, it gives the public a chance to digest, understand, discuss, and I think that results in better decision-making. Less time on the floor. If reports don't need to be read in verbatim. Understand that it's definitely a little bit of a chicken and egg situation for some of our management team and advisory bodies, kind of, waiting from this, waiting for that, volleying stuff around. But I think good analysis and thinking could help us get past some of that. Also, we heard from our public that this could also help with less overlap so that members, public, and staff can attend multiple meetings without having to run between them, and hopefully provide an overall better process there and less stress. To crib from the HMSMT structure for short term, we heard a little bit about the potential of maybe, I'm going to maybe misquote this, but like a listening station and remote public comment for AB and MTs that are being held exclusively in person. That way, if people can't make it for a health reason or just for the public to be able to at least listen in. Sounds like struggling a little bit with the IT in terms of having those run perfectly smoothly in terms of membership being remote and in person, but just being able to have a listening option and a section for remote public comment might be a short-term solution there. Wanted to echo Krista and the HMSAS restructured questions for the AB. That seemed like a really good idea that maybe I'll just to help with process in general. Finally, I wanted to echo Frank's thoughts that there are many tie-ins with the EEJ conversation that we're starting. And I really appreciate Karin and Bob's comments that the council needs to be together to create relationships. I agree, and as this pandemic has showed me, I'm kind of a social introvert, and I'm just so grateful to be here with everybody. But families can also be echo chambers, and I think it's critical for the long-term success of our fisheries. We need to make sure that we're creating opportunities for new and creative thinking and bringing in new and different and younger voices, and having remote participation, as well as thinking how we operate overall will help us get there. So thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to provide some perspective, I guess, on the white paper and what's being considered there. I do appreciate all the work that went into developing that and helping us have this, structured and real deliberative thought process on this one. I wanted to share some perspective on kind of the salmon process. So, as we noted already, it can be a pretty dynamic and fluid process, a lot of moving parts. So of the species we deal with, salmon's one where you can engage, all of the 26 tribes who are a part of that process. And again, you have tribes, engaging in varying levels and degrees through the March and April meetings. So as this relates to, the in-person, the virtual, hybrid, I think it's probably safe to say that, the tribes would certainly want to be able to meet in person. The hybrid or the virtual, has worked. But again, those have some challenges, associated with it in terms of, if you're in the room or if you're out of the room, on your laptop or whatnot, they've shared with me that they've experienced some, difficulties with audio and that type of thing. So those add in challenges to an already challenging situation under normal conditions. And so I certainly think that, this hybrid or virtual, again, it's kind of a tool in our toolbox, and I think we can certainly explore how to use that. But, insofar as this relates to salmon, I think it would be the preference of the tribe to be able to meet in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Looking for further hands. I don't want to cut off discussion here, but I'm just going to ask Executive Director Burden here. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him taking lots of notes, and I'm glad he probably brought a fresh notebook. So how are we doing here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm using my daughter's old school notebook and running out of pages, so I need to find a new one. This has been a wonderful discussion. I hear lots of interest in this topic. What's on my mind at the moment is how do we move forward from here? And don't want to get out in front of you, of course, but I do have some thoughts, and I was compelled by Phil's suggestion, which was, let's break this down. What's a simple set of things we can do early, and that'll help to inform a longer term discussion of what a more strategic set of considerations might be. So maybe in the interest of efficiency, I'll offer a suggestion. I guess I would propose that our next white paper that we bring back would explore two main questions. So one is this question, and really what we've been testing here this year, which is having some advisory bodies in person, some remote through council meetings, and exploring more deeply how do we make that decision? What are the trade-offs of having everyone in person, some people in person, some remote, and when would we allow that if we decide to pursue that? So that'd be one topic. The other one that I heard a lot of discussion about is just the I mean, hybrid is sort of a loosely defined term right now, but within that discussion, a lot of interest in making sure that we help facilitate public engagement. So listening sessions were an idea, continuing with the council meeting format we have now so people can listen in remotely. So exploring that more deeply and our capabilities for doing that would be a second topic. I guess that's what I would propose for our next cut at the apple here, but certainly open to other suggestions.
Okay, thank you, Merrick. Any response to that? Further comments, Frank Lockhart?
So just also inspired by a lot of the comments, and particularly from the management teams and advisory bodies. I really liked the way that the salmon folks, and I think also the ecosystem folks, presented us something that kind of looked at how they do their job on an annual basis or biannual basis, however it is, and had some ideas of how to focus their work thinking about this in person versus virtual. So, and then I also really like that the HMSMT and several people have pointed this out, this short and long term. So I guess where I'm going with this is that as part of development of this white paper, I guess I would be interested in kind of tasking the groups to think about their management process and see specifically how they might be able to look at in-person versus virtual or hybrid meetings. And I don't know if that fits into your vision, but I just wanted to kind of get that out there, getting them thinking kind of like the ecosystem work group and the salmon on some things are just, you have to be in person versus other things could be remote, and having us know which ones they think can be virtual. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'm supportive of what Mr. Burden suggested, and I appreciate what Mr. Lockhart just said, and I guess I don't know which comes first, but my guess is that the council staff is going to have a pretty good idea relative to the different FMPs and the advisory group of which ones of the meetings are really, have a lot of substance to them, and therefore would probably be recommending that they be in person. And there may be others, and using the salmon one, the November meeting as an example, where they generally, I think, meet for one day. It might be a candidate for them to do it virtually, but maybe let them take that first cut so that then the ABs and the public can react to that. It's just, it's maybe a finer point on just the steps to get there, but it's just reaction to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Karen Braby.
Thank you. And I also agree that the two white papers that you outlined, Merrick, sound great. I do want to come back to the strategic planning of business operations concept, and not having read the Tiger team report, I don't know what that says. I don't know what other councils do, and whether that report and looking at other councils is a white paper or whether that's an overarching theme for the other white papers that this council would develop. I'm not really clear, but I don't want to leave that out of kind of near-term consideration of how we could move forward on this. So that's important to me as an addition to your list.
Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Braby. I didn't intend in my comments to mean that we would drop the more strategic set of considerations. And so maybe to elaborate on my earlier suggestion, I think what we do is we acknowledge that there was a lot of interest around this table for that bigger picture view. It's just a matter of getting clarity on that before we pursue it so we can manage it effectively. That's what I have in mind. And so I have been learning more and more about different councils. I have experience with some different councils, and there's some information we can draw on there. I've been a part of many strategic planning processes in other organizations, and there's a variety of ways that we could bring ourselves together to work through these things. And I think it would benefit us to keep that in mind, but make some progress, and that would enable us to approach it with a clear set of eyes and know what we're really trying to get at. So I wouldn't envision a white paper coming back on that, you know, in the next meeting or two, maybe a little bit longer. So this might be the third meeting I had envisioned in June, for instance, where we would bring back a clear plan or suggestion for how we might proceed on those more strategic matters. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm open to something else, of course.
Thank you, Merrick. Further hands, but Merrick, Phil, did you have something?
Yeah, I had one other thing. It's a little bit, it's within the topic area we've talked about, and if my request is inappropriate, I'm sure you'll let me know. There was a lot of discussion both around this table, public testimony about the ability to track all of the various meetings that are under the council umbrella, and the difficulty in doing that, or where is there a place you can go to get that information? And my guess is that there is, and so I'm wondering, would it be reasonable to ask? I'm thinking about Chris as the right person to ask for those people who want to track what is happening within the council umbrella relative to meetings and when they are. What's the best way to go find that information? Because there were council members around that were asking that question. I have that question, and there were certainly members of the public that were interested in that. And I'm just requesting that we see if Chris could help with that question. Is that acceptable request?
Thank you. Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I did make note of that, and in the back of my head, I had in mind, let's just make our calendar more prominent. That seems like a natural thing for us to do. We do planning for a living as council staff, so we have all of this written down on calendars. And I think the question here is to make it more prominent on our website so it's easier to see what's coming, when do we want things due, and things of that nature. So Chris and I are sitting here giving each other the thumbs up, and I think we'll just proceed with that, if that's okay with you.
All right, thank you. Further hands or Merrick? I suspect at a future meeting, and we can talk in workload planning or wherever, but you mentioned possibly April and June. But you've got what you need now to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I believe you've sufficiently handled this agenda item. There's been a lot of good feedback. I think we have some direction on next steps, knowing that some of the steps beyond that will become clearer as we take the next one. But I think our next steps are clear, so thank you.
Thank you, Merrick. Then with that, I think we've taken what was probably a 6-hour discussion and condensed it to 3 hours. So I appreciate your efficiency on that. And that will close out this agenda item. And I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thanks very much, Pete. And in the interest of efficiency, I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger for the next agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Chair Relnick. We'll get folks in their seats here, and we'll get started here shortly. Okay, we're back here on H1 and acknowledge that John Ugritz is sitting in for the state of California. Welcome, John. And Corey Niles is taking the WDFW seat. So, and with that, I'll turn to you, Kit, to get us started.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Morning to council members. I'll just read from the situation summary for this agenda topic, Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives, Appendix, and New Initiative. At the March 2022 council meeting, the Ecosystem Work Group presented a revised draft of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives Appendix. There's a reference in the situation summary there for where you can find that online. This was a follow-on activity to the comprehensive review and revision of the FEP finalized in March and the completion of the previous initiative, Climate and Communities. The appendix lists proposals intended to focus council work on particular ecosystem-related issues. The council directed the Ecosystem Work Group to incorporate a proposed initiative described by the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, again, a reference to their March report containing that information, and expand and revise the initiative descriptions as appropriate, considering input from advisory bodies and the public. The attached EWG report contains a revised draft of the appendix, so that was in your advanced briefing materials and is labeled H1A, EWG Report 1. At this meeting, the council will decide whether to adopt the revised appendix along with any guidance on further revisions necessary for finalization. According to the FEP, in March each year, the council considers whether to embark on a new initiative. The council deferred this task pending the completion of revisions to the initiative appendix so it could fully consider the proposals therein. At this meeting, the council could thus identify initiative or initiatives to begin work on. Once an initiative is chosen, the council would request background materials from the appropriate entities. To do so, the council could task the EWG and the EAS in consultation with other advisory bodies and subject matter experts to scope development of the selected initiative or initiatives, reporting back to the council with a detailed plan of activities in March of next year. The council also has the option to change the composition of the EWG to align member expertise with the subject of the new initiative. The council action listed in the situation summary is adopt revised fishery ecosystem plan initiative appendix and consider work on a new initiative. And then just to run down the list of reports and so on that have been submitted under this item already mentioned and in your advanced briefing book was the EWG report 1. They have a supplemental report 2. Then other advisory bodies that have submitted supplemental reports are the EAS, the SSC, the GMT, the GAP, the CPSMT, the CPSAS, the Habitat Committee, the HMSMT, and the HMSAS. So that concludes my overview.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay, not seeing any. And with that, we'll go to the EWG report and Yvonne Durnier. Yvonne.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Yvonne Durnier, Chair of the Ecosystem Work Group, and I will be briefly working from Ecosystem Work Group Report 1 for agenda item H1A, and then also from Supplemental Ecosystem Work Group Report 2. In our first report, which we submitted for the advanced briefing book deadline, so from our last conversation, I'm sure you all have had a chance to review it carefully. You'll know that the first 2 pages, we explained all of the changes that we made, both major and minor, since the March council meeting to take into account the comments of other advisory bodies on various draft initiatives, and to work with the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel as they drafted Initiative 2.10, which you'll find in that full draft FEP appendix, which is pages 3 through 18 of this principal report. So in our supplemental report, which we drafted at our August meeting, we came together and talked about what initiatives would we be interested in seeing the council work on next. And we looked first for the initiatives that were most favored by the various advisory bodies in March of 2022. And there were multiple comments from different advisory bodies on the initiatives shown in the first bullet list on our supplemental ecosystem work group report 2. So those were by number 2.1, 2.2, 2.6, and 2.8. And when we discussed those, we took a close look at initiative 2.2 in particular and thought that the work under that required a good deal of scientific background before it got underway in the council policy process. And it was work that also we thought would mix well with the ongoing work under the Western Regional Action Plan to implement the National Climate Science Strategy. So we are suggesting both here and in our report under agenda item H2 that the council forward the framework from that initiative under their comments on the Western Regional Action Plan. So then with that initiative dealt with, we discussed 2.1, 2.6, and 2.8 at length. And I will say that those three initiatives were the initiatives that the EAS had suggested combining into initiative 2.10. And so our priorities for whichever initiative the council takes up next was that the initiative have clearly defined and doable goals and products that support future council action on ecosystem-based management and climate change adaptation for fish stocks, fisheries, and fishing communities. We wanted you to build on without repeating the work completed under the Climate and Communities Initiative, and also to respect the past preferences and future schedules of other council advisory bodies. And so for that, we chose Initiative 2.1. We recognize that there is a lot of interest from the EAS and others in sort of multiple initiatives and combining things. We really felt from the sort of big picture nature of the Climate and Communities Initiative that it would be good to have our next initiative be a little more discrete and concrete products coming out of that. And so that was why we wanted to not have a sort of everything initiative again, when we wanted to have something more, as I said, more concrete. And but we proposed a schedule to recognize the interest in works on 2.6 and 2.8. So our proposed schedule was over this winter. We would work with stock assessors and management and technical teams to draft lists of species or stock groups that could serve as pilots for bringing ecosystem and climate information into management decisions. And then in March of 2023, which is typically the next council's ecosystem meeting, we would ask you to recommend the first species or stock groups to be subject to targeted ecosystem and climate information in support of decision making. Then next September, we would, as is common with ecosystem initiatives, report back to you on progress to date, and then also provide some possible strategies for going forward with some of the ideas under initiative 2.6 and 2.8. So we would be sticking discreetly to 2.1, but we would come forward with some ideas for working on other initiatives going forward. And then again, in March 2024, we would hope that we would be able to, at that point, compare information that is available on specific species or stock groups to information in the ecosystem status report. You could, at that point, decide whether you want to have more species or stock groups receiving specific information on ecosystem and climate that helps with making decisions about those particular species, and then move forward from there. So we wanted to generally express our support for initiatives 2.6 and 2.8, but also, again, repeating this idea that we would like to see the council have a more concrete initiative to move forward with. We also added a section here on related workload considerations. In April of 2022, we reported to the council on unfinished tasks from the Climate and Communities Initiative. And we wanted to note that if you proceeded now with Initiative 2.2, that would cover 3 of those unfinished proceed now with Initiative 2.1 on ecosystem and climate information. You could cross off 3 of the tasks from the leftover tasks from the Climate and Communities Initiative. And so we have been and are concerned that the useful and interesting ideas for future action that came out of the Climate and Communities Initiative could get lost in the review and consideration of new initiatives. And as we reported in April, many of the follow-up tasks from the Climate Communities Initiative do not fit within an ecosystem initiative because, for example, the work more appropriately falls to the relevant FMP advisory bodies. In other words, not to the ecosystem work group. So in our supplemental report for agenda item C8 at this meeting, we update the list of unfinished Climate and Communities Initiative tasks, which then will give you an opportunity to decide whether to add any of that work to your future agendas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Questions for the EWG? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Yvonne, for the great report and that great summary. Regarding the unfinished tasks from the Climate and Communities Initiative, thank you for, it sounds like you put them in a document and we'll look at them later. But I'm curious if the EWG had any discussion about prioritizing those tasks or other ways other than an initiative that those tasks could move forward or should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. So yes, if I'm trying to remember all the different dates, but I think that at September of last year, so September of 2021, the council had asked us to sort of draw up the list and prioritize things for March of 2022. So in March of 2022, we have some reports with giant tables of projects, and I think we tried to prioritize them in terms of figuring out what could be done in an initiative and what could be done elsewhere. And so then we followed up in April of 2022 with our first list of unfinished tasks. So at any rate, I think that both the ecosystem work group and perhaps the Climate and Communities Core team may have some prioritized lists in March. I could look around while listening to see if I can find those.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Okay. Further questions for Yvonne? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you, Yvonne. Next will be. Next up is Michelle Conrad in the EAS report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. I'll be reading from Agenda Item H1A, Supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS reviewed the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative's Appendix and the new initiative, as well as Supplemental Ecosystem Work Group Report 2 and the submitted additional public comments. The EAS is grateful for the thoughtful modification to the document, inclusive of advisory body input and the revised list put forward. We are particularly appreciative of the addition of Candidate Initiative 2.10, constructed based on the EAS's previous guidance. The EAS supports the proposal put forth by the EWG to sequentially move forward with the components of 2.10. To that end, we recommend the council signal its intent to move forward with the concepts encompassed in 2.10 by beginning with Initiative 2.1, Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries and Fishery Management Plans, and after this initiative is successfully underway, task the EWG with more fully evaluating how to add in components of Initiatives 2.6 and 2.8. Doing so embraces the components of 2.10 and recognizes that a strong foundation for 2.6 and 2.8 could be provided through Initiative 2.1. In particular, the EAS recognizes, due to the EWG's attention to workload considerations, this approach emphasizes achievable goals within a forward planning approach and is likely to increase the near and far-term success of the objectives of Initiative 2.10. We would also like to offer the following thoughts on the proposed plan, and our apologies. There's 4 thoughts there that should be bullet points. They all came together in one paragraph. So first of all, we recognize that Initiative 2.10 is too large an undertaking to be completed within 2 years. And as described, we envision that significant progress would be made within 4 years, and we discussed whether to recommend the council simply adopt 2.1 at this time. However, we noted that while 2.1 in many ways could inform the development and execution of 2.6 and 2.8, the approach taken through the execution of 2.1 could be less informative if the explicit intent to move forward with the proposed components of 2.6 and 2.8 were not clearly indicated. For example, if the council only approved 2.1 rather than 2.10. The persistence of fishing communities is a key aspect of 2.1. As proposed by the EWG, the development of Initiative 2.1 is largely Science Center focused. The initiative development should be inclusive of input from all stakeholders and not lose sight of the importance of communities and equity concerns as it moves forward. Focusing on fish and fisheries may be an implicit feature of this plan, but explicitly identifying those communities that may be more dependent on fisheries, less resilient, or more vulnerable, and the impacts of FMP-specific climate issues on those communities and stakeholders should be a sustained consideration. The EAS also notes that there are significant opportunities to work with the fishing fleets to get on-scene information that could help inform or guide these forward-looking initiatives, and recommends consideration of how best to make use of this valuable source of data and insight. Additionally, we concur with the EWG that Draft Initiative 2.2 be identified as future work under the Western Regional Action Plan on Climate Science under Agenda Item H2 due to its strong scientific focus. Finally, we reiterate our recommendation from March 2022 that safety, nimbleness in the fisheries management process, and inclusion of co-managers and all stakeholders be included as cross-cutting and overarching components of whichever initiative the council selects. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle on the EAS report? I think you're good to go. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Dan Holland, the SSC report. Dan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will read agenda item H1A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Science and Statistical Committee Report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives, Appendix, and New Initiatives. The SSC received a presentation from Dr. Kit Dahl, PFMC staff, on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan initiatives and draft updates of the FEP appendix proposed by the Ecosystem Work Group. The SSC previously reviewed the FEP initiatives in March 2022. The updated appendix has been revised to address input provided by the Council and its advisory bodies. It also includes a new initiative, Climate Informed Fisheries Management, which was recommended by several advisory bodies. In general, the SSC is supportive of the updated FEP appendix. The SSC notes that the work proposed in Initiative 2.4 Cross FMP Essential Fish Habitat Initiative would likely need to be conducted in concert with state fisheries management agencies as EFH extends beyond the federal jurisdiction. The SSC's previous comments from March 2022 also remain relevant for the updated FEP appendix. For example, the work described in proposed initiative 2.2, Science, Policy, and Planning for Understanding the Effects of Oceanographic Conditions and Recruitment on council-managed finfish fisheries may be more appropriate once better oceanographic models and data sources become available. Proposed Initiative 2.8, Assess Flexibility in Fisheries Management Process Initiative, should consider ways flexibility may have both negative and positive effects on fishery stakeholders. The newly proposed Initiative 2.1 combines elements from Initiative 2.1, Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries, and Fishery Management Plans, Initiative 2.6, Supporting Fishery and Fishing Community Resilience Initiative, and Initiative 2.8, Assess Flexibility in Fishery Management Process Initiative. The SSC notes that the combined initiative would be a significant undertaking, taking several years to complete. Given the multi-phase nature of the work, it might make more sense to conduct the work sequentially, starting with elements from Initiative 2.1 rather than committing to the entirety of 2.10. That concludes the SSC report. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on the SSC report? Okay, thanks, Dan. Next up is Daniel Stutt and the GMT report.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. My name is Daniel Stutt from the Groundfish Management Team, and I will be reading our Agenda Item H1A Supplemental GMT Report 1. Over the summer, members of the Groundfish Management Team were able to review the Ecosystem Plan initiatives, have some discussions with members of the Ecosystem Work Group and Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, and review reports from both bodies from March 2022. The GMT appreciates the EWG's efforts and acknowledges the considerable effort taken to revise and integrate the previous Fishery Ecosystem Plan initiatives with new ideas and recommendations coming out of the Climate and Communities Initiatives process. Below are some considerations from the GMT as the Council moves forward with the initiatives. Overarching considerations for the final initiative, the GMT agrees with the EAS that safety, flexibility in the fisheries management process, and inclusion of co-managers and all stakeholders should be included as cross-cutting and overarching components of the final initiative chosen. Flexibility and nimbleness in fisheries management. Members of the GMT participated in the CCI workshops and process. An overarching theme that stood out is the need for fisheries management to be flexible and nimble in response to changing ocean and climate conditions, which is addressed in Initiative 2.8, Assess Flexibility in Fisheries Management Process. This initiative would identify ways in which council decision-making and National Marine Fisheries Service review and regulatory processes can be made more dynamic to respond to rapidly changing environmental conditions. This initiative is intended to respond to the CCI goal to develop and implement strategies for improving the flexibility and responsiveness of our management actions to near-term climate shift and long-term climate change. The current process requires at least 2 to 3 council meetings to take final action, followed by up to 6 months for regulations to be implemented by NMFS. That results in 18 months to 2 years for most fisheries management changes to be implemented. Given the potential timeframe for environmental changes, that council NMFS process timeline is not going to be timely enough to allow fisheries management changes to be implemented in time to react to those environmental changes. Therefore, the council may wish to consider how to move forward in a more timely and nimble manner. One idea on how the council could move forward to make fisheries management in general more flexible and nimble could be to utilize the statements similar to those that are contained within the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. Although done for reasons other than climate change, the CSP contains a number of if-then statements. This allows fisheries managers to make changes, particularly to the recreational fisheries, in a more timely manner, reacting to how the fishery is progressing in season. The CSP outlines what management actions can be taken should certain fishery characteristics be met or not met. Additionally, at this meeting, the council is scheduled to take up council and process efficiencies. Depending on the scope and direction of that action, it could hopefully aid in the timeliness of the overall council process in making changes to fisheries management. The GMT would also like to point out that while FEP Initiative 2.8 language specifies the need to address rapidly changing environmental conditions as a result of climate change impacts in the future, rapidly changing socioeconomic conditions are likely going to be an equally important resultant of climate change. As climate change contributes to drought, population shifts, resource shortages, natural disasters, and more, the global economy, and more particularly the seafood industry, could be greatly impacted. As we learned from the global COVID-19 pandemic, sudden economic impacts also require flexibility and nimbleness in management. Initiatives prioritization. The GMT agrees with the EAS recommendation to prioritize and combine initiatives 2.1 and 2.6 and renaming it as the Climate Informed Fisheries Management Initiative. The GMT agrees that those two initiatives are closely tied together and therefore should be combined into one. The GMT also concurs with the EAS in recognizing the value in multiple initiatives and that a few of these initiatives are so closely connected that it is difficult to effectively work on any one in isolation. And that concludes our GMT report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Daniel on the GMT report? Okay, you're free. Thank you. And next up will be yet another Dan Waldeck with the GAP report. Last but not least, Dan. So.
As the GMT was wrapping up, I did note that there are 3 Dans now, and that's a new phenomenon I not had to come to terms with. Good morning, Vice Chair Bredinger, council members. It's really great to see all you again. Dan Waldeck, I'll be reading supplemental GAP report, agenda item H1A, our comments on the FEP initiative appendix and new initiative. The GAP received a briefing on this agenda item from Dr. Kit Dahl, council staff, and reviewed briefing materials, including supplemental advisory body reports. The GAP recommends the council adopt the revised FEP appendix. Relative to the FEP initiatives, the GAP has consistently recommended that initiatives aimed at supporting resiliency in fisheries, such as 2.6, and finding ways to increase adaptability in management processes, such as 2.8, should be prioritized because they will likely provide the most immediate and direct benefits to council-managed fisheries. The GAP appreciates the new initiative 2.10, previously proposed by the EAS, that combines elements of initiatives 2.1, 2.6, and 2.8. In considering the prioritization of the FEP initiatives, the GAP highlights and agrees with the overarching considerations for the final initiative in the supplemental GMT report, and I quote, that safety, flexibility in the fisheries management process and inclusion of co-managers and all stakeholders should be included as cross-cutting and overarching components of the final initiative chosen, close quote. Moreover, the GAP agrees with the rationale provided by the GMT related to the importance of Initiative 2.8 because the rationale expands upon previous comments made by the GAP and focuses on topics aimed at making management processes nimbler and more adaptable in response to a changing climate and in support of fishery resilience. Specific how to move forward. The GAP supports the approach described by the EWG in their supplemental report 2. However, rather than adoption of Initiative 2.1, Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries, and FMPs as a standalone priority to move forward, the GAP recommends adoption of Initiative 2.10, Climate Informed Fisheries Management, because it provides for a more comprehensive initiative that combines several important topics. If the Council adopts Initiative 2.10, the work could still be carried out in the manner suggested by the EWG. The GAP supports this approach because adoption of Initiative 2.10 signals the Council's understanding and interest in addressing multiple aspects of ecosystem and climate changes that impact Council-managed fisheries in a comprehensive way while using a staged and logical approach to work on the various aspects of Initiative 2.10. That ends the GAP report. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Questions on the GAP report? John Ugritz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dan, for the GAP report. Question, the GAP is recommending 2.10, though recognizing the EWG's process to get towards 2.10. Are you specifically opposed to starting with 2.1 with elements of 6 and 8 to get to 2.10 eventually? Or I'm trying to understand sort of how you're supporting and yet saying something else.
Vice Chair Pettinger, Mr. Ugritz, I think from the perspective of the GAP, as we say in here, adoption of 2.10 is the Council signaling its desire to take some comprehensive steps to address several initiatives. I guess I don't think the gap would. I mean, the council will take the action the council chooses to take. But I think the way the gap chose to make our recommendation, and I think it's consistent with other advisory bodies and public comment, is that package set of alternatives are that, again, a comprehensive approach to deal with specific aspects of these things, to do that in a stepwise fashion. And yes, that probably starts with doing 2.1 before you get to 2.6 and 2.8. But I think keeping those things together in 210 is an important step. And I guess not really directly related to your question, but I think, I guess I've sensed that there is some resistance and maybe trepidation to trying to think about how to make our management system more nimble and more adaptable. And the SSC spoke to that there can be positives and negatives to a flexible system. So it will be hard work to work on those sorts of things, but I don't think because a job is hard, we should choose not to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Further questions for Dan? Okay, thanks, Dan. Okay, next up is Greg Kuskowski with the CPS management team report. Greg, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. I will be reading from and summarizing the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives Appendix and New Initiative. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the Ecosystem Working Group report and the initial report, their report 1, and offers the following comments and recommendations. In March, the CPSMT, after recognizing the value of each of the 9 potential ecosystem initiatives described in their March report, identified 4 potential ecosystem initiatives as most beneficial for CPS fisheries. 2.1, ecosystem and climate information for species, fisheries, and fishery management plans. 2.2, science, policy, and planning for understanding the effects of oceanographic conditions on recruitment on council-managed finfish species. 2.6, supporting fishery and fishing community resilience. And 2.8, assess flexibility in fisheries management process. After reviewing EWG's revised draft, the CPS still finds these 4 initiatives initially proposed as the highest priorities for consideration with respect to CPS. However, given that the new proposed initiative, 2.1, Climate-Informed Fisheries Management Initiatives, combines 3 of the 4 elements that CPSMT previously identified for consideration, we support this new initiative with 1 addition. The CPSMT notes that aspects of this new proposed initiative, specifically Action Area A, develop climate and ecosystem indicators to inform fishery management decisions at the FMP level, which may be stock specific, would benefit from efforts within Initiative 2.2, which includes the goal of identifying the most important factors dictating year class strength. The CPSMT sees adding this component to Initiative 2.1 as something that would strengthen it greatly and recommends Council pursue an initiative that includes all these components. The CPSMT recommends adopting the FAQ Appendix and strongly recommends potentially updating the scientific name of Pacific sand lamps to Amidites personatus under 1.1 FEP Initiative 1, protection of unmanaged forage fish, following a thorough review of the relevant scientific literature. You should see the Orr et al. 2015 paper that is referenced in our report to help ensure that the correct species is protected by that initiative. The CPSMT recognizes that this change would have implications for all the FMPs that include this ecosystem component species, as well as for federal regulation related to this initiative. but views those as strictly administrative issues, given that such a change in the scientific name to keep up with the taxonomy would be consistent with the intent of the initiative to protect unfished forage species in the California current ecosystem. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Greg. Questions for the CPSMT? John Ugritz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And it's a similar question to the CPSMT. You're recommending 2.10. I'm curious if you are opposed as a team to taking up 2.1 with components of 2 and 8 or 6 and 8, excuse me, to get to 2.10 eventually.
Thank you for the question. The answer is no, we're not opposed to that. We recognize that that is part of what needs to be done. And starting with that is important. We do see that a lot of the things that is in 2.1 would greatly benefit from the things that are in 2.2. And in some ways see that actually as a precursor to effectively doing 2.1. I think 2.6 and 2.8 are extremely important. And yes, there is a staged way of going about that. But I think some of those might be able to be done in parallel. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, further questions for Greg? Okay, thanks, Greg. Next up will be Anna Weinstein and the CPS-AS report. Anna?
Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. Trust you can hear me?
We can.
Well, I'm Anna Weinstein. I will be reading from agenda item H.1.A, the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives Appendix and New Initiative. The CPS-AS participated in the Ecosystem Work Group and Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team meetings this past week. We recommend the Council adopt the revised appendix and identify new initiatives to scope for review in March 2023. We support the EWG's recommendation that the Council choose Initiative 2.1, Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries, and FMPs, and that after this initiative is successfully underway, the Council consider tasking the EWG with more fully evaluating how to add in components of Initiatives 2.6 and 2.8 per their report. So we have the following recommendations for scoping 2.1. First, the Council may wish to consider CPS species as the pilots for bringing ecosystem and climate information into management decisions. At a minimum, as part of the prey base for larger predatory fish, as well as seabirds and marine mammals, we recommend CPS species dynamics be accounted for and included in ecosystem information for these larger fish. CPS forage fish are short-lived and respond relatively quickly to climate-driven environmental change, which in turn may affect predator species. Second, new information generated about CPS in the service of developing ecosystem information for other species might help fulfill research and data needs identified for CPS, e.g. in Kuriyama et al. 22, the stock assessment. The assessment of northern anchovy, short-lived and ranging near shore to far offshore, is challenged with uncertainties. There are also outstanding issues that make the sardine stock assessment a complex and challenging task, surrounded with a high level of uncertainty. This can make the selection of harvest specifications and management measures difficult. We recommend solidifying that linkage of causal effect through ecosystem research that leads to better understanding of environmental drivers. Third, we recommend highlighting existing built-in opportunities for integrating climate information into management. For example, the new central subpopulation of northern anchovy management framework outlined in Council Operating Procedure 9 allows the Council to consider any relevant factors when setting annual catch limits, including ecosystem indicators and trends and survey indices. This provides a direct way to operationalize the FMP-specific indicator reports the EWG proposes for this initiative. Finally, as noted, in our March 2022 report on ecosystem, it is vital to integrate into these initiatives fishers' knowledge to identify areas of risk and flexibility to better preserve the well-being of socioeconomic as well as ecological metrics, which will help promote the goals of council-managed fisheries. We recommend the March 2023 report be as specific as possible with a mechanism to do this, and we offer our help in these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Questions for Anna on the CPS-AS report? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Anna. Next up will be Corey Green and the Habitat Committee report. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm reading agenda item H1A, supplemental HC report 1 on the committee's report on fishery ecosystem plan initiatives, appendix, and new initiative. The Habitat Committee received an update on the fishery ecosystem plan initiatives and discussed the revised draft fishery ecosystem plan appendix and the ecosystem work group report on fishery ecosystem plan initiatives. The HC offers the following comments and suggestions below. The HC believes that Initiative 2.1, Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries, and FMPs, should be a high priority for several reasons. Initiative 2.1 would provide relevant information relating climate conditions to council-managed stocks and is a logical next step from the ecosystem status report. This initiative would integrate well with stopwatch charts used in the ecosystem status report and other risk-based management approaches such as the Oregon Cohoe harvest rule. This initiative would also provide needed information to complete initiatives 2.6, supporting fishery and fishing community resilience, and 2.10, climate-informed fisheries management initiative. The HC supports the EWG's proposed schedule of beginning with Initiative 2.1 and potentially sequencing through Initiatives 2.6 and 2.8 to complete 2.10, dependent on the information gained through the development of Initiative 2.1. The HC also offers specific revisions which are attached to Initiative 2.4, the Cross FMP EFH initiative. A cross fishery management plan initiative could be valuable, but does not need to be focused solely on essential fish habitat. The HC believes the initiative could be focused on understanding spatial distribution of species across FMPs and use species distribution models to inform predictions for different species groups across those FMPs to inform federal actions. This modeling approach would help identify key locations where management actions could have impacts across multiple FMPs. This initiative might be more relevant when the EFH updates for coastal pelagic species and highly migratory species are finalized. And I should also note that it is a good follow-up to Initiative 2.1 as well. Thanks, and I'd be happy to take any comments.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Corey. Next up will be Christian Heath and the HMSMT report. Christian, here you are.
There it is. Good morning, Vice Chair Brad Binger, council members. My name is Christian Heath. I am with the I am an Oregon alternate for the highly migratory species management team, and I will be reading supplementary report HMSNT report 1. The team sees value in the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanels Initiative 2.10 as it combines important components of 3 initiatives relevant to HMS fisheries management. However, after reviewing the Ecosystem Workgroup's Supplemental Report 2, the team understands how Initiative 2.10 may be intractable from a workload perspective. The team supports the EWG's recommendations of prioritizing Initiative 2.1 with subsequent evaluations of Initiatives 2.6 and 2.8, and appreciates the EWG's work to set out a clearly defined work plan. This approach is inclusive of the team's recommendations expressed during the March meeting and allows for flexibility in scheduling to coordinate with the EWG and initiatives 2.6 and 2.8. And that ends the reading. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. Questions for Christian on the HMSD?
HMSD.
Report. So, okay, I think you're good. Next up is the Mike Conroy and the HMS-AS report.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Mike Conroy from the HMS-AS. I will be reading this time our short report on the Ecosystem Plan Initiative Appendix and new initiative. The AS received an update on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives Appendix and new initiatives from Dr. Kit Dahl. We support approval of the draft updates to the FEP Appendix. Acknowledging that science is the underpinning of our fisheries management process, we support the initiatives focused on improving the quantity and quality of the science which informs our discussions and your decisions. The AS reviewed the candidate initiatives and recognized that many of the goals articulated can be addressed by initiating a range of science-focused activities focused on current trends, implementing revisions to ongoing management processes that takes into consideration a wide array of data, including information gathered from fishery participants, and continuing collaboration with agencies and stakeholder groups with a focus on providing the greatest overall benefit to the nation, particularly with respect to food production and recreational opportunities, and taking into account the protection of marine ecosystems. Fishery participants are on the water, and there could be opportunities to collaboratively gain important data. For example, albacore fishery participants have been utilized by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center to deploy tags to assist in gathering important information for that fishery. Further, the AS emphasizes that collaboration with participants in the fisheries and their communities will increase the potential for successfully achieving the goals articulated by the candidate initiatives. We support prioritizing Initiative 2.2, which is science policy and planning for understanding the effects of oceanographic conditions and recruitment on council-managed finfish species. We acknowledge this could be incorporated under Initiative 2.1, ecosystem and climate information for species, fisheries, and FMPs. A majority of the AS encourages taking a cautious approach that guards against overreactions based solely on forecasted climate trends and model projections that are not supported by observed evidence. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Questions on the HMS-AS report? Okay. Thanks, Mike. That takes us to public comment, and I believe there's 3 cards. I believe, yep. And so with that, Michelle Conrad will be first, followed by Gway Kirshner.
Good morning, Vice Chair Penninger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm pleased to present comments on agenda item H1 on behalf of Ocean Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, and Wild Oceans. We would like to thank the council for including the EAS proposed climate-informed fisheries management initiative as Initiative 2.10 in your suite of FEP initiatives approved in March for public review. Given the climate variability and rapidly changing ocean conditions we have witnessed around the globe, and the resulting impacts to fish stocks, fisheries, communities, and the broader ecosystem, it is critically important that the council take proactive measures now to better position itself for future management actions. Next slide, please. To that end, we recommend the council adopt Initiative 2.10, which includes incorporating ecosystem information into the council's harvest setting and fisheries management processes, and developing clear pathways for it to be used in the setting of scientific uncertainty, harvest policy, and specific management actions. We acknowledge that 2.10 is ambitious, and we emphasize that it needs to be, as it will provide the science foundation to effectively improve the climate resiliency of the Council's fisheries. Given the scope of Initiative 2.10, we agree with the EWG and EAS recommendation to begin with 2.1, and after it is underway, evaluate the best way to add key components of 2.6 and 2.8 to understand and strengthen community resilience and incorporate nimbleness into the fishery management process to respond to changing ocean conditions. Next slide, please. Specifically, 2.1 would involve evaluating and refining FMP-specific or stock-specific indicators, which could serve as signals for when the Council needs to take a closer look at a specific fishery or stock. The indicator reports could also inform assessment models or harvest control rules. On that note, I had the opportunity to attend the National SSC meeting last month, which was focused on adapting fisheries management to a changing ecosystem. It was well attended with excellent presentations from and discussions among notable regional and international scientists. In particular, Dr. Andre Punt gave a keynote presentation entitled Including Ecosystem Information in Assessments and Management Advice, which was clear, concise, and helped connect many of the dots for me relative to science and management. We recommend the Council invite Dr. Punt to provide the same presentation to the Council, perhaps in November. He plans to attend the November meeting, so that would be a good opportunity for the Council to see his talk. We also think that the indicator reports under 2.1 should be available for consideration during the Council's harvest setting processes. To help facilitate usage of the indicator report, we are recommending that FMP governance be included in a conceptual model as part of the indicator report, which would further the understanding of the dynamics of marine species and ecosystem interactions in the context of the FMP-specific management process. As noted in the proposed sequencing of steps in executing Initiative 2.10, once Initiative 2.1 is successfully underway, the EWG could assess how to incorporate the key components of Initiatives 2.6 and 2.10. However, as the EAS noted, these initiatives are intertwined, and work done under one initiative can be used to inform and perhaps improve the other. Next slide, please. Through Initiative 2.6, the Council would assess and understand the resilience of West Coast fishing communities to climate change and explore and consider management strategies to improve resilience. As part of this collaborative effort, we recommend the Council consider those management strategies to improve the resilience of those communities and stocks through the use of risk assessment tables, such as those used by the North Pacific Council. Next slide. Initiative 2.8 would explore and develop FMP-specific mechanisms to incorporate nimbleness or increased responsiveness as appropriate into fisheries management to enhance the capacity of individuals or communities to adapt to climate variability and change. And the last slide, please. Here we have outlined the connection to the Climate and Communities Initiative goal. And as we noted in March, 2.1 addresses the first part of the goal, whereas 2.6 and 2.8 address the second part of the goal. And then finally, in summary, through the proposed combination of Initiative 2.1 with key components of 2.6 and 2.8, as described in 2.10, the Council would take steps to lay the scientific foundation for proactive actions to strengthen the resilience of stocks, fisheries, and communities that may be more vulnerable to changing ocean conditions through a nimble process to implement timely actions that are more responsive to those changes. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide public comment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle on her testimony? I think you're good. Thanks.
Yes.
Next up is Gway Kirshner, followed by Jeff Chester. Gway?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. My name is Gway Kirchner, and I'm the Marine Fisheries Project Director for the Nature Conservancy based in Oregon. And I wanted to tell you two things today. The first is to highlight a report that we submitted to the briefing book where we really looked at the recommendations that came from the council's Climate and Communities Initiative and Scenario Planning Project, the draft Fishery Ecosystem Plan initiatives, as well as all of the advisory body statements and public comment that's been submitted over the last several years relative to these issues, and really did our best to draw connections between all of that good information to have it in one place for you, just to help through your discussions and thinking on this issue. And I'd be happy to take any questions on that report. The second thing that I wanted to tell you about is that in response to a question that came really from the March council meeting during public comment, Mr. Ugaritz asked if any organizations had funding to help continue this work, such as for workshops and such. And we really heard that and took that to heart and have been able to put together a proposal that has just been submitted to request funds to hold 2 workshops in the next year. It would be a 1-year grant if approved. And it is really drafted in a flexible way, such as we have done in the past with this work. So, we know that those workshops have to do something to help continue building climate into our fisheries management, but exactly what those workshops focus on is flexible for to help mold those to the needs of the council. As I said, we had just submitted that proposal, and we hope to hear on if we're successful or not by the end of the month. We also are hopeful that we could submit a request for a second year of funding, thinking, if workshops were needed to dive into each of the fishery management plans, we would need 4 workshops total. So I wanted to report back on that question that we were asked, and let you know that we have something in the works that we're very hopeful that will help move this forward. Thank you, and I can take any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Gway, for the information and also your testimony. Questions for Gway? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Gway. It's not so much a question, just to say thank you for submitting this report. I had a chance to look through it, and I thought it was really useful. And also for just your continued support for TNC and trying to bring in a little extra resources to help make this work happen. So just wanted to thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Last is Jeff Chester. Jeff.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana. We wanted to speak in enthusiastic support of the council moving forward with the next FEP initiative. We believe that ecosystem-based fishery management is critical to responsible fishery management and will ultimately benefit and ensure resilient coastal communities, wildlife, and marine food webs. We support, I think, the pathway that was laid out by the EAS of moving forward with Initiative 2.1 as a path, with components of 2.6 and 2.8 as a pathway to, I think, the more tangible and lofty goals of 2.10, which may take a little longer. This would include identifying key ecosystem indicators in each of the fishery management plans, specifically that would directly affect management. So the idea would be to not only identify what those indicators are, but identify key thresholds for those indicators that would result in management responses that could be assessed in advance. We believe, as in the EWG stated, that this would put a lot of emphasis on the science centers and rely largely on their expertise, at least to get the ball rolling, and provide opportunities to have ecosystem indicators directly affect management. I think the key point that we want to emphasize is we'd like to see an initiative that actually results in some tangible management actions. For example, the first FEP initiative, the Forage initiative, did have direct management actions and clear new protections that were implemented in regulation as a result of the initiative. And so that's kind of the key thing we hope to see, rather than just more detailed analysis. I did want to point out that we do have concerns with the term flexibility. And I think that the difficulty with this term is it can mean different things in different contexts and imply different things. And we would specifically be concerned with any implication that flexibility would allow for a removal of key Magnuson-Stevens Act safeguards, such as stock rebuilding. However, if there can be clear, pre-analyzed and predetermined management responses, including increases or decreases in catch limits or fishing opportunities, we do believe that this can enable the rapid responses and adaptability to changing ecological and climate conditions. But the critical point is that any potential changes that should be actually looked at in advance as part of the initiative to enable responsiveness while ensuring sustainability continues. So we hope to, in conclusion, not only see identification of additional ecosystem indicators, but clear, tangible management responses that can be built into management, so that the council has the ability to respond more quickly to environmental and climate changes that we know are going to happen. And we wanted to certainly thank many of the NGOs and the advisory bodies and the ecosystem work group and EAS for all their work on this, and ultimately congratulate the council for its leadership on ecosystem-based management, and hope to see the momentum continue. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on this testimony? Okay, thanks, Jeff. That ends public comment, and will take us to our lunch hour. And two apologies. Josh Lindsay, sitting in the NIP seat. I slipped there and I didn't see you, Josh, so sorry about that. And also for not breaking earlier before public comment for lunch, because we were at this for almost 2 hours, 15 minutes. And my apologies, but it's just, anyway, I'll do better next time. With that, we will see you back here, a little extra long lunch at 1:15. So, all right.
Senator, can you hear me?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. And Kit, I guess since we had a break, you want to refresh what our charge is here today?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. As you can see on your screen, it's to adopt the revised Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative. And so there was a draft of that. You did have one of your reports from the Habitat Committee that had some suggested revisions to one of the initiative descriptions on EFH, but otherwise, I think most of the recommendations from the advisory bodies were to go ahead and adopt that appendix. And then once you've done that, and you then have that list before you to decide whether and to embark on a new initiative, and if so, which one or ones you want to move forward with. And I would expect that there would be some guidance to your advisory bodies associated with that to come back with a more detailed plan of work for whatever you want to do.
Very good. Okay. With that, I will open the floor up for discussion. John Uberts.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate all the input we got. I think it's good to see all of the advisory bodies that commented on this and thought about it. I also appreciate the work of the EWG and EAS kind of leading the charge on these new initiatives. What I see in the comments, including the public comments we received, is a pretty solid support for moving forward with Initiative 2.1 as kind of a starting point, as the EWG laid out, considering 2.6 and 2.8, and even as the HMSAS pointed out, that 2.2 kind of fits in there a little bit as well. And that gets us towards 2.10, the combined, but not taking that huge bite to start with. So I'm supportive of what we've heard, and think it gives us a good next initiative to start off on.
Thanks, John. Cara Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I agree with John's comments. I think that I really appreciated the EWG specifying, we want to move forward, but with really clear goals and clear action, and which of these initiatives is ready for that. And certainly, I think there's agreement that we're there with 2.1. I'm also very sensitive to and agree with the comments about 2.6 and 2.8 and how important discussions on those two topics of resilience and flexibility are to the council's work. And so I just want to go on the record saying those are important. And I think that we can do it in phases. And I think we as a council, if we agree with that, we can indicate that today and hold ourselves accountable to that without taking on 2.10 at this time. The other thing I just wanted to highlight was the GMT comment about overarching themes of safety, flexibility, and management, and inclusion, participation, inclusion for all of our initiatives, and just wanted to voice my support of that concept. So I think we're in a good place to take a next step forward.
Very good. Thank you, Karin. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to thank all the ABs and MTs for their excellent reports on this. They were thoughtful, and it was good to see so much of that thinking and opinions coming in on how to do this, especially the EWG for being so thoughtful in how they put their reports together. They also had, I think Yvonne pointed out, in the advanced briefing book, so everybody was able to take a look at that and think about it, and that was really appreciated, as well as having an advanced meeting. So that was great. In general, this work, I think, is just a really good step and an opportunity to move forward. We had our Climate and Communities Initiative, scenario planning process. That was all great. We had good input from the council family as well as the public. And I think this is a good opportunity to keep that work moving forward. This council is a recognized leader in thinking about climate change as well as ecosystem-based fishery management. And just happy to have this on our agenda and have the opportunity to discuss this.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Well, Corey?
When it's the appropriate time, I do have a motion.
Oh, okay. Please.
I move that the council, 1, adopt the revised fishery ecosystem plan initiative appendix as described, and Agenda Item H1A, EWG Report 1, with revisions proposed by the Habitat Committee in their attachment to Agenda H1A, Supplemental HC Report 1, and 2, adopt Initiative 2.1 as the Council's next ecosystem initiative, as described in Agenda Item H1A, EWG Report 1, and follow the recommended near-term schedule for developing Initiative 2.1 as described in Agenda Item H1A, Supplemental EWG Report 2, Page 2, including Council consideration of actions described in Initiative 2.6 and 2.8 in September of 2023.
Okay, Corey, is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Very good. Looking for a second. Second by Karen Braby. And please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As I just mentioned, we've had really good leadership from the EWG, and we saw general consensus and ideas from most of our ABs and MTs around starting with Initiative 2.1, the Ecosystem and Climate Information for Species, Fisheries, and Fishery Management Plans, and then actively in revisiting and scheduling work for ideas from 2.6 and 2.8, the Supporting Fishery and Fishing Community Resilience Initiative, and the Assess Flexibility in Fisheries Management Processes Initiative. I think this represents a good and appropriate next step, building off the Climate Communities Initiative and the excellent work that went into the Council, by the Council and the public. This is an opportunity to adopt the appendix and update the FEP with work completed and possible future initiatives as drafted by the EWG. I'll note that the CPS-MT report had a note about updating the scientific name of Pacific sand lance, which I will not try to pronounce, but suggest that little bit go ahead. I will also note that here in the motion, I've included edits from the Habitat Committee on the draft 2.4, the cross FMP EFH initiative. And even though we're not picking that initiative today, or I'm proposing to pick that initiative, I think that's a good update to make and just go ahead and move forward with that. Finally, just one last note, we heard from the public about a presentation that Dr. Punt gave, and be great to maybe under workload planning or something. I think that would be appropriate to think about that given this agenda item. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on her motion or discussion? Or I can just call for the question. Oh, Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just one other note, the EAS called out the more scientific leaning language of 2.1 and suggested we broaden participation. And that was something I didn't speak to before you made your motion, but is something that I'm supportive of. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Thank you, Dr. Braby. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Karen. Further discussion, questions? Okay, now I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. So wonderful. Great work, everyone. Fantastic work by advisory bodies and the EWG. So with that, I'm going to hand the gavel back to our chairman.
All right, thanks for that. So we'll continue on with our next ecosystem agenda item, the Western Regional Action Plan, agenda item H2. And I will ask Kit to give us our overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a brief situation summary here I'll read on the Western Regional Action Plan. National Marine Fisheries Service first released regional action plans for its climate science strategy in 2016. At its June 2016 meeting, the council had an opportunity to submit comments on the draft Western Regional Action Plan, or RAP, which focused on implementing the science strategy in the California current ecosystem over a 3 to 5 year period. So anyways, NIMS released a revised version of the RAP in April of this year. That was in your advanced materials as attachment 1, and asked the council to comment on the draft plan. NIMS is particularly interested in input on the clarity of the goals and activities, ways to strengthen the plan, and ways to address goals and activities that need to be addressed. And Dr. Toby Garfield from the Southwest Center, and he's co-editor of the RAP, will brief the council on the contents of the draft. He's joining online. Hopefully he's available online for that briefing. The council action here is pretty straightforward. It's to review the RAP and provide comments as appropriate. And then I'll just give a rundown of, I don't think there are very many, but the advisory body reports you have before you. So there's 3 supplemental reports in addition to the presentation from Dr. Garfield. Those are from the EWG, the EAS, and the CPSAS. And that concludes my overview.
All right, thanks very much, Kit. Are there any questions of Kit on the overview before we move on to the NIMS presentation? All right, thanks, Kit. And so I see that Toby Garfield is online. Welcome, Toby.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you great.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Members of council, thank you. I will give you a brief summary of the draft Western Regional Action Plan, which is part of the NIMS Climate Science Strategy document. So again, I'm representing the Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers. For the record, I am Toby Garfield, and I am at the Southwest Fishery Science Center. Next slide, please. So I guess a number of people have asked us what is the Fisheries Climate Science Strategy, or NCSS, and the Western Regional Action Plan, or the RAP. And in essence, the NCSS is a national framework which is a loosely organized group of fishery projects that address present and future climate impacts on fishery management that are coordinated. So the RAP is the coordination on the West Coast. It coordinates between the 2 science centers and the regional office, striving for agreement on the near-term needs and the headquarters staffing objectives. This includes taking stock of present work and emerging needs. Goals include preventing needs from slipping through the cracks and also identifying gaps. So in a way, it's kind of a watchdog group. Next slide. Sorry. There are 7 regional action plans being developed nationally. And in each region, the council has been given the opportunity to comment on the draft 2.0 RAP. And so this is the reason that we're talking about this today, is to give the council the opportunity to comment on the draft document as we have it. Next, please. So as I said, the RAP the NCSS is really a climate science strategy. It's just a framework for addressing fishery management in a changing climate. It's really try to capture as much of what we can to help with fishery management. And the RAP is the West Coast Plan. The ecosystem status report, which we provide to the council each March, is a component of the RAP. The ecosystem status report and the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment is a specific project that really is looking at current climate change, ecosystem issues, and it's a primary tool for developing the ecosystem status report for informing ecosystem-based fishery management within the NOAA West Coast. Whereas the RAP is really looking much more at a climate change focus in response to some of the NIMS climate science strategy goals. And then ultimately, both of these are trying to feed the information into EBFM and get us closer to ecosystem-based fishery management. Next slide. So as Kit said, the first iteration of the Western Regional Action Plan came out in 2016. It had a sort of pyramid of strategic objectives, and it was outlined in that pyramid there on the right-hand side. Next slide. The report for that, the summary of it, came out last year. We issued a 5-year synthesis report. Each of the regional action plans provided a summary, and that's all put together in that document, the Climate Science Strategy 5-Year Progress Report, that I think the council had access to. If not, the location of that document is in the link down on the bottom of the page there. Next page. So where we are today is developing our second iteration of how we are going to respond to the goals of the NIMS climate science strategy. And we'll keep going. So the internal drivers for this, for developing this RAP 2.0, is the center ecosystem program reviews. Both science centers underwent science reviews, climate science reviews in 2016. And so they are working on that's part of what we're assuming in here. We also have the ecosystem-based fishery management roadmap. The Western Regional Implementation Plan is called the RIP. We have the climate science strategy. I've referred to that a number of times. We have the Climate and Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative. Hopefully this round of Congress will fund that initiative and it'll bring us some really needed resources. The Protected Resources Board, they have some recommendations for us. We are including offshore wind. We're trying to look at multi-species interactions. And of course, we're also working more closely with the regional office to address their science needs related to climate. Next one, please. Our external drivers are really the council. Today's discussion of the revised FEP, that is something we will be undertaking in consideration for the work that we do going forward. And also the evolving ecosystem status report. You know, we recently provided a 3-year plan for that report. And we're trying to build up the capability for synoptic studies in key areas. We want to automate those reports for a quicker response, more connecting the dots of drivers and responses, and developing indicators of long-term climate change. You may recall that last March in the ecosystem status report, we threw out some ideas on how we could provide some indices on climate change. Next slide, please. So the original RAP had 7 planned actions. Significant progress was made on 4 areas: management strategy evaluations, a full cycle models for Pacific salmon that are explicitly linked, climate projections, continued development of the IEA ecosystem status reports, and dissemination of climate-related science and information. And then one example of that are the climate vulnerability analyses and other communications that we've been making. Next slide, please. The other 3 planned action areas that are more internal to fisheries have been initiated to various extents, but have not been completed to date. One is we need to establish an internal framework for strategic planning of climate work that would bring the 2 science centers and the regional office closer together. Each of these groups have their own science teams, but we haven't really integrated them together for addressing climate science and climate needs. We need to build some more scientific expertise within the centers, which means opportunity of hiring more scientists who really focus on climate issues. And another big one is we really need to coordinate and standardize existing data collection efforts. The last year has shown us where we have a number of vulnerabilities, staffing ships. And one of the things we need to do is really address the way we go out and collect our data in such a way as to keep our long-term time series intact. So looking at the RAP in a way that addresses the NCSS objectives, I keep coming back to the ecosystem status report. That's a really important product that we put out. We need to complete our management strategy evaluations for selected species. Most of them have been done. There are a couple that we're still waiting for. We need to complete our climate vulnerability assessments, especially for the fisheries. Marine mammals, turtles have been done. Habitat, I believe, is finished, but we have not done it for the overall fish. We need to expand the potential use of adaptive and dynamic ocean management as a possible tool for improving fisheries management. As I mentioned a little while ago, we really want to implement the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, or CEFI. And we need to address the recommendations from the Climate Communities Initiative and the scenario planning. That's related to NCS objectives 1 through 3. If we look at objectives 4 and 5, we need to support and strengthen forecasting. The example of forecasting is the J-scope model that we usually report on in March, and also projection models. And we haven't spent as much time with the council on projections, but Future Seas was the initial effort that'll lead into CEFI for us. We need to conduct salmon climate-driven life cycle modeling. We need to advance ecosystem modeling of the whole California current. And we've held a number of workshops through the RAP that have developed some spatial distribution and abundance modeling papers. So those are just starting to come out, which is really excellent. Next slide. So in terms of infrastructure and tracking change, or NCSS objectives 6 and 7, we need to maintain the ecosystem status report and keep improving it. We need to enhance strategic planning and capacity building, data coordination, both the collection and the sharing of data, and we need to standardize our reporting a bit more. In terms of human dimensions, we need to maintain and expand the data collection of fisheries related human dimensions. Those are NCSS objectives 6 and 7. And we also need to understand the influence of fishing portfolios on community response to extreme events. And that's objective 5. And these are a little bit related to some of the FEP that was discussed earlier. So I just wanted to just interject this because I know there have been some questions about the ocean modeling that we're talking about doing in the future. There's basically 2 models that are coming online that we will be using both for prediction and for forecast. So MOM6 is a global ocean coupled model. The cartoon up on the top center there gives you an idea of the MOM6 model, and that's used for climate projections primarily. There's another model called the West Coast Operational Forecast System, or WCOFS, which is for short-term forecasts, and it is a excuse me, a data assimilative ROMS model that can be used for short-term forecasts on 3 to 5 days. Next slide. The way these 2 models operate together is that the arrow there on the lower left of that timescale versus distance plot, that would be WCOFS. That would be forecasts in the day to week to maybe a month range, but short-term forecasts. Whereas the MOM6 model is really designed for looking at projections starting out months or years and going out century type timescales. So that gives you two different models that we're going to be using. You're going to be hearing about more, and also that expand our modeling capabilities as hopefully CEFI gets funded and brought forward. Next slide, please. So where we are right now, we've had a 90-day comment period from April to July. Most of the comments we have received back have been very supportive of fisheries efforts to develop this RAP 2.0. There's some definite areas that were pointed out to prioritize the surveys and the ecosystem monitoring, increase the funding to address key needs, including CEFI, better link science to regional management needs, which is something we'll be undertaking this fall, expand plans to include more management applications, increased engagement and collaboration with our stakeholders, and adopt a more consistent regional action plan format across the country. So this is where we are in terms of collecting input. We did give the council extra time to do this because of the special relationship. We could go beyond the 90-day comment period, but basically what we will do is bring any suggestions, from the council into our process of consideration. If I could have the next slide. And so the teams are considering and responding to the public input, making edits to the document as we have it. We will finalize the regional action plans with a table of metrics, what we're going to do, how we're going to test it and grade it, track it. We are supposed to have by September 30th the final documents cleared through regional leadership and have it ready to submit to Science and Technology headquarters. I think we'll be a little bit delayed on that one, especially as we wait for comment from the council. In October, there will be a review by the fisheries leadership in Silver Spring of all of these regional action plans. And the goal is sometime in November, December to have a public release via the website and as individual tech memos. And with that, I think I am finished.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Garfield. Let's see if there are any questions around the table on your presentation. Dr. Bravey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Toby, for the presentation. My question is actually about the suggestion under the last agenda item of the science represented in the Fishery Ecosystem Plan 2.2 as a future initiative and whether that should be part of the RAP instead, and just wondered if you had read through that initiative description and how that fits in with what you've just shared with us.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Bravey. I have read it, but I have to be honest with you, I haven't looked at it in a while. We will be looking at everything that comes out of this council meeting for sure, because our RAP group will be the first people to consider how we respond to the FEP and who should be responding and where can we provide the best input. So I will be honest with you, I'm going to have to go back and look at the 2.2.
Any further questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Toby. Yeah, as I think we've commented on, we appreciate WDFW has commented on and through the EWG about appreciating the RAP document itself being open and about the funding situation you're in. And I know you mentioned a couple of things here, but being at these meetings is like drinking from a fire hose. So I was wondering if you'd be willing just to briefly summarize, what the funding situation is that's supporting this work. As captioned in the RAP, and you mentioned a couple times about hoping to get funding this round. But yeah, could you restate all that? Just for folks, yeah, we're trying to drink all this information in. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, so basically we do have specific funding for the IEA and the development of the ESR. That is one project that is funded. The RAP itself, the only funding we have received for the RAP is small amounts of money to hold meetings. So we've held a group of 4 different meetings. We had 2 in person, and then when COVID came in, we've gone to remote meetings. But other than that, there is no specific funding for the fisheries climate science strategy and for the regional action plan. So they're really, that's why we call them sort of umbrellas on this as we go forward. The CEFI was proposed for last year's funding. It did not make it through the budgeting process. And we are hopeful, or just hoping that that Congress decides that it is worth funding so we can really start moving forward on expanding. We had the Future Seas project and these other projects that are really, they've been funded through grants and they're provided opportunity to see the direction we want to go in, but we don't have the dedicated funding to really push them forward yet. Does that answer your question all right?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Toby.
Any further questions on the NIMS presentation? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll turn now to our reports. We'll start first with Dr. Moore with the Ecosystem Workgroup report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For today, I will be reading from Agenda Item H2B, EWG Supplemental Report 1. At the Ecosystem Workgroup meeting on August 26, 2022, Drs. Zabel and Garfield of the Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers presented the draft updated RAP to the EWG and the public. We thank them for their time and recommend that the Council forward the following comments on the draft, updated RAP, and associated climate science work at the Fishery Science Centers. Drs. Zabel and Garfield noted that the RAP is a coordinating document and process for discussing climate science work across the Fishery Science Centers, but that there is little funding associated with the RAP. We recommend that they provide the Council with detailed information on how climate and ecosystem science would change if the CEFI were funded. The new initiatives proposed in the RAP, e.g. human dimensions, gaps, ecosystem shifts, align with the fisheries ecosystem plan goals, but it's unclear how much of this effort would be accomplished with existing funds versus new CEFI funds, or new CEFI activities, excuse me. We also recommend that the agency specify or prioritize the work that would get conducted if CEFI is not funded. The EWG is concerned that the Council's work to manage fish stocks and fisheries for adaptation to climate change will stall without stronger science funding and staff support. The EWG recommends that the 22 through 24 RAP explicitly include the scientific work needed to support what is now characterized as Potential Initiative 2.2 in the September 2022 Draft Fisheries Ecosystem Plan Appendix. The work described under that initiative is ripe for scientific exploration, which could then support future fisheries policy development by the Council. Specifically, the 2022 through 2024 RAP should support a workshop or series of workshops to coordinate science planning and foster collaboration on understanding the effects of near and medium-term oceanographic conditions on juvenile survivability and recruitment of commercially and recreationally important fin fish species to West Coast fisheries. Objectives for the workshop could include an inventory and planning process for developing new indicators of larval recruitment. Inventory of available tools to model recruitment dynamics could include, for example, such emerging tools as high-resolution video monitoring, eDNA to resolve larval and juvenile predator and prey fields, chemical biomarkers such as compound-specific stable isotope analysis, and ROMS models to fuel individual-based modeling. And then an assessment of the feasibility of combining the inventory tools to produce robust forecasts of year class strengths. If developing such a multi-method framework proves feasible, further development would also integrate the effects of oceanographic variability on larval survivability and recruitment. The goal would then be to help Council, scientists, and the public better understand the status of managed stocks and the effects of environmental drivers on the recruitment and statuses of different stocks. The EWG recommends that the agency list, either in the updated RAP or on a website specific to the task, the management strategy evaluations completed to date on West Coast species or fisheries with links to papers from that work. We are aware of MSEs on sablefish, Pacific hake, albacore, sardine, and swordfish. MSEs on Pacific bluefin and anchovy are just getting started. MSC-related publications should be made available to Council and the public in a clearly identified online location. Drs. Zabel and Garfield were unable to provide an update about the status of the Climate Vulnerability Assessment, or CVA, for non-salmonid West Coast finfish species. Crozier et al. Provided a CVA for West Coast salmonids. While awaiting the non-salmonid CVA publication, the Council and public may be interested in the recent Cohen et al. 2022 paper, which includes a variety of species managed by the Council and by the states and tribes, and assesses the socio-ecological vulnerability of West Coast fishing communities to climate change. During their presentation, Dr. Zabel and Garfield characterized the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment as focusing on the Northern California current ecosystem, and the RAP is focusing on the entire ecosystem, including freshwater habitat. The EWG notes that the CCIEA also covers the entire ecosystem, including freshwater habitats. We would like to see the NOAA continue to discuss integration of ecosystem efforts such as the RAP and the CCIEA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Are there questions on the work group report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tommy, for that. Looking at your suggestions, you noted a recent publication by Cohn et al. Looking at social ecological vulnerability of West Coast fishing communities to climate change. When the EWG discussed this, did you have any particular idea about how that could be incorporated into the RAP, or specifically how NMFS could use that information moving forward? Thank you.
Unfortunately, we didn't have time to discuss this paper in much detail. We did a good new reference, and that it could be pertinent, but it had been, the publication we released kind of days prior to when we met. So it's something I plan on looking at in the future, though.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on the work group? Thank you very much for the report. We'll now hear from the advisory subpanel. It's either Michelle Conrad, who I don't see here, or Gwei. So hopefully Gwei is with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, this is Gwei Kirchner with the EAS. And I'm reading Agenda Item H2B, Supplemental EAS Report 1. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel reviewed the Western Regional Action Plan to implement the National Marine Fisheries Service Fisheries Climate Science Strategy in 2022 to 2024, as well as additional supplemental material provided by the Ecosystem Work Group and public comments provided by the Nature Conservancy and Ocean Conservancy under this agenda item. The EAS is broadly supportive of the RAP and its intentions and commends NMFS for opening it for public comment. The EAS identified improvements that could be made to increase the benefits of the plan. Overall, the EAS supports the report of the Ecosystem Work Group and agrees with their comments and recommendations. The EAS identified the following additional concerns and comments for council consideration. Most importantly, the EAS encourages the council to take advantage of the additional opportunity to provide comments to NMFS on how to improve the RAP. And that's most notably in the development of the regional plan, implementation plans. It was clear through public comments and EAS discussions that funding and resources were limited for the science centers and NMFS to produce the RAP. The important question that came to mind is what level of work could be included and described in more detail if the science centers and NMFS had more funding to support the RAP and NOAA Fisheries Climate Science Strategy, as well as the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. Specifically, what would the science centers do to prepare the foundation to implement the CEFI? What are the kinds of information that could be available to support council decision-making? Similarly, what work and priorities would remain if NMFS did not secure those appropriations? Given that the time horizon for this RAP extends only to 2024, what are the considerations and implications for the RAP beyond this timeline, including staffing, funding, resources, and priorities? We recognize the initial intention of the RAP may have been for its use as an internal coordination document, but also acknowledge that it has a potentially important role to play as an external facing document as well. We suggest NMFS considers how this document can be crafted and utilized as a public information document, especially if it can help gather the capacity and assemble the resources needed to carry on the work. The EAS is in support of the EWG recommendation for the RAP to explicitly include the the needed support to support what is now characterized as Potential Initiative 2.2, Science Policy and Planning for Understanding the Effects of Oceanographic Conditions and Recruitment on Council-Managed Finfish Species, in the September 2022 draft Fisheries Ecosystem Plan. The EAS also notes that there are significant opportunities to work with the fishing fleets to get on-scene information that could help form or guide these forward-looking initiatives, and recommends NIPS explore how best to make use of this valuable source of data and insight. Overall, the EAS commends the Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers and West Coast Regional Office work accomplished and proposed in the RAP, while creating opportunities for contribution and collective action through public comment. We see significant value in these summary assessments for aligning and coordinating science, policy, and management efforts for understanding and adapting to changing climate and oceans.
All right, thanks very much, Gwei, for the report. Are there any questions of the report of the advisory subpanel? Thank you very much, Gwei. We'll now hear from the CPSAS, and I understand Jesse Dorpinghouse will be reading that. Hi, Jesse.
Good afternoon, council members. I'll be reading supplemental CPSAS Report 1 into the record. The CPSAS thanks NIMS for the Western Regional Action Plan and Ms. Yvonne DiRene's presentation and ecosystem work group discussion. We would like to request an update on the status of the, quote, climate-informed ecosystem MSE framework focused on CPS on page 10. NIMS notes that this MSE is part of numerous RAP-related efforts bringing climate science into management considerations that are ongoing. The CPSAS would also appreciate any insight in how the MSE would support the Council's new fishery ecosystem plan initiatives.
All right, thank you, Jesse. Are there any questions on the CPSAS report? Dr. Baby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear an answer from NIMS on the question posed in the report. Is that appropriate here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karin, I think it's something NIMS is more than willing to do. Some of this work is ongoing, and I know internal conversations with the Southwest Center on this project is envisioning some potential future public involvement and engagement, specifically sort of outside of the council process. So I'm happy to bring an update on both of those at a future council meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions on the AS report? Thank you, Jesse. That completes the reports and brings us to public comment. There are two signed up. The first is Michelle Conrad, who is online, I think. Why don't we go to Teresa Labriola and then see if we come back to Michelle. Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Grillnick. I have information. I'm testifying today on behalf of Wild Oceans, and I'm also providing these comments on behalf of Michelle Conrad for Ocean Conservancy.
All right, doing a twofer. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And we appreciate this opportunity to comment on the Western Regional Action Plan and want to emphasize its importance. It is the implementation vehicle for the National Climate Science Strategy and the NOAA Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative. And it's a forward-thinking document by design. We fundamentally agree with the goals of the draft regional action plans to continue to increase the production, delivery, and use of climate-related information needed for fisheries management and protected species conservation in each region. And given your action on the fishery ecosystem plan, it seems like this is pretty consistent with the goals of the council as well. We recognize that some may view the RAP as more of an internal coordination document. However, it should encompass the vision for how NOAA fisheries will move forward in the near term to provide the foundational science and adaptive management approaches to all who are engaged in and affected by the council process. Both Wild Oceans and Ocean Conservancy have submitted comment letters on the Western Regional Action Plan, and Wild Oceans submitted one on the sort of the overarching regional action plans. And we highlight that linking the activities in the plans to management is the single most important goal or priority. We must harness this opportunity to draw clear lines to management, to make decisions with the best scientific information available. Otherwise, we leave managers without the tools and information they need. And we fall short of providing highly effective ecosystem-based solutions to our imminent climate issues. This essential component of connecting research to management requires some more attention in the RAP. We recognize this isn't a simple task, and NOAA is consistently asked to do more with less, and they continue to deliver. It's one of those problems of you do more with less, and then people keep asking you to do more with less. And we recognize it's not sustainable to ask NOAA to continue to do that. The RAP describes the science activities by which the effects of climate variability and change in West Coast fisheries, resources, and communities can be addressed. However, these programs discussed do require more funding, and without necessary investment, the region will have to make some difficult decisions about prioritizing. I know that Ocean Conservancy does advocate for congressional appropriations, and they'll continue to do that as on the Washington, D.C. side to adequately fund this work. In the Ocean Conservancy letter, they provide some comments and detailed recommendations to clarify the RAP goals and activities and improve the structure and organization of the letter. These comments strive to help provide transparency relative to the center's efforts to strengthen the connection of science to management, to ensure science activities resonate with fisheries managers, and by clearly conveying the RAP's relevant to promote its effectiveness. Again, we recognize and appreciate the excellent work of the IEA team and the Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Center in support of the Council's initiatives. And we understand there are funding challenges and see that this as an opportunity to ensure that our science efforts are well organized and structured and prioritized, and to work on improving the structure and organization and prioritization in the RAP to ensure that the most critical and useful information is being provided to facilitate effective fishery management decisions. And I did actually really like the requests of the EEWG and I think maybe the EIS to help the council and stakeholders better understand how priorities would change with funding and what could be provided now, and if there was more funding, what would be the other science that could be produced. For us, building resilient fisheries in the face of climate change depends on understanding our ocean ecosystem and our impacts on its structure and function. And we support the continued prioritization of connecting the science with management to help us tackle the challenges of building resilient fisheries in a changing climate. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any questions of Teresa? Thank you very much. Well, that will conclude public comment and take us to our council action here, which is to provide comments as appropriate. We've received some specific recommendations in the reports, so let's see what sort of discussion we have here and what sort of comments we as a council want to provide. If any. Dr. Braby?
I'll bite. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation by Toby and learning a little bit more about some of the work. I think this council is clearly interested in success along these lines, and I just want to express, support from myself for funding for this type of work, and disappointment that there isn't more funding to make some of these initiatives fly more fully. So I'll share that. I also, as my question alluded, I think that the idea of asking the science centers for work related to FEP Initiative 2.2 is appropriate here, whether it goes in the RAP document or not. It's just a flag that's important science that we need in order to move forward with that under the FEP specifically. So I think that would be good to put in the list, and appreciate Josh, your willingness to bring back a presentation to us on the CPS MSE work. So thanks. That's about all I have to say.
All right, thank you for that. Further discussion? Well, we do have some. I'm sorry, Corey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just echo what Karen said. That sounded great. Also, just looking at the EWG report and just asking that the council staff forward their report on, as well as the EAS report, comments from the public, and any discussion here today. Just make sure that that gets through to NIPS.
Thank you. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just following up on those comments. Obviously, I think you have members of the RAP on listening. You have Northwest and Southwest leadership sitting in the room, myself, but it doesn't always hurt to formalize some of those comments to us. So in terms of forwarding or some sort of letter. So just wanted to make that note.
All right, thank you. So, Kit, let me ask you if you have captured our discussion here in terms of guidance and comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly have. And then based on Mr. Lindsay's last comment there, I think we would essentially write a letter to get something formal in the record that reflects the council's endorsement of the recommendations found in your advisory body reports, and mention what discussion there was across the floor today, and the fact that there was some related public comment that the council heard on this topic.
All right, thank you. Is that acceptable to everyone? Phil Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure that that did include what would the letter that we got in the public testimony, a letter from Ocean Conservancy. There were some specific recommendations in there, and would that be a part of what would be conveyed?
I think the intent was to include the public comments with our letter.
Yes, that's what I heard. So we can certainly do that, either, I mean, both, or either summarizing or just attaching those letters and to a letter that the council sends to NIPS.
All right. Well, I think that if there's nothing further on this agenda item, that concludes this ecosystem agenda item. And we will smoothly move back to Groundfish. And I know that we have some seats to change. This will be agenda item G10, Inseason adjustment. So let's just take a few moments and allow folks to move. Okay, we're back. And Todd Phillips, will you want to give us an overview on this agenda item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. This is agenda item G10, which is in-season adjustments, final action. So under this particular action, the Council is going to be reviewing the groundfish fisheries to date, and you'll also be considering adopting any in-season adjustments, such as trip limits, season structures, as appropriate. These management measures, as you are aware, are set by the Council with the general understanding that these measures may need to be adjusted within the biennium to attain but not exceed annual catch limits. Today, you have in front of you 4 reports. You have a report each from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And you also have 2 reports, or a report each from the GMT and the GAP. Your action, as usual, is to consider projections for the 2022 fisheries and adopt final in-season adjustments as necessary to achieve but not exceed annual catch limits and other management objectives. That's my brief overview, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thanks very much, Todd. Are there any questions of Todd before we get started with our reports? I'm not seeing any, so we will start with the management entities, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading our supplemental ODFW report. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife monitors and manages the Oregon recreational bottomfish, groundfish fishery in season via data from the Ocean Recreational Boat Survey, or ORBS program. Effort, catch, and discard data are available monthly on a 1-month lag. However, preliminary data may be available approximately 10 days after the end of a statistical month. Additionally, raw interview data may be available weekly to discern trends in effort and catch rates. For the 2022 recreational bottomfish fishery, the 2022 recreational bottomfish fishery off of Oregon has been successful for many anglers. Effort and catches have been higher than the Oregon recreational model estimated for all months except May. Total effort through August is just behind the highest recorded year of 2017. During the busy summer months of June, July, and August, effort and catches, particularly of black rockfish, have been 22 to 40% higher than estimated preseason, as you can see in Figure 1. This is even with a very strong coho salmon season along much of the Oregon coast and relatively decent albacore tuna fishing opportunities through much of August. We then include a figure 1 with black rockfish projected and the actual monthly impacts in metric tons for the Oregon recreational bottomfish fishery in 2022, with the projected in blue and the actual in orange. Based on final data through June and preliminary July data, ODFW staff had concerns about continued high effort through the remainder of the summer and year, and being able to stay within species-specific state or federal harvest guidelines. In early August, staff conferred with our advisory group about the progress of the fishery and their thoughts on how August would proceed. The advisors requested waiting to see how the first couple weeks of August proceeded before deciding to take any action. The first 2 weeks ended up having even higher effort and catches than ODFW staff anticipated. After the 3rd week in August of continued high effort, ODFW decided that in-season action would be necessary to keep the fishery open through the end of the year while not exceeding any harvest guidelines. After further consultation and with guidance from advisors, ODFW took action through state regulations to reduce the daily general marine bag limit from 5 down to 4 and prohibit retention of cabezon, china, and copper rockfishes beginning Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Black rockfish makes up the majority of the catch in the Oregon recreational bottomfish fishery, about 70 to 80% by number. Therefore, to reduce the impacts, landings, and discard mortality, the daily bag limit had to be reduced. ODFW staff and our advisors did discuss the potential of a 4-fish sub-bag limit on black rockfish. However, when there was a black rockfish sub-bag limit several years ago, there was an increase in discard mortality of black rockfish as anglers tried to fill out their daily bag limit with other species. That would have exacerbated this year with also having to go no retention of china and copper rockfish and the previous prohibitions on quillback rockfish. Anglers would likely have to sort through some of those species while attempting to fill out their 5-fish bag limit. Therefore, to reduce the discard mortality on black, china, copper, and quillback rockfishes, reducing the daily bag limit is the most responsible option. Since announcing the in-season changes, the preliminary full month of August estimates have been available. The data through August indicates that the state-specified Oregon Recreational Harvest Guideline for nearshore rockfish complex species has been exceeded in Table 1. Non-retention through the remainder of the year is estimated to have an additional 0.9 metric tons of impacts due to discard mortality. Currently, the Oregon commercial sectors are projected to end the year below its state-specified harvest guideline. Combined Oregon recreational and commercial impacts for 2022 are currently projected to be 21.6 metric tons out of the 21.8 metric tons Oregon share of the nearshore rockfish complex north of 40 degrees 10 north latitude annual catch limit ACL. ODFW will be consulting with Washington and California to see how their fisheries are tracking for this complex to ensure that there is a minimal threat of exceeding the complex ACL for 2022. And we include a table for the 2022 Oregon recreational bottomfish fishery preliminary estimated impacts through August, projected end of year impacts, and the harvest guidelines in metric tons. Just to note, the italics indicate a species specific information for species within a complex. And these estimations were made on September 6th of this year. ODFW will continue to track landings and discard mortality through the end of the year and may have to take further in-season action. ODFW is not requesting concurrent federal action at this time. With regards to the 2023 Oregon recreational bottomfish fishery, the 2023-2024 Oregon recreational bottomfish fishery has been set up through the biennial harvest specifications and management measures processed federally. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will finalize the state regulations for 2023 at their December 22 meeting. ODFW staff will be reaching out to the public in early October to get input on the season structure and regulations within what is in the federal regulations. Much of the discussion will likely focus on the effort and catches that occurred in 2022 and what that might mean for 2023 effort and catches. During the discussion with advisors about the 2022 in-season regulation changes, there were several discussions about the long leader gear, Halloway gear fishery, and how to entice more anglers to pursue that fishery. This would reduce effort on the nearshore reefs and the more nearshore stocks such as black china, copper, and quillback rockfishes. As part of this discussion, ODFW staff were asked about the potential for increasing the long leader gear fishery daily bag limit, currently 10 fish in both state and federal regulations, to 12 or 15 fish per day. A 10 fish bag limit is the highest limit that has been analyzed as part of any biennial harvest specifications and management measure process. However, the original exempted fishing permit was conducted within a 15 fish bag limit, as was the analysis conducted for the environmental assessment of the long leader gear fishery. Therefore, there is some information to inform what potential impacts to yellow eye rockfish, as well as Chinook and coho salmon would be. Impacts to most target species, yellowtail and widow rockfish, would be well within the non-trawl allocation and present virtually no threat to exceeding the ACL of any of those species. Blue deacon and canary rockfish are the only species that have harvest guidelines or shares specified for the Oregon recreational fishery. Recent total impacts have been well below the species-specific contribution of blue deacon rockfish to the Oregon black blue deacon rockfish complex, and the recreational impacts have been well below the state-specified recreational harvest guideline. Even tripling the blue deacon rockfish impacts would not approach that species-specific contribution to the complex ACL. The Oregon recreational impacts to canary have been closer to Oregon recreational share of the non-trawl harvest guidelines, 70 to 80% over the last 3 years, and total mortality from all non-trawl sectors has been well below the non-trawl harvest guideline. Therefore, there would be little risk to the harvest guideline. Total mortality was 48% in the harvest guideline in 2021, or the ACL 42% in 2021 from this action. Impacts to canary rockfish will be tracked carefully to ensure that Oregon recreational share of the non-trawl harvest guideline is not exceeded. An example of an in-season action that could be taken to keep impacts within the Oregon recreational share would be to implement the sub-bag limit for canary in the long leader gear and or regular bottom fish fishery. For 2023 in-season request, the request is to increase the long leader gear fishery daily bag limit to 15 or 12 fish per angler day if only the 10 rockfish species allowed. Lingcod retention would continue to be prohibited and the fishery would remain restricted to seaward of the 40 fathom regulatory line. And that concludes the ODFW report. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions on the ODFW report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jessica, for a very complete report. It's very nice to see this. There's a ton of information in here, and I'm really glad to have this conversation started off here today. And I expect we'll be having some sidebar discussions here through the fall about how we're tracking on our shared minor nearshore north of 4010 complex. So appreciate the heads up on where you're at and what you're looking at down the road. I'm looking at the table and it indicates these are the recreational impacts. But then as you mentioned in the text, you talk about that they're shared. These are combined harvest guidelines, correct? That these are sport and commercial?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess we'll have some conversations offline and look at our catch totals for both sport and commercial fisheries and put our heads together. My next question, though, is about your very last passage on your 2023 in-season request. Are you looking for a council decision or concurrence, or is this a state action you're looking to pursue? Or maybe you can elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Marcy. With this last statement, what we're looking here is guidance from NIMS that this is the appropriate location to have this conversation and that we can bring back information in the future at a future meeting with some of the analyses to describe what this action may look like. But really, this was to start a conversation, get feedback on thoughts on this action, as well as the process, really more guidance on the process. No council action.
Thank you very much. And just to say that we understand how difficult it is to try to make accurate projections with recreational fisheries. It's a very difficult task, and I appreciate the situation that you're in here. Glad to discuss, and thanks again for bringing it to the council's attention.
All right, any further questions on the ODF&W report? Heather Hall.
Thank you. And I echo those comments from Marcy, and thank you for bringing this up. I mean, when we established the nearshore rockfish complex in-season management approach, this is exactly, I think, what we intended, is to have these conversations. I know our GMT members are talking, and you'll see some of that in the GMT report on in-season 2 about the nearshore rockfish complex north of 4010. And so definitely appreciate all the detail in this and your thinking about how to tackle it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, any further questions on that report? All right, we'll move next to California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've gotten in the habit of presenting the council a detailed report on our in-season catch tracking with particular focus on copper and quillback and yellow eye rockfishes, especially looking to the heightened need that we will be having beginning in 2023 to very closely track our accruals on those species. So we provide this informational report through August 28th, 2022. Our best estimate of copper rockfish is 40.3 metric tons, which is only 23% of what we had projected back last November when we took in-season action to bring the copper rockfish bag limit down to 1 fish. In California, we present recreational catch information, the real-time information, as a combination of both our anticipated catch values as well as our monthly surf estimates when they become available. Looking at the effect of the bag limit, it appears to be having done a good job at achieving the goal of reducing total mortality. Industry-initiated actions like avoiding areas where copper rockfish are commonly found are also likely contributing to the reduction. Just as a reminder that we will be working with a species-specific ACT of 84.6 metric tons for south of 4010 and 6.9 metric tons for north of 4010 beginning in 2023. Quillback rockfish, not quite as optimistic a look in terms of performance relative to the upcoming 2023 ACTs. Right now, the best estimate for recreational mortality of quillback in the California fishery is 6.3 metric tons, which is about 76% of what we had projected it would be at a one fish bag limit. Thinking ahead to 2023, we're looking at a species-specific ACT of 0.89 metric tons for north of 4010 and 0.87 metric tons for 4010 south. So probably be needing to talk about that as we get into next spring, although our fisheries won't be opening early in the season. Yellow eye rockfish, things are looking good on the yellow eye rockfish front. We have only accrued 2.5 metric tons of yellow eye through August 28th of 2022. So we have some, we don't expect to reach or exceed the ACT, and we've designed management for 2023 accordingly, and noting that we do expect to increase our impacts on yellow eye beginning next season. Turning to the commercial fishery, recall that we implemented a new series of species-specific trip limits, both for copper and quillback rockfishes, 2-month cumulative limits that are within the deeper nearshore rockfish cumulative trip limits. The limits are 75 pounds per 2-month period. The graph that you see in figure 1, the black line reflects what we expected the catch would be of copper rockfish after moving to the 75 pound trip limit in 2022. That's the projected. The bluish line is where we have been in the past in 2021 on just copper rockfish landings when they were managed in the aggregate with the other deeper nearshore rockfish. So what this shows is that the trip limits are having the effect that we intended, which was to reduce impacts on copper rockfish, to do our best to stay within that projection of the black line. So the case both for copper rockfish north and south of 4010, as you see the orange line not exceeding the black line. And it looks considerably different than what we've seen in past years. Turning to quillback rockfish, again, this is commercial. If you look at figure 3, same situation. The trip limits appear to be effectively curtailing the copper rockfish or the quillback rockfish impacts for 42 to 4010, and then also for south of 4010. We're not even close yet to attaining the projected impacts that we had expected under the reduced trip limits. The question then became, well, okay, now that we're managing these species individually and not as part of an aggregate trip limit, what about the other deeper nearshore rockfish? How has performance been on the other deeper nearshore species? Are fishermen able to successfully target and retain the other deeper nearshore rockfish, even in light of the new trip limit constraints on copper and quillback rockfish? So Figure 5 is intended to show the performance of the other deeper nearshore rockfish current year compared to last year. So again, the orange line is current year and blue is past year. Figure 5 is north of 4010. Figure 6 is south of 4010. And happy to report that it appears that performance in the deeper nearshore rockfish fishery, when you remove copper and quillback as targets, still appears to be performing well. So that's the good news. Then I want to turn to our regular tabular report that we've offered routinely under the in-season item, and this is now shown in Appendix 1. This is the update on the status of where we're at on the other species in 2022 relative to our ACLs, HGs, allocations, et cetera, for the 2021-22 biennium. The tables reflect the recreational catch data from RecFin, and this is only through June, and then commercial through August. And that's in the various tables to follow. So table 3 describes our overall take for both recreational and commercial in 2022 relative to our reference points. Just to note a few of the highlights here. You can see the percent accrual attainment in the far right column. A few of the other ones that we're tracking closely, other than the copper and quillback, we're keeping a close eye on vermilion rockfish, which is on page 10, top of page 10. We are doing better with our reduced limits of vermilion rockfish south of 4010, tracking to or attaining at this point 55.1%. So with that, I'll take any questions about our report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Are there questions on the CDFW report? I don't see any hands, so thank you very much, Marcy. Next, we have a report from the Groundfish management team. I think that's going to be Whitney or Mel. Mel, you're online?
Yes, that is correct. I am here virtually with you all. Appreciate that opportunity to do so. It sounds like Whitney may be available. I've had some connectivity issues. She will hopefully slide in seamlessly if things drop on my end. But if you're ready to go, I'm more than happy to present the GMT report on this item.
All right, so Mel will do the report. Go ahead, Mel.
Again, Mel Vandrup on the Groundfish management team. I will be reading the GMT report for Groundfish in-season adjustments, final action. The GMT discussed the current status of 2022 groundfish fisheries, requests from industry, and needs for in-season adjustments during the September 22 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. You have some action items in front of you. We'll start with sablefish north of 36 north latitude. The model used to project the sablefish landings under alternative trip limits was primarily selected for full methodology review under agenda item G4 at this meeting, based on issues the GMT encountered earlier this year and the length of time since the last review. The GMT proposed changes to the input variables for the linear regressions used in the model, which resolved the issue of unrealistic and inaccurate predictions. The Scientific and Statistical Committee recommended the use of those proposed changes for in-season in 2022, recognizing that a more thorough review would likely take place next year. The GMT explored options to increase the weekly and bi-monthly sablefish trip limits of 36 North for both limited entry fixed gear and open access sectors for the remainder of 2022, given that much of the fleet for both sectors appears to be constrained by the current limits. Sablefish North attainment in most groundfish sectors is tracking high for this year to date compared to previous years, but given the high sablefish ACL this year and the attainment of sablefish north of 36 is at 55% of as of September 10th, 2022, the GMT does not expect that these increases will risk exceeding the ACL. For limited entry fixed gear north, Table 1 below shows sablefish landing projections under status quo weekly and bi-monthly trip limits, as well as 2 alternative trip limit increases for the limited entry north sector. The limited entry north sector trip limits have historically only reached as high as 4,500 pounds per week and 9,000 pounds per 2 months, it occurred once, which was during period 6, that would be November and December of 2021. For this reason, trip limits higher than option 2 were not explored. Table 2 provides the estimated ex-vessel revenue for each trip limit option. Under option 1, the increase in ex-vessel revenue is approximately $76,667 and $146,112 under option 2. The GMT recommends the council select option 2 for limited entry north sector because it would increase opportunity and attainment while still providing a buffer between projected landings and the limited entry north landed catch share of 320 metric tons. And on the next page, you can see there's table 1 showing your trip limit options and those projections and how the percent attainment under each of those scenarios, and even under option 2, under a high scenario, we're still at about 77% of our landed catch share. And then table 2 shows your ex-vessel revenue differences with those options. For open access north, we're looking at table 3 below, which shows sablefish landings, landing projections under status quo, weekly and bi-monthly trip limits, as well as 2 alternative trip limit increases for the open access north sector. The daily limit of 600 pounds will remain in place through the end of 2022 and will be eliminated beginning in 2023 based on council action in the 23-24 harvest specifications and new management measures package. The open access north trip limits have historically never exceeded 3,000 pounds per week and 6,000 pounds per 2 months, but the GMT does not expect any risk under option 2, given the 17% attainment buffer under the average price scenario, which appears to be the 2022 scenario. The model also overestimated 2022 landings by 20 metric tons as of August 31st, 2022. Table 4 provides the estimated ex-vessel revenue for each option in Table 3. The increase in the ex-vessel revenue under option 1 is approximately $68,000 and approximately $137,000 under option 2. The GMT recommends the council select option 2 for the open access north sector because it would increase opportunity and attainment while still providing a buffer between the projected landings and the open access north landed catch share. So in the next page, you have Table 3 with those options in front of you. And you can see under the high scenario, we would be at 89% of the catch share. And then Table 4 offers the ex-vessel revenue projections from those adjustments. Moving on to canary rockfish. In June 2020, via in-season action, canary rockfish trip limits were increased from 300 pounds per 2 months for both limited entry and open access coast-wide to the current trip limits seen in Table 4, and those would be the status quo trip limits. All other trip limits were increased in June 2020 as well, including yellowtail rockfish. Beginning in 2021, the shoreward non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines north of 3427 were moved out to 40 fathoms and 50 fathoms, allowing for more access to the midwater shelf rockfish. And I'll note that for the 40 fathoms above 4010, it's that special area between 30 fathoms and 40 fathoms with no bottom contact gear. Prior to the September 2022 meeting, the GMT received a request from an open access fisherman from Northern California to increase the canary rockfish open access north 4010 trip limit for the remainder of 2022. The request was to increase the open access trip limit from 1,000 pounds per 2 months to 2,000 pounds per 2 months to be more in line with the yellowtail rockfish open access trip limit north of 4010, which is 1,000 pounds per month, to maximize attainment of yellowtail rockfish while reducing regulatory discards of canary rockfish. In Table 5, the GMT provides estimated impacts from various adjustments to the canary trip limits, canary rockfish trip limits, should the council choose to increase trip limits for both limited entry and open access coast-wide. However, the options can be mixed and matched based on the level of the council's precaution. The largest adjustments for periods 5 and 6, that would be the limited entry moving up to 4,000 pounds per 2 months and open access moving up to 2,000 pounds per 2 months, increases the projected landings by 0.2 metric tons for limited entry north, 1.9 metric tons for open access north, 0.3 metric tons for limited entry south, and 1.6 metric tons for open access south. The estimated total mortality from the largest adjustment would be approximately 28% of the non-trawl commercial share for canary rockfish, and that would be 123.5 metric tons. The average price per pound of canary rockfish caught in the non-trawl commercial fisheries in 2022 is approximately $2.80. Therefore, under the largest adjustment, increases in the ex-vessel revenue for limited entry north is approximately $1,300. For open access, it is approximately $11,715. For limited entry south, it is $2,156. And for open access south, it is $10,072,000. Next page, you see Table 5. This is showing your status quo trip limits for both limited entry north and south of 4010, as well as open access north and south of 4010, with the landing projection for the end of the year under that trip limit, which puts us at 25% of that non-trawl commercial share. Option 2 would bump up the limited entry north and open access north trip limits to match what is in the south for the last two or the remainder of the 2022 season. And you can see that the impact projections there are just slightly up by about 1 metric ton, putting it at 26% of the non-trawl commercial share. And option 3 shows an increase to 4,000 pounds per 2 months for limited entry coastwide and 2,000 pounds per 2 months for open access coastwide. And that 2,000 pounds per 2 months is what was the request. And you can see that if you were to move up all the sectors, that the increase in Canary would put us at about 34.9 metric tons for the projected landings, and a total of about 28% of that commercial share. The GMT recommends option 3, which increases the limited entry trip limit to 4,000 pounds per 2 months, and open access trip limit to 2,000 pounds per 2 months for both North and South 4010 for the remainder of 2022. The adjustment will help increase attainment of yellowtail rockfish while reducing regulatory discard of Canary rockfish north of 4010. Additionally, the adjustment would provide some additional opportunity to a healthy shelf species south of 4010, while the request to increase Canary trip limits applied to only to trip limits north. Option 3 would promote equity within the coast-wide fleet. Moving on to lingcod. This is going to be for limited entry and open access north of 4010. A request for increased lingcod limits in the limited entry fixed gear fishery north of 4010 was made due to the entirety of the 5,000 pound trip limit being landed within the first few trips of the 2-month fishing period. Status quo is currently resulting in regulatory discards. We modeled raising the lingcod trip limit by 1,000 pounds per 2 months for limited entry and 500 pounds per month for open access, and raising the 2,000 pounds per 2 months for limited entry fixed gear and 1,000 pounds per month for open access, which is seen in Table 6. The average price per pound of lingcod caught in the non-trawl limited entry commercial fisheries in 2022 is approximately $2.27, and the open access commercial fisheries is $3.06. Therefore, under the largest adjustment, increases in the ex-vessel revenue for limited entry fixed gear is approximately $4,540, and for open access, it would be approximately $6,120 for full trip limit attainment per period. There are small differences in the projected landings, as seen in Table 7, but the projected attainments remain low relative to the non-trawl allocation. Projected impacts to yellow eye rockfish under the 2 options differ minimally from the status quo, about 0.01 metric ton increase for the remainder of the year. All options fall well within the non-trawl commercial yellow eye rockfish projected impacts of 3.9 metric tons, which is noted down below in the yellow eye scorecard, which assumes full attainment of the non-trawl allocations and well within the 6.3 metric ton non-trawl commercial annual catch target. The GMT and the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel discuss whether increases would entice more open access fishermen and therefore have more yellow eye rockfish impacts, but the GAP does not believe that this merits concern at this time. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 2 because the increase in lingcod is expected to reduce regulatory discard and provide additional opportunity for some industry members already in the fishery. So Table 6, at the bottom of the page here, you have your various options for those increases for the last 2 periods or last 4 months of the year, with the GMT recommending option 2 there. And then table 7 shows the projected non-trawl attainment as well as the yellow eye rockfish impacts from those 2 adjustments. Oregon recreational fishery. The GMT received an overview from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report outlining the progress of the 2022 season, in-season actions taken, and a request for 2023. For the nearshore rockfish complex north, the ODFW report indicated that total Oregon impacts, recreational and commercial, to the nearshore rockfish complex north may exceed the Oregon share of that complex ACL. Staff from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Fish and Wildlife have indicated their fisheries are tracking based on data through July at approximately 31% in Washington and through June, approximately 24% in California, both of which were just described. Therefore, the GMT thinks the risk to the nearshore rockfish north of 4010 complex ACL is low. The request for 2023, it would be for the ODFW, within the ODFW report, a request arising from public meetings to increase the daily bag limit in the long leader fishery from 10 fish per person per day to either 12 or 15 fish per person per day in 2023. The 10 fish bag limit is the highest bag limit that has been analyzed via biannual harvest specification process. The original exempted fishing permit that informed this fishery did have a 15 fish bag limit. Therefore, there is some data that could inform the higher bag limit. Given that, the GMT looks to NIMF for guidance on this request. If this request is eligible for the groundfish in-season process. If so, the GMT anticipates additional information from ODFW in November, at which time we will provide further input. For the Washington recreational fishery, as noted in the Oregon recreational fishery section above, WDFW staff shared that Washington total impacts to the nearshore rockfish complex north through July are tracking at around 31%. However, WDFW indicates that catches of quillback rockfish within the complex by June have exceeded the species-specific contribution or the harvest guideline to the Washington share of that complex ACL. The Washington harvest guideline of 0.7 metric tons was exceeded by 0.5 metric tons through July, and projected catch through the end of the season is expected to add an additional roughly 0.4 metric tons. With only about 5 weeks remaining in the 22 season, no action will be taken because a closure will not accrue any substantial benefit. WDFW notes that the Washington harvest guideline for quillback rockfish increases to 2.2 metric tons in 23, and management measures will prohibit the retention of quillback rockfish during the months of May, June, and July. Thus, exceeding the HG in 23 is unlikely. And for the remainder of the items in this report are the standard informational items, the Chinook scorecard, the short belly scorecard, and the yellow eye scorecard. And happy to report we are within all our harvest limits for those species of concern. And with that, I will take any questions the council may have.
All right, thanks very much, Mel, for that lengthy report. Let's see if there are any questions from around the table. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel. First question, throughout the beginning of the report and the action items, the graphics convey that the increases that are proposed are good for the remainder of the year, which might be period 5, if depending on when the rule takes effect, and then period 6. My question for you, and maybe if you can't answer it, maybe NIMS can, is that come January 1, 2023, do the trip limits revert back to the trip limits that were effective January 1 of 2022?
Yes. So normally, yes, whatever was in place for period 1, that would be January and February of the current or previous year. So for 2022, what's on the books now for period 1 will be what's on the books for period 2, 2023. However, we are entering a new biennium. And if there were any adjustments in that specs package, those would go into effect day 1. But I don't think we did any adjustments. So what you see now for period 1 for stablefish, lingcod, and canary will be period 1 in 2023.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel. That helps. Just making sure that we're mindful of how much we're making adjustments and up and down, and every 2 months things can change. And so just looking for some continuity. So thank you. That answers it. I have another question, if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. In the discussion about sablefish, I'm thinking back to earlier in the week under our stock assessment agenda item, and I'm not sure if the GMT was listening to that discussion, but there were a number of reports about high encounters of sablefish, mostly small fish. But I'm just wondering if you can tell us, generally speaking, since you are our catch trackers and you're looking at things in season all the time, and looking at all of the various data streams, did you, it looks here that you're proposing increases to trip limits due to low attainment. And I'm just wondering if you captured through any other data streams the situation with sablefish being widely encountered in a number of our fisheries here this summer.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, the GMT has definitely been tracking and been receiving reports of sablefish being caught in other fisheries, groundfish, non-groundfish, and we are monitoring that as closely as we can. With the trip limits you see in front of you, the limited entry north has its own pot of fish, so to speak, and so does open access. So those are tracked to those limits, but on a whole, we are monitoring where everything fits in relation to the sablefish north ACL, and things are looking good so far. But I'll also note that we have a coastwide ABC. So in the event we do get fairly close to the northern ACL, we have a coastwide ABC, and so we'll be under that limit. And I'll look, so to speak, to Whitney to see if I missed anything there.
Further questions on the report? Or Whitney, do you have anything to add?
No, I would just say that I have been tracking, especially during this meeting, sablefish, and there is a sentence in the report that says that sablefish is tracking high in other sectors. And just to be more specific, it is tracking high in the IFQ sector compared to previous years, as well as recreationally. We've heard reports of more sablefish being caught. As you can recall, in June, we brought up the high sablefish bycatch event in the at-sea sectors. They have not caught
very much sablefish since then, and certainly have not had a similar high bycatch event. So we have, just to echo what Mel has said and be a little bit more specific, if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
A further question on the GMT report? All right, I'm not seeing any further hands. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Whitney. We're gonna take a break here. We'll come back at 3:15. right, if folks could make their way back to their assigned seat, we'll get started. I have to apologize to the gap, but I had an urgent request for a break.
I got nowhere to go, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we'll get our last report. Mr. Richter, please proceed.
Ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. Be reading from agenda item G10A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on in-season adjustments for final action. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel met with the Groundfish Management Team to discuss progress of this year's fishery and possible in-season adjustments. The GMT discussion was led by Ms. Melissa Mandra, Ms. Whitney Roberts, and Ms. Katie Pearson. The GAP offers the following recommendations and comments on proposed in-season adjustments to ongoing groundfish fisheries. For lingcod trip limits, fixed gear industry has requested an increase in the lingcod trip limits north of 42 north latitude for the remainder of 2022. Fixed gear fishermen have noted that most of their entire allocation of lingcod has been taken during the first 2 weeks of the period, thus has led to regulatory discards of lingcod. Previous GMT analysis suggests bycatch of yelloweye would increase only slightly with increased trip limits of lingcod in the north of 42 north latitude area. Effort increase is expected to be lower due to the expected Dungeness crab opener. So working from the Supplemental GMT Report 1, Table 4, GAP recommends the following. For open access fixed gear lingcod north of 42, current trip limits are 2,500 a month. GAP supports GMT option 2, increasing it to 3,500 pounds a month as soon as is possible. For the limited entry fixed gear lingcod north of 42, current no action is 5,000 every 2 months. GAP supports GMT option 2, which would increase it to 7,000 pounds every 2 months. For the sablefish DTL fishery, due to continuing difficult market conditions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, fixed gear sablefish landings have been tracking quite low to date. Thus, there's an opportunity to increase the daily trip limits for both limited entry and open access fixed gear in the north. For those fishermen that have a buyer willing to purchase their sablefish, a trip limit increase would be greatly beneficial. So working from GMT Supplemental Report 1, the GAP recommends the following. For open access DTL north of 36, current trip limits you can see there. GAP supports GMT option 2 going to 600 daily, 1 landing per week, 4,000, not to exceed 8,000 every 2 months. For the limited entry DTL fixed gear sablefish north of 36, current trip limits are listed there. GAP supports GMT option 2, 4,500 pounds a week, not to exceed 9,000 pounds every 2 months. For fixed gear open access trip limits for canary rockfish, fixed gear representatives requested an increase in the canary rockfish trip limits for the remainder of the year. Fishermen are encountering large numbers of canary while fishing for shelf rockfish, leading to regulatory discards. Working from the Supplemental GMT Report 1, the GAP recommends the following. For fixed gear open access canary north of 4010, current trip limits are 1,000 every 2 months. GAP supports GMT option 3 of 2,000 every 2 months. Fixed gear open access canary rockfish south of 4010, current trip limits are 1,500 every 2 months. GAP supports GMT option 3, 2,000 every 2 months. For fixed gear limited entry canary rockfish trip limits north of 4010, 3,000 every 2 months is current trip limits. GAP supports GMT option 3, 4,000 every 2 months. And for fixed gear canary rockfish trip limits south of 4010, current trip limits 3,500 every 2 months. GAP supports 4,000 every 2 months. Right. And then we'll get to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in-season request for the recreational fishery. GAP was briefed by Ms. Lynn Mattis of ODFW as to the progress of the Oregon recreational groundfish fisheries in 2022. Extremely favorable weather and sea conditions have led to large increases in recreational fishing effort in 2022. Bag limits have been adjusted downward, as well as implementing non-retention of several nearshore rockfish species in an effort to extend the fishing season through the end of the year. For the 2023 fishing season, ODFW is requesting to increase the long leader gear fishery daily bag limit to 15 or 12 fish per angler per day of only the 10 rockfish species allowed. Lingcod retention would continue to be prohibited and the fishery would remain restricted to seaward of the 40-fathom regulatory line. Following gap discussion led by recreational industry leaders from Oregon, we suggest the following. The gap recommends that Oregon does not pursue a long leader bag limit past 10 rockfish. With the shift in angling efforts, this could negatively affect canary rockfish and potentially overharvest the allocated quota. We feel that Oregon should look at encouraging efforts towards the quotas of blue and deacon rockfish, as well as pursuing underutilized stocks. And then last on the list is copper rockfish. The GAP would like to highlight and thank the Southern California CPFV fleet efforts in regard to copper rockfish of avoidance, voluntary zero retention, and use of descending vices. The catch projections are reflective of this, showing only 23% attainment of the annual catch projections. This, paired with the pending updated depth-dependent discard mortality table, could offer opportunity of in-season action to give anglers some much-needed relief. And Mr. Chair, that's as fast as I can read that statement. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the GAP report. We'll go for questions. Jessica Watson.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Richter. I just want to express my appreciation to members of the GAP for providing feedback on the long leader bag limit. And I look forward to continued discussions on this topic and recommendations and strategies to how to reduce impacts to the nearshore species while still maintaining a fishing season throughout the end of the year.
Thanks, Jessica.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question may not be very popular, but I'm going to ask it. Throughout the GMT report and the GAP report here, there's a request increase commercial canary because of regulatory discards associated with yellowtail rockfish. And then yet the GAP is recommending not pursuing an increase to the bag limit for the long leader fishery because it could result in canary overharvest. So I'm just struggling with what appear to be somewhat conflicting recommendations here. And I realize that this isn't about exceeding or attaining ACLs at this stage, but I'm just thinking ahead to discussions about canary sharing, and I'm just trying to understand.
No, it's a fair question, Marcy. We're talking commercial here, and honestly, to myself, that was new information. Come on, Jeff. I mean, he's a smart guy, and I kind of understand where he was going with this, but he can probably speak to it better than I.
Hello, my name is Jeff Wilmarth. I am part of the GAP and I represent the charter out of Oregon. So I was the one that developed the statement. I worked with a group of folks from the Oregon coast. And so we reached out to the charter fleet. We were concerned. So increasing the effort on the long leader fishery, we had a 15% rough estimate on our available quota. So we were concerned by shifting all the effort off the inshore grounds that we were going to hit that quota, which would be separate from your commercial fishery stuff. That's what our idea was.
And Marcy, I was asking questions myself when we got the request, and Mel told me there's just so darn many fish left on the table. I mean, that commercial there, I can't remember what the numbers are, but there's a lot of fish left on the table of the canary. It's not being taken. So,
all right, thanks. Any further questions on the GAP statement? All right, thanks very much. That concludes our reports and will take us to public comment. I seem to recall seeing at least one public comment, and that's Jamie Diamond.
This is the last one, sorry. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik, Council, and staff. For the record, I am Jamie Diamond, representing the Sport Fishing Association of California. We would like to applaud the efforts of the sport fishing fleet and private boaters in their efforts to reduce the take of copper rockfish during this difficult time. We're hopeful the momentum will keep up through the end of the year. To recap, in addition to the one fish sub-bag limit, the sport fishing fleet voluntarily imposed the following restrictions on themselves: avoidance of copper rockfish, zero retention, and the use of descending devices to reduce discard mortality. The caveat on the zero retention is when we're doing our sampling project. The Sport Fishing Fleet and Association also did extensive outreach via radio, clubs, social media, and boat ramp signage to encourage private anglers to do the same. Through these self-imposed conservation efforts, we're only at 23% of the estimated catch. We look forward to seeing the addition of the updated depth-dependent discard mortality tables the SSC and GMT have been working on so carefully. We believe it will show further reduction in total mortality. Successfully demonstrating our ability to avoid a species within a complex, we hope further management measures restricting access to other healthy stocks would not be necessary and can be avoided with an in-season adjustment next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Questions of Jamie? All right, thank you very much. Well, that completes public comment. We've had our reports. That takes us to council discussion and action on in-season adjustments. And I will open the floor for discussion and action. Keely Kent.
Thank you. There was a question a while back to Nevs about the long leader issue, and I felt like I should respond to it. So we have spoken with ODF&W about the long leader request, and just from the procedural aspect, we've indicated that they should submit either a report to the council and or to the GMT whenever the next meeting or whenever it suits them. What we'd be looking for is really some sort of information, quantitative or qualitative, depending on what's available, that the impacts of that bag limit change are within the recreational impacts previously disclosed or otherwise not expected to exceed recreational allocation. So, happy to answer more procedural questions, but just trying to make that clear that that's the information that we are looking for when we're trying to evaluate whether something can be done as an in-season.
Thank you, Keely. Further discussion on this agenda item, in particular responding to the GMT recommendations. Marcy Yaremko?
If we're done with council discussion, I would have a motion.
I think if we have a motion, it'll spur any further discussion people want to have.
Thank you. Just waiting on the screen.
All right, go ahead, Marcy.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the in-season adjustments as recommended by the GMT as shown in agenda item G10A, supplemental GMT report 1, September 2022.
All right, and the language on the screen is, pardon me, is accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the GMT taking a look at fishery performance in 2022 and evaluating if the requested increases are within limits. We have lots of room within these limits, an awful lot of room in many cases. I also appreciate them taking a look at equitable adjustments and where possible, if the request came in, for example, in the case of canary rockfish, where the request was specific to north of 4010, taking a look at the south and see if an increase is likewise appropriate. So I appreciate them thinking about that. GAP and GMT concur in the recommendations, and I appreciate learning that, in fact, come January 1, the increases that we might be authorizing here are good only through the end of period 6, and come period 1 of 23, the new trip limits that we approve with the specifications will take effect. So, this is what we do in in-season management, is do our best to attain the 2022 limits that we have in place. So these recommendations are certainly consistent with that goal. That said, I encourage some discussions to take place into the future about how we might make adjustments either in future spec cycles or elsewhere, so that we are ensuring that there is equitable sharing, particularly in the case of Canary.
All right, are there any questions for the maker of the motion? Discussion on the motion? Phil Anderson?
Yeah, I hesitate to weigh into this, but I support the motion. The Canary discussion was a little concerning to me. I've voiced my concerns about Canary and the harvest guidelines that were assigned to the states for the recreational fisheries before, recognizing that we have a big delta between what we're catching and what we're catching overall in the fishery and the ACL, and that holding these recreational fisheries to these amounts, which were speculative at the time they were set because of unknown, when we didn't know the effects of the pandemic on the angler efforts, and let alone the catches that would occur. So I was left with the impression that there was some flexibility there to deal with situations like this, that where we might be exceeding the harvest guideline that were specified. But that there was some flexibility to do that, given that we have such a big difference between the total catches, both sport and commercial, and the ACL. So I'm appreciative of the logic that Jeff gave in his description of how they came to making the recommendations, and I'm not being critical of that in any way. I think it was well-placed logic, but I am concerned, and I continue to be concerned about the Canary piece as it relates to the recreational fisheries and these harvest guidelines, and how tight we think we need to hold them to those, again, given the big difference between overall catches and the ACL. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Any further discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion, Marcy. Before I turn to Todd, let me see if there's any other action under this agenda item. Todd, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would say that, the council has adopted the in-season adjustments, or are described quite thoroughly in the GMT's report, supplementary report number 1. And you've had some discussion about the potential increase in bag limits for off of Oregon regarding those species. So I would say that you have completed your agenda item, and.
All right, thank you very much. Good work, council. So we will turn back to agenda item G6, which is our last agenda item of the day. So I'll hand the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger to bring us home. And there may be some switching of seats too, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and we'll wait till everybody gets seated here. Okay. Well, we've had an excellent overview and presentation yesterday from staff, and a lot of good information from the states, the management team, and advisory bodies. And Brett, why don't you just set us up here as far as what we got to do?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. We're here at council action now, looking to review and potentially revise the purpose and need and the range of alternatives and adopt preliminary preferred alternatives as appropriate. So I think we've presented all we need to present, and I think it's now just up to the council to deliberate on what they'd like to do.
Okay, very good. With that, I'll open up the floor for discussion. I know there's 3 motions out there, so I don't have to worry about that. So that's the rumor. But there's a lot of hard work went into this, and it's went really smooth, at least so far, and shows all the great work that's been put into it by everybody involved. So, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to share my appreciation for all the work that council staff and the advisory bodies have put into this item and the collaboration and the mapping portal and tool, as well as all of the public testimony. It's really kind of helped shape the discussion, and we've heard multiple reports that reference the EFH review, and I appreciate that we have this detailed process for EFH review, and this process is slated for 2025, and that's when the process begins. But I just want to acknowledge that based on the last review, this has the potential to be a multi-year, very detailed and complex review that will then need to move through the regulatory process. And with that in mind, I'm very sensitive to the gap report and public testimony that the priority remains getting some part of the non-trawl RCA open immediately to provide fishermen the flexibility to fish in deeper waters and take some of the pressure off those nearshore stocks. Overall, I support a precautionary but balanced approach, protecting important and sensitive habitats while opening areas to fishing where habitat impacts are less likely, with the understanding that a comprehensive review of habitat under EFH review will better inform the type of habitat protections that may be needed in those areas being discussed today. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Anyone else? Okay, well, I will take, yes, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm happy to provide a motion when the council is ready.
I think we're ready.
I move the council adopt the following proposed purpose and need from G6 Attachment 1. Edits are bolded and underlined, and strike through shows deletion. The purpose of the proposed actions are to provide additional access in some areas that are currently closed to groundfish fishing inside the non-trawl rockfish conservation area, RCA, and cowcod conservation area, CCA. In doing so, measures were developed to address adverse effects on designated essential fish habitat, EFH, and sensitive benthic habitat areas exposed to fishing activity under the proposed actions, and mitigate for bycatch of groundfish and protected and prohibited species. The non-trawl sector is presently unable to access many target species where they are most abundant. The actions are needed to provide increased access to non-overfished shelf rockfish stocks and other important target stocks that can be found in the existing non-trawl groundfish conservation areas, GCAs, thereby increasing the overall potential economic value of the groundfish and non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery. The actions are also needed to help diversify fishing strategies in light of restrictive opportunities in other groundfish and non-groundfish fisheries, and to provide more stable year-round fishing opportunity, expand opportunities to supply seafood, and increase potential financial benefits to fishermen, communities, and the infrastructure they support. The proposed actions include moving or modifying the existing non-trawl RCA, allowing groundfish fishing inside the non-trawl RCA using only select gears that minimize bottom contact, removal of the CCAs, and the development of new closed areas that may restrict some fishing activity, and the development of block area closure tool for pre-season or in-season bycatch management. The discretionary authorities under Section 303B, 2A, and B of the Magnuson-Stevens Act may be used to protect species and habitats, including deep-sea corals and overfish species.
Thank you, Jessica. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It does.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a second. Second by Marcy Ripko. Thank you, Marcy. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Staff provided us with an updated purpose and need to include potential alternatives and sub-auctions that would be applicable to the non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery, as well as the groundfish fishery, and that the measures could be mitigate fishery impacts to habitat, including essential fish habitat conservation areas. The edits provided in this motion seek to clarify the impacts to EFH and incorporate that intent.
Very good. Thank you. Discussion of the motion. Marcy?
Just want to voice my support for the edits and the editing process that went into this motion. We've had a couple of bites at the apple on the purpose and need statement, and it has changed a fair amount from where we've started. Really appreciate the input that we've had along the way, and I think this language very well strikes the right balance. It clearly reflects what our intent is, and that in doing so, the measures that we have developed here to provide additional opportunity certainly serve to minimize adverse effects on designated EFH and sensitive benthic habitats. So just appreciate the continuous review as we've developed the alternatives, and express my support for the revised purpose and need.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to have a little more business here to be done, I believe. So, Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra, I believe, has CDFW motion 1. Thank you. I move the council adopt alternative 1 as a preliminary preferred alternative, which would allow non-trawl fishery vessels, which include directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and IFQ gear switchers, to use legal non-bottom contact hook and line gear in the non-trawl rockfish conservation area between the Oregon and Washington border and the border of Mexico, as described in section 2.2 of agenda item G6 attachment 1, with the following additions and modifications. Number 1, limited entry fixed gear vessels targeting groundfish in the non-trawl RCA using approved hook and line gear may fish up to the limited entry fixed gear trip limits, which is otherwise known as sub-option 1. Number 2, only those vessels using vertical, stationary, midwater gear may use natural bait. Number 3, add analysis of an option where the stationary, vertical, midwater jig gear be suspended no less than 30 feet from the bottom, as opposed to the current 50-foot requirement, as requested by the GAP in agenda item G6A, supplemental GAP report 1.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looking for a second. Second by, sorry, by Jessica Watson. Please speak your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The amendments to Alternative 1 and the developments, I guess I should say, that have occurred in refining this alternative have, well, we appreciate NIMS's help in working to refine this alternative and council staff. This is a large body of work on the item of making the limited entry fixed gear and trip limit and declaration programs work so that they can fish up to the fixed gear trip limits. That work is ongoing and we're pleased with the progress. The analytical document describes the declarations that may need to be amended as a result in order to accommodate their ability to do this, but this is certainly a key element of the proposal that will allow the limited entry fixed gear participants to utilize this gear that right now would require them, because it's open access gear, to fish only to the open access limit. So this is a very key element that will provide opportunity using new midwater gear in the RCA for this sector of our groundfish fishery. So we look forward to them taking advantage of this new opportunity, just as the open access sector will. The second, only those vessels using vertical stationary midwater gear may use natural bait. In the specifications process that we just completed, there is no authorization in the 12E item, which is what we termed the action that incorporated the Emily Platt EFP into regulation. That regulation right now does not allow the use of bait whatsoever. So another enhancement of this Alternative 1 action is that those vessels that are using the vertical stationary midwater gear or the Emily Platt gear will be able to use natural bait as part of this Alternative 1 action. So again, this is a additional and new opportunity that will be afforded to those fishing in the RCA with the appropriate gear. Third, at industry's request, we're looking to add analysis of an option where the stationary vertical midwater jig gear, the depth of the bottom hook be not less than 30 feet from the bottom, rather than the current requirement of 50 feet. And that's referring to the definition that was implemented as part of the specifications process. So this option in this package might allow for a change to that definition based on expected improvement in operation of the gear. So these amendments to Alternative 1 taken on the whole should allow additional midwater fishery opportunity under this action item compared to the specifications 12E action that we just completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion on the motion or questions for the motion maker? Bob Dooley.
Yeah, I have a question for Marcy, if I could. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's my recollection that the 30 feet was in the original EFPs, and that's what they did. Is the fit in the but the 50 feet was added, but it was tested at 30 feet in the EFP. Is that correct?
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will give you my understanding of the situation in hopes that National Marine Fisheries Service can jump in fill in some details or correct me if I misspeak here. But from my recollection, back in 2014, the Emily Platt EFP allowed for a 50-foot distance, 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet, and then it went to 50. Okay, never went to 50, but they fished. I think I'm going to stop here. Other than
I thought we had
other than
charades
to
going.
say the concerns with yellow eye bycatch were the concern and they were addressed. So I'll let Keely take it over.
Keely, please.
Thanks. We'll say this has been a roller coaster figuring out exactly what happened. So I think it is a little confusing. The Emily Platt EFP has always been at 30 feet. But our understanding from talking with the EFP sponsor is that they only actually fished at 30 feet the first 2 years, because they got more yellow eye than they were expecting, which wasn't a lot of yellow eye, just more yellow eye than they were expecting. They voluntarily pulled up to 50 feet. Our understanding is that after that, so that was, I think, after 2015 onward, they were always fishing at 50 feet out of yellow eye concerns. So I think, we support analyzing this. I think it's going to be an important conversation for us in March, whether there is much data to be looked at about that difference between 30 and 50 and really kind of what that potential additional yellow eye could be down at 30 versus 50. But so it's kind of a nuanced answer, if that helps.
Thank you, Keely.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Questions? If not, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Okay. I knew there was. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the council adopt alternative 2 as a preliminary preferred alternative off Oregon. Adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms off Oregon for both commercial groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut fishing activity as described in section 2.3 of the agenda item G6 attachment 1, and include the following sub-options. 1, sub-option 1A, create a groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut bottom contact EFHCA in bottom trawl EFHCAs that would otherwise be reopened under this action for Nehalem Bank and the Bandon High Spot. Number 2, sub-option 1C, create a groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut bottom contact EFHCA over the entire bottom trawl EFHCA for Garibaldi Reef North, Garibaldi Reef South, and Arago Reef. Number 3, sub-option 2, prohibit groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut bottom contact gear in the area west of the Hecata Bank EFHCA as a yellow eye rockfish conservation area that would be implemented immediately. Number 4, sub-option 3, develop the yellow eye rockfish conservation areas for groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut presented by the staff in attachment 1, alternative 2, sub-option 3, that could be used to mitigate impacts to yellow eye rockfish resulting from this action, and which could be implemented in biennial management measures or in-season action.
Thank you, Jessica. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Very good. Looking for a second. Seconded by Corey Ridings. Thank you, Corey. Please speak to your motion, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My intent with this motion is, as stated in the ODFW report, to kind of review the suitability models and habitat information when evaluating these sub-options. And when reviewing the sub-options, really looking at that 2-code inundation to evaluate habitat abundance and complexity, and consider the data quality and habitat information being considered to address uncertainty. When evaluating the sub-options for each of the areas and considering which alternative to support, my intent was to reduce the potential of yellow eye bycatch and important habitats, including rocky habitat, deep sea corals and sponges, and overfish species. I would also say my intent was to provide consistency between spatial closures between the groundfish and the non-tribal directed halibut fisheries, and which was also supported in the GMT report. I also was intending to preserve current fishing opportunities. So I will definitely be looking for additional feedback from industry on these sub-options moving forward. And I also intended to take a precautionary approach until information on habitat, fishing effort, location, gear impacts could be updated and the EFH is evaluated using additional relevant data sets, such as updated habitat suitability models for deep sea corals or sponges, which has been recommended by NIMS for the next EFH review process. Now I would like to speak to the rationale for each of these areas specifically under these sub-options. So with regards to under sub-option 1A, Nehalem Bank EFHCA, this sub-option maintains the status quo of no groundfish bottom contact gear in the EFHCA that is within the current non-trawl RCA and to protect substantial amounts of rocky habitat. As stated in the HC report, in addition to the rocky reef throughout this area, ODFW has long-term study sites at Nehalem Bank since 2007, investigating the microinvertebrate responses to the bottom trawl closure. The study sites are inside and outside of the Nehalem Bank EFHCA, and the study primarily examines shrimp trawl areas, the mud habitats, but also surveys some rock habitats as well. Disturbance to these areas by new bottom contact gear activity inside the EFHCA could compromise this long-term study. So this option does not include a small sliver of the EFHCA that would be exposed under Alt 2, but there is appears to be negligible amount of rock, and that does not affect the ODFW survey sites. For the Bandon High Spot EFHCA, also under sub-option 1A, it also provides status quo protections. These are highly diverse rocky reef habitats which largely encompass the Coquille Bank, a focus of long-term research, and this EFHCA has been closed to groundfish bottom trawl for quite some time. And as stated in the HC report, surveys conducted by NOAA's Deep Sea Coral Research Technology Program at the Bandon High Spot EFHCA found significant recruitment of Gorgonian corals, as well as other densities and increased fish abundances. So maintaining that bottom contact gear closure at the Bandon High Spot EFHCA provides the opportunity for further recovery and Council's research priority. The sub-option was chosen really to preserve fishing opportunities in the area outside the existing non-trawl RCA, rather than moving forward with an option that would have closed off those opportunities. With regards to sub-option 1C, Garibaldi Reef North and Garibaldi Reef North for EFHCA, this sub-option 1C maintains the status quo for no groundfish bottom contact gear in the EFHCA to protect a substantial amount of rocky habitat. This is similar in Garibaldi Reef South EFHCA, and as visualized on the mapping tool with that hard, soft habitat layer that's underlying the bathymetry and backscatter data that ODFW evaluated, we maintain that this is it seems like a status quo of no groundfish bottom contact to protect that rocky mixed relief islands among the soft bottom habitat, which the HC has noted has been found to create unique habitat features for benthic organisms. With regards to Arago Reef, this sub-option 1C maintains the status quo for no groundfish bottom contact gear in EFHCA to protect substantial amounts of rocky habitat. That rock has been validated in new high-resolution multi-beam data that ODFW acquired in 2019 for much of the area and will inform the next EFH review. For number 3, here under sub-option 2, with regards to Hecata Bank. As mentioned in the supplemental ODFW Report 1 in April of 2022, this area is extremely valuable for yellow eye rockfish habitat and sensitive habitats. And based on the species habitat probability of occurrence models, which indicate high probability for yellow eye in this highly complex and sensitive habitat in the area, and the high data quality, it's my intent in this motion that the area not be exposed, or the area exposed to non-bottom contact gear should be added as a YRCA. This area then could be considered in the next EFH review, but turned on immediately for these concerns with habitat and yellow eye bycatch. For number 4 here, sub-option 3, develop the yellow eye conservation, rockfish conservation areas for groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut. As we heard from council staff under this sub-option, staff identified there were 3 areas in Oregon to propose YRCAs. Staff identified these areas using that yellow eye habitat suitability model and overlapping that with the impacted by removal, or areas that would be impacted by the removal of the non-trawl RCA and existing bottom trawl EFHCA areas. These areas were considered for enforceability and have met that criteria. And my intent moving this sub-option forward to PPA is to allow for additional discussions with industry about the potential impacts of this sub-option. I look forward to having continued conversations as this PPA is developed and we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, questions for the motion maker? Discussions on the motion? Okay, you made me call for the question. So, Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Watson, on sub-option 3, just given the rest of your sub-option PPAs, was this intended to be groundfish bottom contact gear or all groundfish fishing?
This is intended to be groundfish bottom contact gear.
Thank you, Jesse, for the clarification. Okay. I guess now I'm going to call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We've just completed the motion on the California portion of the RCA, or the Oregon portion of the RC. Now we'll turn to the California portion and have a separate motion for that.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt alternative 2 as a preliminary preferred alternative for the Oregon-California border to Point Conception. Adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms off California for both commercial groundfish and non-tribal directed halibut fishing activity as described in section 2.3 of agenda item G6 attachment 1. For this area, include no sub-options that would be intended to create new groundfish bottom contact prohibitions.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, for a second. Seconded by Chair Grelnick. So please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the line move that has been long under consideration and long supported by members of industry as providing substantial additional opportunity for our non-trawl fisheries. Per the analytical document, the alternative in total would open over 2,300 square miles to fishing with legal non-trawl groundfish and Pacific halibut gear, and would allow opportunity for vessels in the directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and the IFQ gear switching fleets and directed halibut sectors to fish a significant amount of new territory. I'm thinking back several cycles to industry requests to move this seaward line in from 100 or 125 into 75 with that request, industries always identified the abundance of healthy shelf and slope stocks and halibut in this depth zone that haven't been able to be accessed, particularly off California. In the past, in those discussions, there just weren't, there wasn't the comfort, there weren't the tools, and there certainly wasn't the room in the yellow eye limits to be able to pursue this request. Yellow eye has been highly constrained. All sectors have paid the price for yellow eye, and the allowable yellow eye impacts continue to be limited to all sectors. But fortunately, yellow eye are rebuilding, and this action represents a significant step forward in the belt loosening that we're considering as we see the stock rebuild. Of course, with that belt loosening being in a stepwise and precautionary fashion across many sectors that share the yellow eye resource. Under this alternative, although the analytical document identifies there could be additional impacts to yellow eye, the proposal is still expected to remain within what was disclosed in the 23-24 harvest specifications EA. The yellow eye are managed with ACTs and harvest guidelines for the non-trawl sectors and with quota pounds for the IFQ sector. Yellow eye are prohibited from retention and catch has stayed within the prescribed limits for all sectors in recent years. The mitigating tools proposed in this package should serve us well as we contemplate this line move. Vessels operating in the area would continue to be subject to any bottom contact EFHCA restrictions, such as at Cordell Bank or other groundfish conservation areas like the one at Cordell Bank. And in new areas scratch that. We're at the PPA stage. I want to speak to that and the information that's now available to us through the mapper tool. It gives a tremendous amount of new information for all interested parties in this action to take a better look at the newly exposed areas that would occur in moving this line to 75 fathoms. We've just, CDFW staff, begun to kind of consider the implications of that line move and the various waypoints involved at the 75 fathom contour. So we do want to keep the discussion going about whether or not adjustments are necessary. And if now revealed by the new mapper tool, there are any particular areas that are existing EFHCAs that are now in that red map area that was so nicely shown yesterday in our presentation, that are extremely sensitive, or there's information that we're not yet aware of. We're looking forward to having those discussions as we work toward final action. If there are areas that are extremely sensitive and warrant additional protection. So we're putting out this PPA, not proposing any sub options, but encouraging industry and the public to take a look at the tool and let us know if adjustments are necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. For the discussion, Keely?
Thanks. Just a quick clarifying question. In that last sentence, Marcy, I presume you meant to include the non-tribal directed halibut fishery. So you're not intending to create new groundfish or non-tribal directed halibut bottom contact prohibitions.
I believe the answer is yes. In other words, we want the commercial groundfish RCA line adjustment and tools to also, or the available tools to apply to Pacific halibut.
Thank you for that clarification, Keely. Okay. Bob Dooley.
I assume we're in the discussion mode, not the questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will beat the drum again. In the GMT report, they noted that the observer coverage is very low and it increases the uncertainty around the mortality estimates. Therefore, as this action moves forward, I'm quoting this, forward in the future, consideration will be given to how we inform projections of non-nearshore, non-sablefish fleet activity and impacts. I understand we're going to have a mandatory logbook. It's ultimately will be electronic, but it has a paper option for a while. I understand that. But we've been reported that in the non-sablefish limited entry gear, it's about 4% observer coverage. And in the open access fixed gear sector, it's approximately 6.5%. Those are very low levels in my opinion. And I think that it's going to be hard to verify these logbooks with comparisons to observer data at those low levels to assure that this fishery is performing like we thought. And I'm concerned about that because recalling back to the trawl catch share program, that was the biggest concern of the council. That's why we have 100% observer coverage in that sector. And I'm not suggesting that in this sector at all, not even thinking about it. But that uncertainty is what there was a belief by the council and probably warranted that there was discards in that sector that were unaccounted for. And it looks like 12 years later, that's a whole different picture there. I think we need to be prudent about this and we need to ask NIMS to up the observer coverage. Shy of that, I know it's not part of this, and maybe it's something we can add as we go forward. But short of that, I would like to see the council engage in a review of all the observer coverage levels throughout all of the fisheries that we do on the coast and look at it and comment on it and understand where maybe we can input our concerns and rationale for different levels. I mean, we have levels in observer coverage on the coast of from nearly 1% all the way up to what you could call 300%. And it'd be nice to get a handle on that because those are the costs. Whether it costs the agency or whether it costs the industry, it costs. And I'm worried about the cost of our fishery should we launch this fishery, which it looks like we're going to. And 3 years from now, there's questions about the validity of the data, and it's not. So that's my my concern. I would hope that we address it at some point. I would hope if it's not addressed in this, we have time to address it in the future when we can look at all the observer data and at least comment on it as a council and understand what the levels are and how they might affect our fisheries. So I'll stop there. I hope I'm not talking just something nobody else agrees to, but I just worry about past actions, what we've done and the results of those and where we've been. That experience tells me that we need to be careful. We haven't been in this area for over 20 years. So a lot of similarities between what happened in the trawl industry and what potentially could happen here. So anyhow, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I actually have a question for Marcy, if that's okay. I didn't realize. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Marcy. Thanks for the motion. During this process, we've heard from the public that there is some interest in collaborating on some protections for areas as described by the sub-options, thinking particularly about the 6 areas that were highlighted by the Habitat Committee. I've heard you speak to this, but just checking that the motion matches what I think I heard you say, that we're leaving some options open for final action.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. Yes, this is a preliminary preferred alternative. We think that the tool is certainly a helpful place to start in terms of looking at what the newly exposed areas are that already are existing EFHCAs that now would be open to fishing. I would say that regarding the areas that you've mentioned that were identified by the Habitat Committee, I think we're looking for more information about what makes these areas extra special. I think we're not looking to avoid every rocky reef that is out there or protect it as part of this action, but I think we're certainly interested in knowing if there's more information that hasn't yet been considered in the analysis about sensitive coral and sponge habitat or biogenic habitat that we may be overlooking. So yes, I'm certainly open to hearing about that and folks taking a close look at the documents and those newly exposed areas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Bob.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, I forgot to add something to my comment there. I think this is a great move, by the way. I want everybody to understand that I support this. I support the 2 motions prior to this. I think it's a long time coming, a lot of research into it to make it work. I think it's a good thing. It gives opportunity, particularly in California, to fleets that have long wanted to get back into this area. And I think it's going to help our small boat fleets particularly to get out and use this. So I support it. My previous statement is about being precautionary, being careful and understanding that we can justify this in the end should there be issues. So that I'll leave it there, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Anyone else? I'm going to call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Marcy. Are there? Yes, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One more.
Look at you.
Thank you, Sandra. This speaks to alternative 3. I move the council adopt alternative 3 as a preliminary preferred alternative, repeal the cow-cod conservation areas for commercial and recreational groundfish fisheries, and include the following. 1, propose new non-trawl RCA lines around islands and banks for management within the current boundaries of the cow-cod conservation area. 2, 8 proposed closed areas that prohibit fishing for groundfish as follows. A, Hidden Reef. B, west of Santa Barbara Island. C, Potato Bank. D, the 107, 118 Bank. E, Cherry Bank. F, Seamount 109. G, Northeast Bank. And H, the 43 Fathom Spot. As recommended by the enforcement consultants in Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental EC Report, and the GAP in Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, include the following provisions for these closed areas. Allow continuous transit through the proposed closed areas with groundfish on board, providing gear is stowed for commercial or gear is not deployed, recreational. Next, maintain the ability to fish for non-groundfish species in these closed areas without groundfish aboard the vessel.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looking for second? Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate the public comment that we received and the continuing acknowledgement of the hard work of a subgroup of individuals that got together to build this recommendation. As we heard from Ben Entignap yesterday, the proposed 8 closed areas will go very far in protecting coral and sponge areas of abundance as we move forward with repealing the Cowcod Conservation Area, which is an area that's been virtually locked up to commercial and recreational groundfish fishing since, I believe, the year 2000. In considering how we move forward, I believe this is a precautionary approach. It's a well-reasoned one. We are looking to provide new access to lots of additional fishing area that has been off limits for so long, but that contain an abundance of healthy shelf and slope groundfish stocks that are of critical importance to our commercial and recreational non-trawl fleet. Just want to signal that in the first item here, the proposal to build new RCA lines and the waypoints defining those lines in the area that would be repealed in the CCA. The strategy here is that we have a big, large closed area in the Cowcod Conservation Area. And meanwhile, in the rest of the adjacent areas, we've been using waypoints to define our depth constraints that we use to manage our fisheries when we are managing our fleets using depth as the management tool. So we want to be sure that we have that tool available to us when the RCA is repealed so that we can have the tool in that area around, particularly around the islands that are within the Cowcod Conservation Area. So just to signal that in repealing the Cowcod area, we would also be looking to establish consistency with other RCA regulations that would be in effect at that time. So for Southern California, we have an RCA that's from 100 to 150 fathoms in depth that will remain effective with the 23-24 specifications. So we would be looking to likewise establish that RCA within these Cowcod conservation areas once we repeal the Cowcod area. So that was the goal with the tool, is to replace the big closed area with the tool that we use elsewhere along the coast with RCA depth-based management. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Discussion on the motion. Okay, not seeing any, so we'll call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. I think it's been 20 years since our CCA was closed, I believe, by LB. Yeah.
More than that.
Wow, what a great day. Okay, are there any other motions? And I thought there's just 3. Heather Hall, please.
Thank you. I move the council, 1, remove alternative 4, non-trawl RCA adjustments off Washington for pot gear as described in section 2.5 of agenda item G6, attachment 1, from further consideration under this action. And 2, adopt alternative 5, develop block area closure management tool as described in section 2.6 of agenda item G6, attachment 1, as a preliminary preferred alternative.
Thank you, Heather. Is the language accurate on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. So as described in the WDFW report under this agenda item, we are not ready to propose specific area openings at this time. WDFW took a little bit different approach to looking at changes to the non-trawl RCA off Washington. Our report acknowledges that we have more work to do with our stakeholders to understand where conflicts between fisheries might be avoided. Our initial discussions on this revealed that there is more overlap in the areas of interest than we had anticipated. And in addition, the goal of avoiding conflict also applies to tribal fisheries in Washington, and we need more time for those co-manager discussions. Relative to the block area closures, BACs could be a useful tool for mitigating bycatch of other groundfish stocks as well as protected or prohibited species. As mentioned in the staff report yesterday, there's limited in-season data that could be used to determine areas of high bycatch by non-tribal vessels, but the forthcoming logbook data may provide some additional insight into bycatch locations. That will depend on the timeliness of the data, which we think will improve as participants utilize electronic logbooks. It's also important to note that the logbook data is accurate. That information will help identify specific areas that can be closed to address management issues rather than relying on broad area closures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather on her motion? Okay. Oh. All righty. Well, with that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions. Motion passed unanimously. Wonderful. So, okay. Are there any other motions out there? Just checking. Well, I've been wrong a couple of times on this agenda item. So, okay, with that, I'll turn to Brett or Jesse.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the council has adopted a revised purpose and need for this action. In addition, you've adopted your final range of alternatives and selected 4 preliminary preferred alternatives that would make modifications and expansions to the 12E proposal adopted in the specs, moving the non-trawl RCA boundaries, removing the CCA, and creating a series of new YRCAs, EFHCAs, and proposed groundfish closures, in addition to adopting block area closures. So you have completed your action for today.
Wonderful, and thank you for that, for summing that up, Jesse. So, and with that, I'm going to give the gavel back to our chairman.
Well, another great day of work by the council and council staff, state staff, and with good input from stakeholders, and federal staff too, of course. But that concludes our agenda for the day, and we're on time. I mean, we're even half an hour early. So before we break, I'll turn to Executive Director Merrick Burton for any announcements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will also second the nice work of everyone today. We are on schedule and early. See, tomorrow we'll come back and we will have a HMS heavy set of agenda items, and we'll finish the day with marine planning. So it's good night's sleep tonight because we have got a busy day tomorrow. And that's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Yeah, another full day tomorrow. So thanks, everyone. Have a good evening, and we will see most everyone that's here and see you tomorrow.